All right, so I only have one. All right, so I think we will do our best to begin. Welcome to the first in-person Board of Supervisors meeting since March 17th, 2020. And at that point, I think we'll just ask for a roll call, please.
St. Patrick's Day?
It probably was. You were wearing green.
I was not in person that day.
It's like to-
I was in quarantine.
I think going forward, we don't need to do an actual roll call because it's on the screen, but I will do one today if you
And then we
like.
can remove it from our agenda.
We could do
We
that.
could do that, okay. We're learning as we go here, guys.
But just for old time's sake, I'll do a roll call vote. Supervisor Madrone,
Present.
Supervisor Wilson,
Here.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell. Good morning. And Supervisor Bass.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so we can now do the flag salute with a real flag, with real people in the room. So exciting. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so give a little heads up on how we think this meeting might run. If anyone is expecting perfection, they're going to be disappointed. This is going to be a process that's going to take a while for us to figure out how it's going to work, and so we do ask for your patience in this. It's the first hybrid meeting we've ever done, so and this is the first in-person board meeting Supervisor Bushnell has been in the chambers for. So it's a pretty, it's a good day. So so we're all learning as we go. So just to give a little information on public comment, similar to last 2 years, those wanting to comment on an item over the phone can do so by calling the Zoom call-in phone number, which is on the agenda and also on this the screen. When you call in and you wish to speak, press *9 to raise your hand. Also remember to turn the audio feed off if you're watching on video because there is a time delay. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a prompt telling you to press *6 to unmute. I'm not telling you to press *6 anymore. Just listen to what the prompt says. And at that time, you'll have your time to speak. We do have a 3-minute timer. When you have 30 seconds left, you will hear a sound. We have not, the first sound today, hey, it's all a secret to us. We'll find out what it is. And then that means you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments, and then it's automatically muted. For those of you in the audience who are here, you'll come to the podium and you'll get your 3 minutes in the same timer, and it'll mute there as well when you are finished speaking. So, and there's a visual, we understand there's a visual on the screen, so we'll see how that all works. So for each agenda item, I do want to let people know we're going to start with a public comment on each agenda item with those on the phone. And then once we have no other hands up on the phone, we'll go to those in person. Once we're in person, we're not going back to the phone for that item. So it's the responsibility of those who are calling in to be sure to press *9 so that we know you want to make a comment. So it's going to take a little while getting used to. And we do appreciate your patience as we go through this new experience with you guys. So at that point, I would like to ask our CAO if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There is one modification. Item D12 will be pulled from consent and will return at a later date.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a motion to?
Move approval of the consent agenda with that modification.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. And before we go to public comment, there are a couple of proclamations to read into the record. And for the folks who will be receiving these proclamations, you'll each have an opportunity to come up during public comment and speak for 3 minutes. And your proclamations will be waiting for you up at on the desk over there. All right, so I'm going to read the first one, which is, which one? You want to read the second one so it's not just me? All right, so the first one I'm going to read is the American Red Cross Proclamation. So it's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, the County of Humboldt. Whereas in times of crisis, people in Humboldt County come together to care for one another. This humanity, and actually say, go ahead and you can come up and pick it up after we go to public comment. Okay, so sorry about that. This is new, no worries. But that's what we would have used to do. Used to would have do? Well, we're going to start again. Whereas in times of crisis, people in Humboldt County come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Humboldt County and the generosity of the American people in moments of crisis. And whereas in Humboldt County, the contributions of the local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, such as providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters, including home fires, extreme weather events, flooding, and earthquakes. Whereas the work of volunteers to alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience, we dedicate this month of March to all those to continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." Now, therefore, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors proclaims March 2022 as Red Cross Month and encourages all citizens of Humboldt County to observe this month by supporting the work of service and relief organizations. And we will hear from you guys a little bit later. Our second proclamation is regarding the
Humboldt County Historical Society. We still have a mute button, just different. It's a proclamation for the Humboldt County Historical Society celebrating its 75th anniversary, serving local history since 1947. Whereas in the spring of 1947, a few dozen interested individuals organized the Humboldt County Historical Society to promote the preservation of historical items, the learning and sharing of Humboldt history. Whereas the mission of the Humboldt County Historical Society is to further an understanding and appreciation of all peoples, places, events, and activities of Humboldt County and related areas. Whereas the Humboldt County Historical Society is a nonprofit organization supported by its membership and donations in its work to preserve, share, and interpret the history of Humboldt's people, tradition, and places. Whereas the Humboldt County Historical Society is committed to continue its mission made possible through the efforts of thousands of individuals who have been members of the society since 1947. Whereas the year 2022 marks the 75th anniversary of the Humboldt County Historical Society and commemorates 75 years of collecting, preserving, researching, and sharing, doing a great job of sharing, Humboldt County history. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors declare this year, 2022, as a year-long appreciation of the contributions of the Humboldt County Historical Society, all its volunteers for the past 75 years, and its continuing mission for the future.
All right, thank you very much. And at this moment, I do have to ask for a little assistance from Nikki on where we find out who these people who have their hands raised are. Like I said, I had 10 minutes learning this yesterday.
They would be, I would have transferred them over to the screen you can see, but nobody has their hands up right now in
All
Zoom.
right, so if you're interested in commenting on the consent calendar, I'm not going to move on to public comment in person yet, because if anyone is on the phone, this is the time to press star 9. I will ask if there's any other board members who may have a comment on any of the items that came before us today. Nope. Nope. All right. Do you see anything yet? No calls coming in?
No.
All righty. Okay, we'll give this a try. Like I said, this is going to be an iterative process. We may go back. Yes, ma'am.
If I could just
sir.
make
I saw her hand up, and then anyway.
make
yes.
one comment. Item I-1, it is a public hearing, but it will be continued to a future date. So we'll accept public comment, but there'll be no board deliberation on that item.
Okay, thank you. So that was something coming up a little later. So I will go to those in the public, and I know there's at least 2 people wanting to make public comment on items on the consent calendar. So the process here for in-person will be to get to the queue on the side of the room. So basically form a line in the side of the room. So you can do that now. We're going to do this. Oh, I see Arlene in the back. I see. All right. So, and what we're going to do is just stamp a line, and we'll call you up And then you'll have your 3 minutes to speak, and then it'll be the next person's turn. But let us know who you are and the item you're talking about. But I think we probably know you're talking about the Red Cross. Welcome. Like I said, we're learning.
Get hit by a laser, sorry.
This does not count against your 3 minutes, standing waiting for us to get.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you all very much. Good morning. Thank you for giving me a little bit of y'all's time. My name is Andrew
Where's our
Madrone,
timer?
Disaster Program Manager with the American Red Cross, serving Humboldt, Bohn, and Trinity counties. Taking this job 2 years ago, just as everything was closing down for COVID. I'm not sure that mic is on.
Uh-oh, sorry. You can start over.
Okay, no worries.
Wait, okay, so just so you
It's a
know.
test run.
So down is on and up is off. Okay, got it. This is gonna be a fun day. Don't worry, you don't have, it's my fault.
Is it working now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So, good morning, and thank you for giving me a little bit of your time. My name is Andrew. I'm the Disaster Program Manager for the American Red Cross, serving Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties. Thank you for giving me a little bit of your time, and thank you for acknowledging the good work that our volunteers, your neighbors, do every day. About every 8 minutes, the American Red Cross is providing services to somebody within our nation and abroad. I can say abroad because right now we actually have staff members deployed overseas in support of service members outside of Ukraine. Here in Humboldt, we've responded to wildfires and windstorms. I see many faces here that have been very proactive within our community. I want to say thank you for your continued support to your constituents, your neighbors, and to our volunteers. Right now, with wildfire season yet on the horizon again, we are actively looking for more volunteers, putting events on our calendars and preparing to train them and get ready to do it again. I fervently believe that the disaster cycles we will continue to see is going to be an ongoing thing. There isn't any stop in sight, so we have to keep getting ready. I thank you for your continued support as we do that. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
All right, thank you very much for being here. All right, now we'll, yep, it's all, this is new. I can't see, I don't have eyes in the back of my head, so I was trying to take a look. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Alex Service, the current board president of the Humboldt County Historical Society, and I just want to let everyone know a little bit more about some of the events that are going on to celebrate the 75th anniversary. The actual to the day 75th anniversary of the very first meeting held by the Humboldt County Historical Society is this Thursday, March 3rd, and I'll read a little bit from our press release on that. Dave Silverbrand, local media host, will be on hand Thursday, March 3rd between noon and 2 p.m. to welcome guests to the porch of the Historical Society and hand out cookies. Because, of course, we're not fully open at the moment as the county comes down from the latest surge, but we are located at the corner of 8th and H Streets. It's a 1902 house that was donated to the Humboldt County Historical Society. And so 703 8th Street from noon to 2 on Thursday. We'll have balloons on the front porch, and people can drive by, honk, get out and come and enjoy a cookie and celebrate the actual 75th anniversary. Also, on this coming Saturday, we've got a presentation, a local history lecture online in collaboration with the county library, and Arlene Harton will be delivering a program on the history of the Historical Society. That's at 2:30 on Saturday, and you have to sign up on the library's website by 5 p.m. on Friday. And on that note, I will hand the podium over to Arlene.
All right, and just before you do, thank you, Alex, and we're going to give Arlene her own 3 minutes as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Welcome, Arlene.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Just happy to see you, actually.
Okay. Yes, I'm short. I just wanted to add my comments too, and thank you all for issuing this proclamation for us on our 75th anniversary. I have been a member since 1962. I won't tell my age, and I'm now past president and permanent board member. And I had a chance to see the growth of the society from they started out just having meetings twice a month at the junior high school, now the high school, and then added in 53 a wonderful little magazine, which now is a beautiful 32-page one. And the programs are still going, the magazine's still going, and we've been looking for a permanent place for a long time and did get a room at the Carnegie Library for a while. And then Mrs. Barnum willed us her family home, and we were able, because we'd been collecting things for years. People in this community are so generous. They have helped us with funding and with donations. And now we have our collections organized. We have books, maps, files, and lots of family histories. And now we can really help any history and genealogy researchers, as well as those who just enjoy local history. And I do appreciate all the efforts over the years that people have given us. And I hope all of you, when this COVID is over with, will stop by and visit our files, our books, our maps, and just see how much we have come since 1947. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. And I know Supervisor Bohn wants to say something, but maybe we'll let's do the public comment first, if that's all right with you. Any other people want to speak on the consent calendar? Okay, I am not seeing any, so, Alex, were you finished with yours since you ceded your time? Can we give her about another minute? Because when you switched off, I want to give Arlene her time, so.
All right, well, thank you again.
Maybe, can you do the minute? Okay,
all right.
I'll set it for a minute.
Right.
Just go.
So one other
Fast.
thing, and now that I have a little extra time to let people know, is just yesterday, staff and volunteers of the Historical Society put in an exhibit in one of the open empty storefronts in the Bayshore Mall. That's a program they've started with letting local nonprofit organizations put displays in some of those open storefronts. So we have an exhibit there about the history of the Historical Society. It's right next to the DMV, so it's an interesting thing you can all have a look at while waiting to get the license renewed or whatever. So just another thing, encourage everybody to stop by and see the exhibit at the Bayshore Mall. And thank you again.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Alex. And yeah, the DMV can line to be long. Sounds like an opportunity. And I did want to say, for future, if people are coming up together, just let me know, because I'd like to give everyone 3 minutes each, and I didn't. It was a little bit, this is learning, and if it seems a little clunky, that's why. So I know Supervisor Bohn has something he wants to say, and Supervisor Wilson.
I was going to go to this. I wanted to thank Arlene for mentioning Helen Barnum, for when she decided she was moving across the street and made that great donation. And I think it's great how you guys are keeping the building up. I know you are. I see contractors there a lot because it needed a lot of work. Yeah, I know you've got the roof done, the windows worked, and it's great you're preserving that little piece of history. So I appreciate that. And it was kind of funny. I love the magazine. I think I've been getting a magazine for 30 or 35 years. It's a birthday present from my sister every year. So I appreciate that. So as long as I keep having birthdays, she'll keep selling me 32 pages. And then most of all, it's a good time to always remember Jerry Scott, because I think he was your biggest cheerleader for a long time, and he probably sucked more money out of people's wallets because he believed he was a walking historian. I'd love introducing him to people, and he goes, Miller, did your dad used to coach, or did you used to be? Anyway, he was a wonderful part of your thing, and that was a big loss, as there are so many other people involved in it. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'm going to just pop this off for a second. I just wanted to recognize that the Arcata Chamber of Commerce did their awards, and there's some good ones in there because they're all good. And they won an award, and everyone wins the good awards. And I want to just say that the Arcata Chamber is awesome. They've done so much so over the years. But special recognition for our Northern California County Blood Bank for Nonprofit of the Year, but also Business Leaders of the Year, Steve and Amy Bonner from Alchemy Distillery. I want to just special shout out there. Steve and I go way back. We played in bands together, including Avenue of the Giants with the hit single Myers Flat's Where It's At. And so also want to, the North Coast Growers Alliance, for their farmers market. They got an award basically for their COVID response, which was amazing. They really were able to really pull community together at a time when it was really hard to do so. And I want to thank them for their efforts, and that was very, very heartfelt, and I think that they've done a wonderful job and continue to do so. Sequoia Park Zoo got an award for hospitality and tourism, which of course they deserve with relationship to the expansion of their Skywalk and all the other stuff that they're doing up there. And then this is a business who got 2 awards, and I mispronounce their names all the time, so I'm going to try really hard. Septentrio. I always misspell it. My wife always corrects me. It's Septentrio Winery, and also another place that created a wonderful outdoor experience for folks during a time when it was very difficult to be indoors, and really kept events going and doing a really good job of that in a safe and wonderful space. Deep-Seated Farms. Oh, amazing place. Really, if you need a farm share in Arcata, it's one of the best. Eddie Tanner has been doing that for years, and he got a Green Business Award. And not to forget, the New Chamber Member Award goes to Humboldt Grain Girls, who are was started by 2 of our directors at the county who have retired and moved on, and they produce. They grind and produce flour from local organic grains. So there you go. Awesome businesses. Keep it up.
All right, yeah, you said who are they? Oh, cool. All right, well,
Oh, don't make me do this. I can see your face.
that's okay.
Help me. Don't do this to me. Help me.
Wait, we're having a meeting here. Supervisor Bohn, since you seem to know off the top of your... All right, so we'll get back to you on that. All right, I heard
I need
some
more
noises.
coffee. Lisa.
Lisa and Lisa.
Right. Thank you.
All right. There we go.
Good enough.
So I think we are actually ready to vote. We have a motion and a second, and we are using a new vote system, which you will see, it's supposed to all show up there at the same time, so you don't have to go
Wait.
to see who votes what before
I don't
voting.
have that up on my computer.
The thing is, mine's not showing up, Nikki.
I thought I got a note we weren't going to do it.
No. Yeah.
Oh, crap. Okay, hold on a second.
So where would I find it? This is our first vote, and we don't know how to find it.
Better the first one than after
Yeah.
that. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for your patience in us trying to figure out exactly how this is going to work. That's the
Okay,
problem with new technology.
Mike, can you hit the second?
I did. It says withdraw second, so there we go. Oh, motion.
No, but Steve needs to hit the motion. So in this case,
This
just
is so funny. This is
for
our first time
time's
too, okay?
sake, I can take a roll call vote. Oh, maybe
Technology
hang on
is
just a second.
awesome.
I'd love to. Yay.
Okay.
Okay, we have this, and I'll let folks know what on our screen says, motion is to approve this, and we have yes, no, or abstain. So this is our very first time of doing this.
This is, yeah. The suspense is killing me, really.
How do we know if it actually clicked? I'm hitting
It
it.
says it on the thing.
It's not saying on mine.
It'll kind of highlight into a box, or not
Okay.
highlight, but make a box when you click on it.
If I push on yes
Yeah,
many
it's just-
times, does it show up? Are you seeing it yet?
Yeah, Virginia, you voted.
Okay, thanks.
So she just needs
I only vote once. Okay, good.
Yes.
You can tell this is new to us.
I would just do it.
Yes.
Okay, he's got a yes. I guess you can throw the rest of us.
Thank you.
We'll figure it out for next one. All right. Whew. So in the future, we hope that it pops up there immediately. We'll get it. Wow, that's the first vote. Pretty exciting. All right, so with that, we will move on to our next item,
Oh,
which I believe is coming, the first item comes to us from Supervisor Madrone, and it's a potential resolution in support of federal legislation, H.R. 1976. So at this time, I'd like to turn this over to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as we all know, healthcare is a big issue, and it's really gotten even more prominent during COVID. And so this is federal legislation. It's called the Improved Medicare for All Bill, H.R. 1976. And it would
Supervisor Madrone, I'll let you start over. Anyone who wants to comment on this item that's listening on or watching at home, now is the time to press *9 so we know you want to comment. All right, sorry about that.
No problem. That's the way today's going to go. Keep reminding new processes, so thank you. So at any rate, the Improved Medicare for All Bill, H.R. 1976, would establish comprehensive, universal, single-payer health care with a cost control system for the benefit of all residents of the nation, and guarantee that all residents of Humboldt County would be fully covered for health care without copays, deductibles, or other out-of-pocket costs, and would save millions in taxpayer dollars now spent on premiums that often provide inadequate health insurance coverage for government employees, and would save the county the cost burden of a health insurance provision. And lastly, I just want to say that, the money that we might save by this bill ultimately getting passed, we could put that towards our pension liability, right? Other things like that. So, at any rate, it's a pretty simple thing, and I'll leave it to the board for further discussion and public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And looking at anyone from Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, it doesn't have great support in the House yet, and I'm concerned because it's in 7 different committees and it hasn't come out of any committees, and I have a problem because it's been declined, different versions of it 11 times so far, and and trust me, healthcare for all is the greatest thing in the world because I'm experiencing it right now because I'm on Medicare, so I experience it, but I'm old. But with that working forward, I worry about voting on something, and I know it's on our federal legislation, and 67%. And I know the cost for a 10-year period from the finance was $32 trillion, but we are expected to make that back in savings, and I'm reluctant to have government run my health insurance, even though they are now. So since it isn't out of the House, it hasn't come in, and it hasn't come out of the committees, I would feel much more comfortable maybe putting this on hold, fully supporting it, but seeing what changes are made, because the bill doesn't do anything about promoting more doctors. There's no provisions in there about creating more doctors, free medical care for doctors or anything else. So the wait periods are going to be great. And I spent a couple hours looking at the Canadian system, and they've actually got 15 different healthcare systems that they run through their government, plus the rich still get to have their private doctors. So, which I won't get. But would you consider before we vote on it, because it's only got 121 members in the House, and it's actually been sitting at the House for a year, and they picked up 4 or 5 this week for some reason. So it's only picked up about 55% of the available Democrats. I don't think, so it's going to be partisan. I know that, and I'm not trying to be partisan at all here. I'm just the plane's not built. I'm not sure if I want to take a ride on it yet. Is that something you would consider? Because I appreciate you bringing it forward, because this is probably the single most thing that people are facing as they grow up is the long-term effects of health care you don't take care of gets elongated into it's a bigger problem. So that's the only thing I got is we're approving something that hasn't come out of committee. So.
Through the chair.
Yes, please, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. No, Supervisor Bohn, I totally appreciate all of your comments. They're all valid, as always. For me, there is going to be a lot of changes to this bill, as all bills, as it goes through the process. And I think what we're basically doing here today is stating that we support this effort. And how it ultimately comes out in the end is way beyond our control. It's going to happen at the congressional level, and there'll be a lot of back and forth. And I totally understand the concept about having the government run our medical programs, but the private sector's had decades to try and make this thing work, and they haven't. And the profits that are garnered there really need to go into the healthcare system. I think that's really what we're trying to say here. So I think it'd be good to go ahead and pass this here today. We have a lot on our agenda today, and I'm certainly not interested in a contracted debate over it. So whatever the pleasure of the board is, I'm fine with. I don't see any danger or problem with proceeding with supporting this here today. I think it just provides general support. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, Supervisor Bohn?
I'm not looking for any argument. I'm just saying, I think we voted on the general support because I think this is on our federal legislative platform. So we have voted for healthcare for all and wait until a good version comes back that comes out of committees. So I think the reason we put it on the legislative platform is our people, our firm in Washington is fully supportive, and they know to push us, and then they're going to come back on. And I don't want to take my shot at this and find out that something else comes along, because it's been brought on by, like I said, 11 times it's gone, 11 times it's come back. So
Yeah.
that's the only reason. I mean, that's the only reason, because we've showed our support. Because it was a unanimous vote for the healthcare for all on our legislative platform. So we've put the number. I just don't know if I want to sink my teeth into this one bill, because it hasn't garnered enough support in the House, which has me worried, because they know there's going to be so many changes.
No, I understand that.
That's
Through the
so
chair.
Yes,
I'll be
actually,
trouble voting for it.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Madrone?
No, I totally appreciate all of that, and so that's why we made contact with our federal legislative representatives, and they fully support us taking this action here today. So we made contact with them, they responded, and the comment that I got back from the CAO was that they were in full support of this motion here today. So again, it doesn't really commit us to anything. And yes, the bill will change, as I said before. Again, I think I'll just leave it at that, and we'll see how the board feels as a whole.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Supervisor, anybody else? Supervisor, anybody else? Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. So I'll just say I'm supportive of this. I'm supportive of all of our efforts to try and bring universal health care. I just think it's good for our economy. It's good for our entrepreneurial spirit in the United States, because quite often what drives people away from small businesses and doing things for themselves is the lack of affordable health insurance. And if it was provided, they would probably, I know I've experienced this myself, actually. And so I believe that there's so much more that we can do for small businesses and for the entrepreneur in this country. And I think universal health care is one of the reasons. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think it's really important. There's a list of others, but I'm ready to support this.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell. And I think we have some hands up in the, I just want to ask, nothing's showing on my screen, so apparently we do have the call in hands. Okay, we're not going out to public comment yet, but we're getting close.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, with this resolution, if a bill comes forward that's final, then do we again do this again?
As things change, we support what's appropriate, what we feel is good as things go on.
So when I'm reading this resolution, it's just a blanket that we're supportive of this thought process. Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we will go to public comment. We do have some on the line. This is our first opportunity here. And Nikki, I'm trying to figure out where these people show up on my screen. Our staff saves our lives daily. Or Nikki, would you like to tell me the numbers?
I have the numbers.
Okay, then we have to figure this out, but would you please call the first one?
Yeah. The first caller is last four of 0116. Can now unmute.
All right, Ash, that's you. Oh, welcome. All right, Ash, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, hello, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ash.
Okay, so I'm calling in to talk on the Medicare for All here, and I'm reading through it, and it says, people want high-quality health care, and that's, pretty obvious. People do want that. And also it mentions something about, all residents, not necessarily citizens, which is kind of concerning, considering our current immigration issues we have on our southern border. It also talks about how, COVID led to high health care costs, high underinsured and uninsured rates, high unemployment, and COVID exposed a profit-driven healthcare system. Well, I'd say that it wasn't necessarily COVID. It was mainly the management of COVID that did most of that. I mean, you look at the actual annual mortality rates, and it's mainly we're seeing a pandemic in a statistical sense. But another thing that other politicians on the other side of the aisle have suggested is allowing competition in the insurance industry instead of putting it all in the government's hands, letting people get insurance across state lines. That's another idea. One thing I like that Rex mentioned was that they're not adding additional doctors with this yet, as we see, which could lead to longer lines like people see in the Canadian healthcare system. And it's also still sitting in the House, and things don't look good for the Democrats in the midterm, so you might really not want to bank on this one here. So on what, people want high quality health care, but what will people get with this? They will get a government controlled healthcare system with no other options. And like the World Health Organization is touting now, a global health ID pass. Will that be part of this? Well, what is in the fine print that we're getting ourselves into? So I'd say that there's probably a big problem with supporting this locally without knowing all the details. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. And you were our very first speaker under this new hybrid system, and it worked. All right, so we will go on to our second speaker. And I'll also let people know we're not starting the timer until someone actually says their name, because we want to make sure that we get everybody the opportunity to speak as much as they can. So 5288, you're next. I believe that's you, Kent. Welcome.
So if I don't say my name, you won't start the timer. Is that correct?
Well, no, we know your
Anyway,
voice.
This is Ken Solotsky, and for those who are watching the timer on TV, to see how our time's going, that doesn't work because of your lag. I just thought I'd point that out to people. As in keeping with my not speaking on as many items and trying to keep things short, I didn't speak on consent today. Appreciate the 1:30 time certain. That being said, this is an interesting one. I don't see any problem, according to the testimony of Supervisor Bohn, and just reiterating the thought and the question Michelle kind of clarified there was just to support the concept of going down this particular pathway. Mexico is quite successful in their healthcare down there compared to ours, and it's far superior. The cost on this, of course, for supporting this is nothing. Of course, the cost we don't know would be the cost and savings. The public perception is that the health care that would be paid for the county employees would no longer have to be paid out of the county coffer because that would be possibly covered by this plan. And that's a question you may wish to clarify there, or your interpretation of what might happen. With Supervisor Bohn's comment about, this thing about the airplanes not built. Well, he seemed to jump on board of the cannabis airplane while you were building it, while you were flying. I think he's been piloting the airplane, and now he's parachuting out with his golden parachute as it crashes. But let's be consistent as far as being the tip of the spear. And I see no problem with this. It already aligns with your platform that you have there, according to the testimony, and I can't have any problem with going down this path. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Second person.
All right. Thank you, Kent. Next speaker is 1204. And you'll have 3 minutes. There is a time lag. 1204.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, this is Jeff Hunterlock with the Operating Engineers, Local 3. And I wanted to just weigh in on this no harm, no foul. Pass the resolution. It's a good thing. We're already there. I don't see any problem with look, it has no cost to it, just like Mr. Swansky said. And I couldn't agree more that we at least need to have it in our rack that we support it. So that's all I have, and good day to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff. That's the end of the speakers in the speaker queue on the phone. So we'll go to those in the public. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item today? All right. If not, then we'll go back to the board. Perhaps there's a motion that somebody would like to make.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that on this.
Just push the button. Oh, you pushed it for him already, didn't you? She heard you say second. All right, so are we at the voting part yet? Okay, so now the vote screen is up.
on,
Please
I'm trying to
proceed to
find it here.
vote.
Not
We couldn't pick an easy day to do this, could we?
This is great. We're learning. Stretches our minds.
Or explode some?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this.
And for those on the phone, we will work on, we'll probably have to get a different kind of timer up here to keep some kind of track for them, because they can't see what's, and they can't hear.
We haven't gotten to the 30-second mark yet or
Oh, so we don't
anything,
know.
So we have
Okay.
no idea what that
All
chime
right,
sounds
we're trying to
like.
figure out what the delay is all.
Okay, so I don't see anywhere where I press it on my thing, and I have the resolution up, and it's, or whatever that's it, right?
I have no. I hope you guys brought lunch and dinner. Might need it.
Okay.
I did too. Did my vote come through? Okay.
There you go.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thanks. This is a very.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Very simple.
Thankfully, it was a,
All green.
okay.
Thank you.
Moving on.
So our next item is item number 2, which is, no, it's, hold on. All right, that's for me. Item 2 is for me. It's to consider canceling the May 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. You know, every year we make our schedule out, and it changes what times we have off. And every once in a while, there'll be a business commitment where a couple of us may be missing. And I know this year Supervisor Bohn and I may both be missing the May 17th meeting. So, you know, the general things we could do, I mean, you can have a meeting with 3, but it's kind of hard in case you have a 4/5 item that needs to be voted on, or if someone's sick. We can reschedule the meeting for another time, or we can cancel. So I just wanted to bring that up for conversation with this group. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'm supportive. I mean, every once in a while, things happen, schedules are, so it's okay.
Well, we know we're going to have things added this year, too.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board members? Supervisor, I'm hearing myself. Anything you want to add? All right. Sorry, guys.
We do have a speaker.
Are we good now? Hello? All right, so I don't see any questions from the board. Do we have any hands up?
I do,
You
a
do?
hand just raised, so I'm putting him in
All
right
right,
now.
so again, if you wish to comment on this item, press *9. In fact, it's a really good practice. If you know you plan to comment on any item, to press *9 just when we even start the item. All right. It says 0. I know there was one, it was in my screen that popped away. Okay, it doesn't show up there. All right. Well, we do know 5288, and I'm, Kent, that's you. Press *6 to unmute. I mean, just unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't need 3 minutes on this one. It's been a long time perception that the board seems to spend quite a bit of time. I think it has 37 or 38 minutes going away on functions. I believe this one is to Alaska for 2 people to go there. And we really would rather have the people stay here and do the county's business. It's been raised before to us that we don't have time enough to get county's business done due to public comment. Some of your meetings, they vary from maybe in either 11:30, today maybe 6 o'clock. And people say that our house is on fire and our ship is sinking and these kind of things. And there's all kinds of things that really need to be done in this area These meetings should be able to be Zoomed somehow. I don't know if they're exactly during the time frame of the supervisors meeting. It was mentioned that another meeting might be scheduled to replace this one because of all the work that's need to be done. And the only one I see close to that time, it would be the 5th Tuesday in May, which is Memorial Weekend. So it's just, if you reach out to the people, they'd rather have us stay here. I know it's beneficial sometimes to go out and rub elbows and meet people out there, but there seems to be a sufficient time to do that in other forums. And especially these long distance trips, they have very high carbon imprint. Some people wonder why John Kerry's always flying around in his private jet. A lot of people wonder why we're always going to places far off like Hawaii and Alaska or Washington, D.C. So just a little bit of thought. We're a small county, and we really would like to have, at least I think you'll find public perceptions. A lot of people would like us to stay here and have the meetings to get our business done. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Kent. And our second speaker, do you have another hand up? Oh, it's Supervisor Bushnell. Wait, we'll come back to you in just a moment. All right, there's no other callers on the phone. Anyone in the audience care to comment on this item today? All right, we'll go back to the board. And I say, Supervisor Bushnell, I appreciate you pushed up. May I just raise your hand here? It's easier for me to actually see because I thought you were a caller on the phone.
Thank you. Through the chair, Alicia, or CEO Hayes, I'm wondering, are there 4 meetings scheduled in May, the month of May? Sure.
1 second, and I can look that up.
Well, and while you're looking that up, meetings also on Mondays at 1:30 are considered regular board meetings. So that's when we have our hearings for budget. So there's opportunities besides the 5th Tuesday that falls on a holiday. So
I understand, but I think you guys are going to be gone on, well, I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be in May either. We could throw an extra one somewhere.
Through the chair, in May, you have 4 meetings currently scheduled, with the 5th meeting your typical dark meeting. So if you choose today to cancel the 17th, then you will only have 3 meetings for the month of May.
Could we, I'm sorry, go ahead. And then I have a question of adding one.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could move the meeting to the 5th Tuesday. Is that an opportunity or necessary?
I already have it down.
That is the day after the Labor Day holiday as well. So, or excuse me, the Memorial Day holiday. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. So certainly not optimal to hold a meeting that week.
Thank you.
All right, and then also, Supervisor Madrone, and actually, I've got a note from Tracy. I did ask for public comment on those in the audience, and no one cared to talk. Was that correct? All right, so we did cover that. Supervisor Madrone.
Well, we've got a few months before we get to that point, and so I think if, there's the need, if there's a work schedule requiring it, I'm sure we can come together with a Monday or something to be able to do that, so.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it may be that one of us don't go. I mean, I know, the county's not spending, this is not a county expense. I know yours is not because RCR she pays. Mine I'm paying on my own. So at least we're not doing that. We could probably Zoom in if we absolutely had to. I'm not sure how that would work, but we'll figure it out, I don't know if there's anyone willing to make a motion. Supervisor Wilson?
I'm willing to make the motion, and if we need to bring the meeting back, that's fine, or schedule another meeting. I think we're adults and we can move schedules around. We're okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Oh, Michelle even pushed the second button.
I didn't even get to push the button. Someone did it for me.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further conversation from the board? All right, please vote. All right, it worked with, no one missed it that time. All right, that's exciting. All right, so the next item comes to us from Supervisor Bohn. It's regarding a final demand letter addressed to the auditor, controller from the California Attorney General. So Supervisor Bohn, I will hand this over to you at this time.
Yeah, I brought this forward because, well, it was concerning at first, and then it mentioned the county a couple times, and I was worried more about our liability as supervisors and where that issued at. And then I appreciate that our auditor controller responded and immediately afterwards and let everybody know that she was waiting for direction from the Attorney General on how to fill that out, which I didn't realize that there was a problem there. And then a little while later, another response came that basically threw everybody under the bus and talked about all the incompetence that we live with. So I was concerned, and the big thing is the transparency of this. I know people want to know what's going on, and I hear that a lot, but it is never, I've always understood, and I called, we made quite a few phone calls, or I made quite a few phone calls to other supervisors, and this is not a common occasion. And so both with the State Controller's Office and the Attorney General writing us letters, I just thought I'd bring it forward, and I think can't see in the shadows, I think that's the Auditor Controller back there, and maybe she can clarify this, of why would we get this and why a year late and things like that. I mean.
All right, thank you. Yes, please, welcome. Nice to see you in person.
This is strange. Is this okay? Can you hear me if I talk?
You can move the mic.
Oh, my goodness, that's, there's a big screen TV. I do thank you all for the opportunity to comment on this item, and thank you Supervisor Bohn for paying special attention to me. I appreciate it. And also this provides me an opportunity to clarify some misconceptions here, as I have spoken with representatives from the State Controller's Office about this item. It came as a surprise to the State Controller's Office team that is working with our county that the Attorney General sent that letter. They were going to communicate with people at the Attorney General's office, and what they could communicate with me yesterday was that they think that maybe it's probably because we were on a list and the Attorney General has a schedule that they check and a calendar, and that because we were still on that list by that date, they chose to write that letter. But it did come as a surprise to the State Controller's Office team that is working with our county. I also would like to point out that when the State Controller's Office wrote her letter to the county saying that she was going to come to the county and audit, she said it would be upon her findings that she would determine whether she would appoint an accountant to come and complete the financial transactions report. The State Controller's Office has confirmed also that they are still drafting that report. So it does seem a little bit out of the timeline for the Attorney General to be demanding this report. Either way, I am still waiting for a response from the Deputy Attorney General who emailed that letter, and I have not yet received one. As soon as I do, I'd be happy to share it with all of your board.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn, do you mind answering a few questions if they have them?
What are you looking for from the Attorney General to say? Because I think they're talking about the 1920 audit from a couple years ago, and that they're asking, and they actually gave you direction that they would actually use an unaudited information to move forward. So they've given the direction. What do you expect the Attorney General to say?
Well, first, I'd like confirmation about why the Attorney General sent that letter if it wasn't actually directed by the State Controller's Office. And the rest, there is an agenda item about this topic. I do believe you've received this information, and I would like to reserve my comments about the specifics of the 1920 as a fiscal year for that item, which I believe is coming up next.
Hard to say. Well, I'll stick around.
Soon.
I guess so. This letter was sent in there. You felt it was sitting there, and it was the Attorney General did it on their own without the State Controller's Office. Is that basically what I heard?
Given what I have heard from the State Controller's Office directly, yes, that is what I think has happened.
Wow.
And as soon as I get confirmation of that, I will provide it to you as well.
That'd be great.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Good morning. You referenced earlier that you believe that our county was on a list and that this was generated probably, because we're on that list. What are you referencing to as the list?
Well, one, the state controller's representative that I spoke to yesterday used the term "the list," but I am also aware that there is a list, and you also know that there is a list because it was sent by, I think, the Department of Transportation, where they identified 3 local agencies in this area that have not yet filled or submitted the single audit in question.
So we're kind of like on a watch list. Is that what you believe that is then?
Likely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at the moment? Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I would like to ask our CAO, what do you know about this letter and when it came in and what kind of investigating you did?
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. I concur with the auditor controller that the list, or that the letter does seem somewhat out of sequence because we are in the midst of a field review with the state controller. I did reach out to the state controller myself, who referred me to other representatives of their office who were more familiar with the financial transaction reporting process. The individuals I reached out to are the ones doing the field review and said, just as Ms. Paz-Dominguez said, that they are in the midst of finalizing that report and they'll conduct exit interviews with us before submitting a report to our office for evaluation. That being said, I think this list highlights how extremely far behind we are on critical functions of government, and it's making it difficult on county staff, county departments to manage their budgets and to manage their finances. And this is, you know, an unfortunate repercussion of being so delinquent on our audit reports.
Thank you. So did you have any specific conversation with the Attorney General's office?
I have not talked to the Attorney General. I was working through our state controller first, as they seem to be the ones who sort of instigated this process.
Okay. And Ms. Paz-Dominguez, you also didn't get a response when you reached out to the Attorney General's?
She has not yet responded.
Okay. Thank you, both of you.
All right. Supervisor Wilson, was your hand up? No? All right.
Chair Bass?
Yes, ma'am.
May I also ask Supervisor Bohn, I know it's a little longer than your last name, but if you are going to include me in any agenda items, it is very important to me that my last name be spelled correctly. There is no Q in my name. I would appreciate that courtesy.
I appreciate that because I get mine written 90% of the time B-O-N-E, but I didn't write this agenda item. I just presented the agenda item. I don't write it out. I can't do that.
You requested the agenda item.
Yes.
Okay.
So I
Thank
will
you.
try to.
Usually I'm a spell checker too, and I'm surprised. I'm sorry I missed that.
I'm just happy they're still calling my name.
All right, well, we do have a couple people, and then Auditor Paz-Dominguez, after we take this vote, then I'll talk with you, because we may want to do your item after the 10:30 time set, just because I think your item's probably going to go longer than 15 minutes, potentially. Okay. All right, so we will go to the public for this. If you are interested in talking and you're on the phone or Zoom, press *9. And we do have a couple of speakers in the queue. Our first speaker is 5288. And
As Ken Sawatsky, apparently I'm the only one who's speaking with Julianne Moser, Deputy Attorney General, Office of the Attorney General. I spoke with her on Saturday for a little while and had a follow-up call today, and there does seem to be some dysfunction in the communication. My attempt to contact the Auditor Controller's office, I think Tommy Fong was one of the people there. I couldn't get anybody to return my phone call with 4 or 5 phone calls to that individual, nor did I get anybody that seemed to say that this thing had been forwarded. So I think you have a grasp of what the context is here. I always do go to the sources on these things. I think later on we'll be talking about some other things regarding your single audit. I did take the time to reach out to your single auditor, and I do know what he requires, and it's a cash reconciliation, so we'll talk about that one a little bit later. For those of you who are supervisors here, I highly recommend that you avail yourself of your phone and you contact these people directly so that you're not getting hearsay, and that can kind of put these stories to bed in an efficient and effective manner, and some of the rumors will be quelled. Thank you for my opportunity to do my due diligence. Hopefully you will do yours in the future, and hopefully this will be resolved.
all right, thank you. And the next speaker is 8992. If that's you, it's press Well, you don't, yeah, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. During the vote of no confidence regarding Karen Dominguez, Madrone and Wilson both said that it was more the county's fault than anything else. Madrone even went as far to say it that Karen was doing such a good job that it was making everyone else look bad. Now, after everything has come to light about Karen being unable to really fulfill anything in her job, I was wondering if Madrone and Wilson would still adhere to that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We have no more speakers in the queue, so we'll go to those in the audience. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, please come to the side of the room so we can be orderly. And if there's no one, okay, we'll move on. That was quick. So we're back to the board. Is there any motion I see Supervisor? Yeah, or is this just basically that we had the conversation, Supervisor Bohn? What is your request?
I just, mainly for county council, what's our, if the Department of Justice is sending out bogus letters, I'm looking to you, and it mentions the county not responding. I'm trying to figure out what the county's liability and our residents are on this. I know we're already seeing what the results of not having these things filed with the monies lost to Public Works and things like that. But I'm just trying to figure out, is there any liability to us? We got a letter from the Attorney General.
That's through the chair. I'm not sure if the board would prefer to speak about that under the closed session item or.
That's fine. I just wanted to bring it forward and clear this up a little bit, and it's about as clear as mud now, so.
All right, thank you. And so basically, we can just receive and file. Do we need an actual vote on that without objection or? Yes.
Chair, if the board's not taking any action, you don't need a motion.
Cool. All right, thank you. So what we're going to do prior to the 10:30 is we're going to slide on over to H2, I believe, about the at-large appointment to the Audit Committee, and I do believe, it says the Board of Supervisors, but I think this is the clerk of the board who brings this one forward, or who's presenting this?
I could jump in and present on this. Earlier this year, the Audit Committee received a resignation of one of the members of that committee, and so this item today seeks to fill that appointment. And there was only one application that was received from Mr. Fullerton, who is presented before your board for evaluation as to your board's will to appoint Mr. Fullerton to the Audit Committee.
All right, thank you. I will remind people, if you want to comment, press *9. Are there any board members who have a question or comment on this? Supervisor Wilson? Yes. Oh, sorry, Tracy, your voice is coming from somewhere. I think we got the report.
I just wanted to let you know that I did talk to the previous applicants, and they were not interested in submitting an application this time around. And I did let John know he could come if he would like to address the board, but was uncertain about the time frame today, so that's probably why he's not present.
All right, thank you. Sorry I didn't see your hand. That does not show up on my screen. I heard your voice. Supervisor Wilson?
I just feel like we have only one applicant, and from my perspective, I think we need more than one applicant. And so I would prefer us to reach out again to the public to see if we can get somebody else, some other folks. But people can disagree with that if they want, but that's where I'm at.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell, or?
Yeah, we flew this for about, well, we'll have to ask Mr. Miko, but I think we flew it about 6 weeks. I got 3 emails. Do you have anybody for this position? I think you guys were all CC'd on them. And then when we have somebody come forward who has, actually, he did work for, didn't he do some, through our CAO, didn't John Fullerton do some work for the county? I mean, he's well aware, he's close. He's a certified public accountant, used to be on the school board. I mean, it's just an audit, I mean, not just an audit committee, but it is the audit committee, and he's more than, unless there's another reason, he fills all the blanks, so just because he's the only one stepped up, you ran unopposed last time, right? Or you're going to run unopposed, or whatever the case may be. I'm just saying, that should be no reason to kick you off because you run unopposed. You actually stepped up, filled out the paperwork, and turned it in. I'm just saying, he did that.
I appreciate that.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Chair Bass?
Can you get, yes, voice in the sky?
Sorry, this is Tracy again. I do want to let you know that we did post this vacancy originally on the board's agenda in December, and then I posted it again at the beginning of February. So it has been advertised appropriately.
So I had Supervisor Bushnell, then Supervisor Wilson again.
Thank you through the chair. Tracy, you answered one of my questions. The other question I just want to ask again. So you reached out to the applicants that we had on file and nobody was interested?
That's correct, Supervisor Bushnell. We had 2 other applicants that had previously applied, and that was John Fram and Glenn Sinistero, and they both at this time had other commitments.
Thank you. Also, how long has the seat been vacant?
December. It was Mr. Evenson resigned in November, and we posted it. It was on the board's agenda on December, I think it was December 15th.
Thank you. With that information, I'll make a motion that we appoint John Fullerton to the audit committee.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Then I go to Supervisor Wilson for his comment. Do we have a second? Oh, wow. We have an official second. Supervisor Wilson? Thank you.
I mean, I said my comment.
Okay, I thought you had reached for that. Wow, okay. So it looks like at the moment we have 2 speakers on the phone. Again, press *9 if you wish to talk on this. I see no other comments from the board right now, so let's go to those on the phone. And our first...
Virginia, Kent Sawatsky, can you hear me?
Yes, Kent.
As far as full disclosure, I have availed myself of John Fullerton's services in the past with a lot of other accountants that I use. He's competent. He wants the position. He has qualifications, probably would qualify to be an auditor controller, and that's who we need in this thing. The public has a right to know that the person who resigned from this chair is someone who has actually announced he's running for auditor controller. And for those of us who are in accounting, our feeling is that he's on the opposite end of the spectrum of John Fullerton. And I strongly support Mr. Fullerton and your appointment moving forward. I just love Rex's train of thought and his questioning on that as far as what the qualifications should be if someone runs unopposed. So nobody else seems to want to do it. And of course, Supervisor Wilson could have solicited anybody from the other side of a political spectrum if he felt that was necessary. I don't think John's going to bring politics in this whatsoever, just an extremely adept skill set, and will be a great asset to that particular committee. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And mine says we have some more speakers. The one that
just
says
added
Mike
one more.
Wilson, that's Tracy on there, correct?
No, that was actually Mike. I will take him off, but we do have one more
Okay,
public speaker.
2122, press, you'd be next to press, once we get the timer set. 2122. All right, if you're there, 2122.
Yeah, hi there.
Hi.
This is Uri Driscoll. Yeah, I don't think that just having one applicant would necessitate anyone from, I don't think you have to go back to the public outreach. I mean, obviously, John is very qualified, and if he wants to do the job, I don't follow Supervisor Wilson's logic on that one. I'm sure there's been other appointees when there's only been one applicant. So yeah, shouldn't turn someone as qualified as John away from that role. So anyway, yeah, thanks. That's all I've got for now. Thank you very much.
All right, you're right, and that is the last of those on the phone. So we'll go to anyone in the audience who may like to comment on this item. Or not? All right, so we'll go back to the board. We have a motion, there's a second, and I would just say, we're thankful these days. It's nice that people apply to be on commissions and committees, and this one's not going to be an easy one. We know, given a lot of what we hear lately, we've got a lot of work to do in that group. So, is everyone ready to vote? Okay, Odette, wow, you guys are ahead of me. You guys have figured out the system. I hit my button. All right. Thank you very much. I love this display now that we're getting used to it. All right, so we have a time set at 10:30. So I suggest we take a break until that. Is that? All right, so we'll be back in here at 10:30. All right, thank you for allowing us that little break. So we're going to move on to our time set item for 10:30. Comes to us from the CAO's office, and it's the third public hearing of the Public Financing Authority for the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. And at this time, I think I can start by adjourning as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and to convene as the Public Financing Authority. And I'm looking for staff. Where are you? Oh, welcome, Scott. Or do I go to Alicia first? CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. No, Scott is really the expert in all things EFID, so I think he is able to kick this off.
All right, thank you. Would you like me to start with the roll call, Scott?
All right, there we go.
Yes.
It's
Would you
been
like
a while since we've been in chambers.
Do you want me to do the roll call first?
Yes, and Chair, since you have adjourned as the board, your board members who are not on the Public Finance Authority are free to leave if they want to, or they can stay.
No, we're going to make
for
them
the
stay.
PFA. Wonderful.
Oh, wait, one's Oregon. All right. Yeah, thanks.
That would be wonderful if you would start with roll call. Thank you.
All right. We'll let you do the roll call, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we're going to start with Public Finance Authority Chair Virginia Bass.
Here.
Vice Chair Tim Callison.
Here.
Member Rex Bohn.
Here.
Member Mike Wilson.
Present.
And Member Christopher Drop, who could be joining via Zoom.
That's correct.
Oh,
Present.
another voice in the sky. Oh, you see him on the Zoom. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
All are present, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So there were minutes attached, and for anyone who's watching it, this is the third and final kind of pro forma meeting we have to do in order to finish forming the Finance Authority. So if it doesn't make a lot of sense, that's probably why. So did anyone have any questions on the minutes, or is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes.
And is there a second? And
Second.
Thank you. And I don't think we'll use our voting stuff because Tim's out there. Is that all right? Can we just do verbal? Okay.
That's correct. We can clerk that later.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. I see no hands up in the public comment for the minutes from that specific meeting. So I think we're ready to vote. I mean, anyone in the public here care to comment? All right. Can we please have well, we don't have to roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I'm so glad to not have a roll call vote anymore. So public comment on non-agenda items. These are for items that are not on the agenda, but they have to fall within the authority of the financing district. Is there anyone who has a comment that fits that profile? We'll go to the phone first. I do not see any. We will go to the public. All right, we'll come back to the board. So I'd like to ask staff to report out on meetings attended and community feedback received.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Bass. Since the Public Finance Authority last met, a few updates to share with you and with the public. I should also state for the record, my name is Scott Adair. I'm the Division Director for the county's Office of Economic Development, and also staff to the Public Finance Authority for the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. On February 15th, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors adopted and approved the IFP, an acronym meaning the Infrastructure Finance Plan for the Samoa Peninsula EIFD. After this meeting, within 60 days, staff will file with the Board of Equalization with the state the copy of the resolution establishing the EIFD. The Board of Supervisors previously already adopted a resolution of intent to form the EIFD. Staff will also then schedule and work with Public Finance Authority members to set a schedule and a calendar of meetings. This meeting today is the last and third public hearing. The PFA will likely not meet until sometime next year before June 30th. Staff will also work with PFA or Public Finance Authority members to establish special meetings for the purpose of defining funding procedures and to discuss and prepare for the potential issuance of debt to fund infrastructure projects. Staff will also continue to work with other departments, other agencies, and the community to identify infrastructure projects which will align with the goal of the county, the board's strategic framework, and the county's comprehensive economic development strategy, and the IFP, or the Infrastructure Financing Plan, which has been brought to the public on 2 occasions and which was previously approved by the board. Other updates that I can share, staff has and continues to have conversations with community stakeholders, both internal and external, about the EIFD and what the EIFD will mean for potential alignment with offshore wind and other projects which are occurring on the Samoa Peninsula and other opportunities. Some of our external partners, such as Aker Offshore Wind and other firms, are very excited that the county has taken this effort to establish a vehicle to support development of infrastructure opportunities and job growth on the peninsula. And that concludes my updates today, Chair.
All right. Are there any questions on those updates? Chris, you have any questions? I don't want to ignore you. He doesn't. Okay. So then we will move on to, those are updates. Now we go to the actual agenda items.
That's correct, Chair. There are 2 items for the Public Finance Authority today. The reason why legislation allows for 3 public hearings is to hear all commentary and/or protest or support, advocacy, et cetera, from the public with regards to the IFP and the EIFD. So first, the Public Finance Authority would hear and listen to any protests or comments from the public. Then you would close that protest hearing, and finding no majority protest, would move toward adopting a resolution approving the IFP just as the board approved on February 15th.
All right. So do I hear any protests from those who are serving on the Public Financing Authority? That's what you said to ask, right? Anyone?
And from the public.
Yes, well, I'm doing the authority first.
Yes, Chair.
Not seeing any, and Chris didn't say anything. So are there any protests from the public regarding the Public Finance Authority and moving forward? No, there's nothing, no one on the call. So I'll close that protest hearing.
And
Not
phones
exactly
were
this-
checked as well? Wonderful.
And then, let's see, there's no majority protest. So do you need a motion to actually adopt, or is it considered already adopted?
You would need a motion and a
Staff's
second.
recommendation, I'd like
Yeah.
to do staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the IFP forming the Samoa Peninsula EIFD and adopting bylaws for the PFA.
The acronym SNOOP. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Don't see any hands up for public comments, so Scott, I think I guess we're ready. All those in favor, whoops, a hand was up. Hold on.
Chair Bass, just.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw a hand
I see a hand
pop up.
popping up in the call-in queue.
Okay.
Just wanted to call attention to that.
Well, and I'm not seeing, hold on.
They keep raising their hand. Now they're raising their hand again.
So.
Okay, so hold on just a moment. All right, well, we'll go to, since this is a little bit of a strange item here, we'll go to the public comment online. This is 1204. If this is specific to the Public Financing Authority item, here's your time to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hey, this is Jeff Hunterlock with the Humboldt Del Norte Building and Construction Trades. I'm not in protest of what you guys are doing, but I want to encourage you that we're an interested party with any and all efforts for offshore wind and any other things happening on the Samoa Peninsula. And I think we should be contacted and be an interested party like some of the other stakeholders. I think the Humboldt Del Norte Building and Construction Trade should be included as not just an interested party, but we should have a seat at the table. Just letting you know that. Thank you for your time.
Oops, thank you, Jeff. We do have another hand up, and I did want to mention we will do a roll call vote on this one because we do have one of the members that is not with us in person. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for reminding me of that. All right, the next speaker is 5288.
Sorry.
Welcome. Almost.
Sorry.
It'll be just a moment. There's a queue that we have to move. Our staff member, Nikki, looks like she could work for NASA by the time she gets done with this. Hold on, Kent, we're getting there. All right, we got you. Okay, 5288. Are you there, Kent? There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much for
Yeah, I think I'm calling from Sputnik or something like that up there. Anyway, strongly support what Mr. Hunterlock said. Rex always says if you're don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. But this particular group is going to be one of the biggest players that we have as far as the union participation and everything going on in Humboldt County, especially on the Samoa Peninsula. So please, whatever Jeff needs there, see if you can get him whatever, a seat at the table or an assistant seat at the table or something there. So strongly support the union on this topic.
All right, thank you. I do not see any more hands raised on this item. So I think, Scott, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. We'll do a roll call vote on the motion to adopt the resolution approving the Infrastructure Financing Plan, or IFP, for the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. PFA Chair Virginia Bass,
Yes?
Vice Chair Tim Callison,
Yes.
Member Rex Bohn,
Yes.
Member Mike Wilson,
Yes.
Member Chris Drop.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So we will officially adjourn this meeting. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And there you go. So I'm going to try to slip the planning department item in with the public hearing that is actually coming back to us. I do understand that there may be someone in the public to speak on that item. And then if someone could reach out to Auditor Paz Dominguez, I think we'll be heading to that item next. So welcome, Director Ford. Nice to have everybody in person.
It is nice to be here.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Do I need to open the what? Yes,
No,
sir.
just a point of clarification that you're reconvening as the board.
Oh, thanks. Thank goodness we don't ever have to do this EFID one again, just saying. All right, we are now reconvening of the Board of Supervisors, and Director Ford, we're moving on to the planning, the public hearing, and I will open the public hearing and go to the staff for a report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. This is an item that is being brought forward for the board to approve the granting of funds that have been collected through code enforcement procedures and is part of a settlement agreement going back to the commercial cannabis land use ordinance. In bringing this forward, we've received comments from people who feel like the process didn't work well, and also concerned about how much is being allocated to individuals. And so what we'd like to do is go back and work with applicants, work with concerned members of the public, and make sure that we bring something back to the board that isn't having questions being asked from both sides. I apologize for the false start, but feel like it's better to work it out with people who are making the comments than have it done here in the board chambers. So we would request that it be continued to a date uncertain.
All right. Supervisor Wilson,
I'm ready to make a motion to
please do.
move this to a date uncertain.
I have a question, if I may.
Well, yeah, I think, can we get a second first and then ask a question? Okay, we got the second. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm wondering if you have a time frame in mind.
We will begin working with people who have expressed concern immediately. Would like to bring it back within a month, if we can.
All right, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. So we will open this to the public comments. Anyone from the public who wishes to come forward? You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. Thank you for being patient and waiting in there. And just
When
welcome.
I'm ready. My name is Mariah Miranda, and I am born and raised in Humboldt County. 3 years ago, my husband and I were unjustly abated for 50-year-old legacy logging. We were threatened with $20,000 in daily fines. We submitted proof of our innocence within the required 10 days, which was ignored. Therefore, the abatement was not retracted, as is protocol. We are one of the few false positives that John Ford has referenced in various meetings. We ended up completing an entire forest restoration program and have been financially and emotionally devastated by this experience. We were encouraged to apply for this grant as a way to restore the damage that has been done. We are beyond disappointed at the staff report's suggestion to withhold $925,000 of the grant's $1.1 million budget. The county is once again avoiding taking responsibility for their mistakes by putting the onus on these outside agencies for the decision of the awards. Those other agencies did not abate us, threaten us with $20,000 a day in fines, and then urge us to apply for grants only to withhold the funds. Those other agencies didn't hold meetings with us where they said, "How did this happen? This is the worst case I've ever seen." That was John Ford. In compensating us, the county would at least be acknowledging the financial crisis that they have put us in. By deciding to shirk their moral obligation to make this right, they have highlighted their lack of caring that a mistake on their part led us to have to go into a level of debt that we never imagined possible. We were forced here by the county because we either took out a huge loan to pay for the things that they said were required to do, or they seize our land. Was there a choice for us? Absolutely not. I stand before you today to tell you that the value that they placed on the last 3 years of our lives being worth just over $12,000. Let's subtract the recent $2,800 bill I received for the county's time and reduce it to 10. An entity whose mistakes have cost us $693,000, which includes my husband's lost wages with operating engineers, and the time and money continues to be ignored. We had 2 choices: ignore the county's $20,000 daily threat, which meant accruing over $4 million in fines and seizure of our land, or miss his paid season of work so he could complete the restoration plan by its due date and not lose our land. Our financial losses are real. The loan that is in default on our property is real, and the continued threat of losing our land is real. Throughout this process, I have learned many things. I have learned that an incompetent county employee has immunity, and that the county has enough grant money to pay all its struggling applicants 100%. Instead, around 10% is being distributed, with 4 applicants getting absolutely nothing.
Mariah?
So many things
Mariah,
are broken.
Hold on, no, Mariah, hold on a second. Because
I
the
know.
timer didn't go off, I'll give you 30 more seconds.
I have 1 sentence.
Okay, and if we can
It's
get this
time-
timer fixed for the next one, thanks.
So many things are broken. It's time someone starts trying to fix them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mariah. Sorry for that.
It went off, but the chimes aren't working. I've already texted, they're putting in a work order, but we're going to have to do the visual of the timer.
Perhaps I should actually bring in the thing from the other room. Okay, we'll figure it
Yeah.
out. we will, all right. Is there anyone else from the public who cares to comment on this item? All right. And then normally I would go out to the those on the phone, but I did it out of order this time. If you are interested in talking on this item, you should be in the queue now and press star 9 to raise your hand. Currently, there are a couple speakers, so 5288 would be our first speaker. And I'm going to...
Regarding that last speaker, who's your lawyer? I'm not a lawyer, but anyway. I did wish to see, according to the staff report, the settlement came due to the effort of apparently Friends of the Eel River. And instead of them, maybe they got compensated for legal costs, it doesn't say here. But instead of them wanting a bunch of money in their fund, apparently they are doing the right thing in trying to mitigate the problem. And I can be corrected by John Ford if my interpretation of the staff report is wrong. It's about time, you know, that the county started looking toward remediating what are going to be a whole bunch of abandoned grows, other uses out here caused by the ones that are continuing. I feel sorry for some of the people out there who feel they've been mistreated by planning and building over the years. It seems to be a prevalent thing. All I can say is and I'm sorry from the public for the way these things go, and I feel for you being in the position you're in. Hopefully the county will do something to make this right with you. It would be nice if the department would reach out to you and come to some settlement rather than going through litigation, which of course can cost the county frequently on these kind of things millions of dollars if your case is correct. So anyway, that's my opportunity to speak on this particular topic. And I did want to shout out again to Friends of the Eel River and trying to solve some of the problems out there. We have all kinds of problems. I wrote the opposition to Measure S because it wasn't for specific reasons, and the Measure S funds and these other things coming from remediation and things should be spent totally on these kind of projects, and none of this should be going into the general fund in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is 1703. And if you're 1703, it's your turn to speak. I saw 1703. I have the hands up now. See, no, I'm not seeing this other one. Okay, so we'll go back. All right, so actually, do you want me to do 9017? I'm not, there's only 2 hands that are up in mine, so that's. Yeah, I have 9687 and 1703. Okay, so will you put the 91 up again? It's not showing up in my queue. I only have, wait, now I have the 9 popped up. This is fun. Hold on, we'll figure out who's talking in just a moment. We're going to go with 9687 because that's what's on the screen. And if you're 9687, this is your time to speak, and you'll have.
Are you able to hear me?
I believe. Hold on, just a moment. Nick, are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Yes, please. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. This is Kelly Foto from Margaret Advisors. I just wanted to make a quick comment regarding the comments that were made with some of these applications in the staff report regarding the difference in cost. I wanted to make it clear that a lot of these estimates that were done in LSA applications were done several years ago, and the actual bidding and contracting of potential work for these grant applications was done in the last few months. And so the costs have increased pretty significantly, and we submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors to help provide some examples of how those costs and the requirements have increased. And we just wanted to remind the board that these are grants. They're not blank checks. And so these expenses will be incurred, they'll be verified, they will be well documented, and anything less would be valid cause for concern. But these are real costs. They are going up every month that these projects aren't started. And it's very important that we get these sort of jump started. These are important environmental projects. There were not any issues with the projects themselves. There were some questions regarding these projects being difference in costs, and the costs just are increasing. And so we wanted to make that really clear. You know, we are supporting these legacy farms, and they are doing the right thing the best that they can, and they need this support. And so we really ask that you do your best. If the funding is available to fund these projects, the costs will be verified and are very deserving. These are projects that are required by Fish and Wildlife, and they should happen, and it will improve the land, and that's why we're doing this and why it's needed. So we really appreciate your consideration and hope that this can get back to the agenda very soon. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And Nikki, is it 1703 next in your queue? All right. We'll wait. 1703, it's your turn, and you'll have 3 minutes. And for people, I'm going to start having my phone go 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and what I will do is I will say you have 30 seconds left when you get to 30 seconds. So, and then the timer will go off. Some sound will come off. I don't know what yet, but welcome. And if you're 1703.
I don't. Yeah.
1703, we're going to try again. You may need to press *6 to unmute.
Oh, they just hung up.
Maybe they were talking on another item or wanting to. So, all right, we appear to be out of those on the phone. I love technology. So at this point, we do have a motion and a second. And the motion and second is basically to bring this back at a time uncertain, but shooting for within the month.
I have a question, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Director Ford, through the staff report, there were, I think, 5 that were accepted and 4 that were not. When you're, as you're going to bringing this back, are you going to be considering the overall process, or what is your intent with bringing it back?
The overall intent is to revisit the decisions and recommendations on each of them, those that were recommended for allocation of grant money, those that weren't. And it may be that they can get into a place where they would qualify. And so, and one of the disappointing things about this is that more people did not qualify. One of the things that may delay this a little bit is that if we reopen it, to get as many people as possible to participate in this.
Thank you. I was going to ask that. So you'll determine at a later date whether you're going to reopen. The other question I had, just because only 5 awardees happened, that does the money then would have rolled over and gone out to process again? Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay.
There would be a round 2. And so part of the question that's already been asked is, can we bring round 2 up and do it immediately? One of the other questions is, can we just do basically a revised round 1 and see if we can't get a little better response?
Okay. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn?
The settlement money's not going anywhere. It is going to go specifically for what it was directed, so it put everybody at ease.
Any additional comments from supervisors? Nope. All right. I think we're ready to the vote then on that.
Supervisor Madrone, would you mind doing your seconder again? Will it allow you?
I don't remember actually seconding this.
Actually, I believe you seconded it so Supervisor Bushnell could speak. I think it was that you were a courtesy second. But we can go backwards. I mean, we can go back. Right. Boy, we shouldn't have taken that break. Look at us. We've fallen apart. So we have a motion. Do we have an official second?
I will go ahead and second it.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, push the button.
I second it. We're arguing about who seconded it. Just-
Okay, well, we got to get, but then we can't vote
I'm
until it
trying to
gets
get
there.
to it. All right.
Okay.
It's not showing up here.
I'm getting it up. I'm just making
We're
sure.
waiting to vote. It's
Hang on, let's see.
There we go, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
now
is it
we can
working?
vote.
Okay, good.
Nothing like trying to learn a new system.
Well, and for whatever reasons, just moving my cursor around without pressing anything, sometimes things just start going haywire. It's really weird. It's extremely sensitive to even hovering over something, it suddenly changes without clicking on it. So,
All right, so we have one.
things to learn.
One haunted computer. All right, so emotion passes, so thank you, Director Ford, and thank you for coming in and speaking. Supervisor Bohn?
And as I want everybody to know, as we muddle through this, our staff, the Board of Supervisors staff, Public Works, IT, and various contractors have been working. We've had test runs at this and everything else. It's kind of like the first week of Daytona. We're working all the bugs out, but there's been so much effort put into this, so I wanted to thank staff for this, even though we're having our glitches.
Glitches are normal. All right.
Didn't I say Access Humboldt?
We'll take the credit.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want you to get all whiny.
Okay, so with that, we will move on to department reports. The first one does come to us from the Auditor Controller. Thank you for letting us get a few other things taken care of, Auditor Controller Dominguez. So at this time, I'd like to turn this over to you. And I did want to mention on your way up here, for those, since we're not in, well, we're kind of in Zoom, but not, we're here too. Department heads today who speak, or if they have a designee to speak, they'll be able to speak during the presentation. Other employees will be speaking on public comment time. So I just wanted to try to clarify that for people. Go ahead, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Hello again.
Yeah, can you pull the mic either closer to you, or is it on? Is it?
How do I know if it's on?
I think she's, no, I didn't mute it. She's on. She's just not, she's soft-spoken. Just get a little
Really?
closer to it.
Oh. Testing. 1,
Yeah.
2. Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I have prepared my presentation in written form so that I don't deviate from it or become distracted. I also have not prepared a PowerPoint presentation, as I wasn't sure what this meeting was going to be like, and I wanted to avoid any technical glitches or weird delays, just to be on the safe side.
And I would, if you can certainly speak from there, or if you'd like to, also there's the staff table if that's more comfortable for you, whichever works for you.
Thank you. I'm too nervous to sit down.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Despite the AC office's preemptive efforts to prevent delays, and despite the best efforts of department staff to compile and prepare the work that was assigned to them in the performance of their duties, the county as a whole failed to close fiscal years 1920 and 2021 timely. This is not something anyone in this county is happy about or proud of. We can do better than this, and with this board's support and leadership, we will do better. Our external auditors, Clifton Larson Allen, have provided us the engagement letter that has been brought to your board today, which requests an extension to their existing engagement to complete the county's financial statement audit and single audit for fiscal year 1920. I recommend to your board that you approve it. It is in the best interest of the people of Humboldt County that you do. What is also in the best interests of the people of Humboldt County is that I make you aware of my findings as this county's elected auditor controller as they relate to the financial and fiscal operations of this county. Knowing and understanding these issues and events is critical to your informed decision-making and good governance. The items I will share with you today will at times be difficult to hear, much like medicine can sometimes be difficult to swallow, but it is also necessary if we want to heal. It is my sincere hope that you will consider these items and brainstorm ideas for moving our county forward. I have been asked, what does the auditor controller need to reconcile for a financial statement audit?
And I just want to remind everybody, we're on 1920 that year, so, because
Yes.
I want to just clarify.
I can narrow down the specific items to 5: assets, liabilities, fund balance, revenues, and expenditures. I will limit today's presentation to reporting findings on only 2 of those items: assets and liabilities. With regard to assets, I've identified challenges to reconcile cash, cash equivalents like gift cards and bus passes, accounts receivable, investments, capital assets, and prepaid expenditures. Of all the challenges the AC team faced with reconciling assets in general, I have selected the following specific examples as they are the most significant. When we reviewed DHHS, we learned that petty cash is not regularly reconciled. When we inquired and requested receipts for the petty cash boxes, we were informed of an instance where cash had been accidentally destroyed by an employee. We learned of stolen cash and theft of other items that was reported to the police, but not reported to the auditor controller for recordation in the general ledger. Cash equivalents, gift cards, were given to employees as travel advances and not reported to the auditor controller. We learned that reconciliation of outside bank accounts were not performed or submitted to the auditor controller, and advance payments that were made to vendors were not reconciled. When we reviewed the Sheriff Department, we learned that cash had been deposited of sources unknown. We learned that the county had made payments for a donated vehicle, and that a previously disposed vehicle resurfaced for sale. When we reviewed the CAO department, we learned that outside investment accounts were not reconciled or recorded in the general ledger, and that bank statements of those outside bank accounts were not submitted to the auditor controller timely or at all. Though I will note they are now beginning to send them in a little bit more regularly. And through one of the divisions of the CAO department, we learned that there had been an unauthorized loan write-off. With regard to the Planning and Building Department, we learned that sources of cash deposited were not reported to the auditor controller, so we were not able to provide it to our external auditors when they requested it of us. Cash counts were not reported to the auditor controller, but I will note that this county did not have a policy until recently to make that a requirement. We also learned that there was a write-off of a home loan that was not authorized. I do want to note here that the Planning and Building Director has been communicative with our office since learning of this, and they have been responsive and willing to coordinate and collaborate with our office to fix these issues. With regard to liabilities, which include accounts payable, salaries payable, loans payable, and interfund loans, I am reporting the following. For the following departments, Sheriff, CAO, Public Defender, and DHHS, there were several instances of invoices not submitted timely or reported to the auditor controller, many of which were 2 to 3 years old. We learned of unauthorized expenditures, non-contractual payments, and unapproved timesheets of employees. I will note here that the Sheriff Department has, since we've taken payroll back, been responsive to us and has made great efforts to get approved timesheets and come up with more innovative ways to offer that option to employees who are out on the field. We reviewed CAO and DHHS, and we saw that interfund loans and activity was not recorded accurately. There were incomplete transfers and double reporting of revenues and expenditures. Something else that I am asked is, what does the auditor controller need to consider and report during a financial statement audit. One of those items are any threats to internal controls of which the auditor controller is aware. I reported to our external auditors that within the CAO department, we learned that accounting tasks and the responsibility over administration of millions worth of public funds were assigned to brand new and untrained employees. We learned that that office had annually provided $60,000 worth of discounts of cost plan charges to the sheriff department, resulting in an increased burden to the other departments. They misapplied the cost burden of shared utilities to departments, and when I brought it up, I was threatened and told that they would reduce my general fund contribution if they had to correct the charges to my office.
Do you want questions along the way, or do you rather wait till the end?
Till the end, please.
We'll wait till the end. Just write it down.
They directed an external contractor to make unauthorized changes to the chart of accounts. They directed IT to grant unauthorized access to our financial software to outside vendors. They directed IT to grant unapproved access to our financial software for CAO employees. There was an instance of inappropriate use that resulted in the unauthorized posting of $100,000 worth of expenditures and prevented the issuance of those payments until it was discovered. When the State Controller's Office came to the county to audit our cost plan, they made inquiries of the PARS account, and they confirmed that an actuarial report was needed to justify the PARS charges applied to departments. The CAO's office confirmed to the State Controller's Office that there was an actuarial report. The State Controller's Office requested a copy of that report. There was no actuarial report, and the CAO's office purchased the software and forged one and submitted it to the State Controller's Office.
Excuse me, you're I am hearing threats in here, so do you have proof that there was forged? Because
Yes.
that would be helpful for us to have. And
Yes.
so if you can please get that to us.
Yes.
That would be good. And any verbal threats or written that you have that also, because the words that are coming up are just like, it would be good so we could track and follow. So thank you.
That report was submitted to the State Controller's Office without Auditor Controller knowing about it. Subsequently, the PARS charges were disallowed. They directed IT to implement an untested and unapproved financial software update despite my objections, and it broke the system modules within our financial software, which resulted in massive breakdowns in payroll, which you might remember last year, November 19th. It also broke cash receipts, accounts payable, and journal entries. Lastly, they approved and encouraged that our office release all of the budget blocks during a declared state of emergency, though subsequently blamed the Auditor Controller's Office for releasing those budget blocks. Besides the threats to internal controls, I need to report the opportunities for fraud that exist. Some of you are already aware that some might be new to you. These are edited and manipulated records, unreconciled cash, unrecorded cash, the submission of unsubstantiated expenditure claims, and the interference by a county supervisor. Specifically, it was reported to me, and I reported it to our external auditor as well, that Supervisor Bohn pressured departments to perform tasks for him or his friends that he requested rushed payments of invoices, rushed payments that didn't have contracts, special deliveries of payments, rushed processing of property tax transactions, and rushed processing of permit applications. In the HR and the Auditor Controller Department, payroll information is currently not adequately secured or tracked because it is maintained in various off-site locations. Through the transition, we have yet to take full account of all of those records. I've reported that for DHHS and CAO, there were several instances of invoices having manipulated information, such as dates and amounts. And through the 1920 audit, we learned that for DHHS, the submission of unsubstantiated expenditure reimbursement claims to the state are resulting in lawsuits against the county by state agencies. Currently, the county is being sued by the Department of Healthcare Services for $1.5 million for submitting unallowed expenditures for reimbursements in fiscal years 11-12 and 12-13. This is all information that comes out during a financial audit.
Did you say 11, 12, like, what, I'm sorry, can you state the 10 years ago?
The state agency is currently auditing reports submitted to them from fiscal year 11-12 and 12-13.
Okay, thank you.
For our audit of 1920, this information has to be reported to our external auditors. One of the audit steps is called the assessment of going concern. What is the likelihood that the organization can continue operations in a year? Part of that includes knowing whether there are any outstanding lawsuits that could potentially bankrupt the county. That is why that letter is provided to them that identifies this. The last thing I had to report to our auditors is time. Why is the information coming so late? Why couldn't specifically the Auditor Controller's Office do the task? There are several reasons why other departments couldn't do it, but I will leave it to them to explain. I will report on the Auditor Controller Department. We have received conflicting priorities. I have come to these board meetings via Zoom for 2020 and 2021, and I have heard the feedback of the board. First, it was important to you that special districts invoices be processed. Then it was important to you that the cost plan charges be posted. Then you decided the roads report was the most important above all others. Then it's the department's invoices that need attention. And currently I'm being pushed and pressured regarding journal entries. There's been a lot of approval of items by the board that haven't been planned or supported, like employee policies to continue adding leave balances or creating new pay codes or incentives, but there is rarely ever any confirmation that the system we have can do that, can do what is being passed. Grant programs. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands for CARES, I think, that we had to issue payments for by a certain deadline, but no additional resources were provided to us to do it. And vendor contracts. There were also the forced implementation of projects in 2019, in 2020, and in 2021. We were told that we had to upgrade Finance Enterprise in 2019. That was the first attempt, and it was not successful. In 2020, when the pandemic started, we were told we had to upgrade Finance Enterprise or else, because the vendor was no longer going to support it. Then I was pulled from my duties to participate in demos to outsource payroll. And despite my objections, the county chose to outsource to ADP. We've now spent $500,000 on the implementation of ADP that was not successful. The good news is that it's not all bad. There is an important item that I want to highlight. I want to give special recognition to our aviation department, and specifically our aviation director, Cody Rogetz. I have not provided this to him. He does not know. Mr. Rogetz is one of the newer department heads, and he inherited a department that was in its infancy as a standalone department. When the Federal Aviation Administration performed an audit of the airport, they issued a finding that the airport was charging significantly below market rate for hangar rent. Those discounts were so significant, and I would consider them to have been generous gifts of public funds for several years. The FAA was very clear that it did not intend to carry the burden of those steep discounts by awarding more federal funds, and informed Mr. Rogetz that he was to raise those rental charges or accept that the airport would no longer receive federal funding. Mr. Rogetz reached out to the AC office and asked for guidance on responding to the audit report, and we were happy to assist. He and his fiscal staff met with us to explore options for accurate reporting of these transactions within the county's general ledger, and committed to establishing new methodologies to record not just the rental charges, but also the passenger facility charges. Those passenger facility charges are a critical component of the 1920 single audit, and his team has worked with our external auditors in good faith on that portion of the single audit. He has performed his due diligence and has taken steps to bring our county into compliance with the FAA in this regard, and we appreciate that through the partnership with his office, the single audit will be completed and will include their diligent work on the passenger facility charges. The evidence that generated the findings I shared with you has been gathered throughout my tenure as the Auditor Controller. It is a compilation of verbal and written testimonies of whistleblowers made to the AC, email communications, and audit observations. For several of these items, I notified the two senior members of your board, Mr. Bohn, who is showing me the middle finger.
He holds his glasses that way, but.
And received limited, discouraging, or no response. For the three newer members of the board, I sincerely appreciate how this is something you've inherited, and appreciate how you've made great efforts to discuss these with me to better understand. I also appreciate how you've pushed me and questioned me, as it has only helped me improve and solidify my convictions. The benefits of correcting these issues include increased transparency of revenues and expenditures. Our community deserves to know where money comes from and where it goes. Your board will enjoy complete and accurate information about the county's financial standing and the opportunities available for growth. Taxpayers will enjoy improved services resulting from the centralization of financial services and the universal application of consistent accounting practices. County employees will enjoy a workplace free from undue influence and pressure to perform, and the quality of their work will improve. By facing these difficult issues in this way, in the public's view, we are now accountable to each other to improve. I may have lost some friends today, but I am a firm believer in service above self, and trust that we will all benefit from our improvements in the long run. I am grateful to all county employees, vendors, districts, taxpayers, and residents for their time, patience, and understanding. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do think we have several questions, and I know we have other staff. I had Supervisor Bohn, who gestured first, but Supervisor Bushnell pushed the right button, but we'll go to Bohn, Bushnell.
I will refer to Bushnell,
Okay, then we'll go to Bushnell to Bohn.
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to know if you can, as far as the implication of threats and so forth, if you intend to submit some kind of documentation to us of that?
Yes. You are one of the newer ones. Some of these items were delivered to board members before you were a board member.
Okay.
I will identify those and send them to you.
Okay. Think to all of us, or?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
resend.
that would be good. Thank you. And then as far as the rest of it, the forged reports and all the implications that you made, I would like documentation of that if you have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions? Perhaps some, I guess my question would be, these things that you brought forward, why do we have an outside auditor for all these years and none of this was ever brought forward in the past?
I'm so sorry. Can you
I
say that
said,
one more time?
I'm just curious why we've had an outside auditor, we've had multiple audits from the outside. Why have none of these items risen to the top from the past? I'm just a little bit curious about that, because to me, it seems like that would be a place, they report to us the things we need to do. So I'm curious, why would we want to actually give them a bigger contract if they're not looking hard enough for stuff, you know? I'm just kind of curious. So I appreciate that.
So that's a lot of expectation to place on an external auditor to know everything that is going on within a county organization. When a CPA is performing an external audit, it does include several steps, one of which is inquiry, interviews. They ask staff, are you aware of any fraud? Are you aware of any errors? Are you aware of any risk? Are you aware of any threats? And staff would communicate that to the external auditors. When I came as the assistant auditor controller, I did communicate several of my findings to the external auditors, and I asked them to put them on the audit report. One of them was the incomplete transfers. They were already aware of that. The other is the cash reconciliations. That is a finding that was issued in the year prior to me being the auditor controller, as there was, I believe it was $800,000 that went unaccounted for several months, and it wasn't found until the audit, which is also another way to prove that cash reconciliations weren't being performed. The function of an internal accountant and an internal bookkeeper within a company would be to prepare all of the information, and then they're the ones being audited. In this county, I don't have control, even though it is in my title, because the accounting function is decentralized. Departments have their own fiscal staff, they have their own financial staff. A lot of departments have their own softwares, and they don't track transactions through the general ledger. There's CAMS, there's people using QuickBooks, there's Acela, there's Down Home, there's Excel. We don't have access to those softwares. So when I see things that are happening in other departments, I work with the departments, I communicate with them that it's happening, I ask them what their plans are to change it, I ask them if they need help, and if I get no response or if I get no indication that the item is going to be addressed, I brought it up to your board. In this case, it's difficult because we're talking about things that happened in 1920, and we're in 21-22 now, but because 1920 is still under audit, they still have to review all of the activity and transactions that have happened since 1920, which is why I'm also including items that have happened since. When our external auditors come and present their audit report, I encourage you to ask them so that they can corroborate that I did communicate these things with them in 1718 and 1819 and in 1920. And they will also corroborate that I asked them to put it on the audit report, specifically because the responses I was getting were, nobody's ever told us there's a problem. We don't have to fix it. We've never gotten in trouble for it. Our external auditors agreed that this needed to change, and that's why you start seeing an increase in audit findings beginning in 1718.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just a moment, Supervisor Bohn. And just a reminder, this item is actually a really simple engagement letter to, expand the contract. So do want to bring that forward, that we may not, we can move on to other items sooner rather than later. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
I'm just trying to grasp everything since I was singled out, and you said I didn't engage you, and I believe I have not engaged you, I think, for the last 18 or 20 months since you brought charges against me that had a $23,000 investigation with no findings. So I get a little nervous when things are fabricated about me. So all I'm going to ask you, as a duly elected official to another duly elected official, please take all your findings of my theft, my using my influence, taking advantage of, and I ask you to take them to the district attorney, which will recuse herself because we're all in this together, and she will pass it on to the attorney general. And I welcome that with open arms, since you just blasted my name all over with no basis whatsoever, except just like when you brought the charges against me last time, you used 2 part-time employees. You weren't even there and put words in their mouth, and I will leave it at that. But I implore you to take all these accusations to the highest power you can do to get this investigated.
All right, that sounds, any other supervisors have any questions before we go to public comment? No? Yes, CAO Hayes, but what? Oh, did you have another question too, Supervisor Bushnell? Okay, I'm not looking here. I look at all of you. I'm more people-based. Yeah, just that way I can see it. So Alicia, do you mind going to Supervisor Bushnell first?
I have 2 things I want to ask. First, so the 1920 audit, there was an audit done previous, correct?
Yes, every year.
So some of the things you referenced to that they had already, I'm assuming, completed through that audit, so that's different for me because I'm just trying to understand all this. And then the second thing is I want to call on our CAO to speak about some of the things that you brought up so that I can understand them, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you'd like to have us, well, at some point you'll want to have a seat because we're going to have staff or others that may want to come up as well, especially public comment, so.
Should
Yes.
I disinfect this?
Yeah, stay there for now, but once we go and others start coming up, I would just,
Virginia, because she could probably sit if she wants, right?
yeah, she can.
Yeah, on either
Should
side.
I disinfect this? No problem.
Yes, Alicia, or CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Man, I have a lot to say right now, so I'm trying to wrap my head around exactly where I want to go. There were a lot of
Supervisor Wilson, I'm sorry, we're going to break in to
Hold
give
on
you
a
a
second.
chance to catch your breath.
From this perspective, like, we don't have a written report to respond to. So typically, when we get a findings and a report, we get a report that comes 72 hours in advance that everyone can review and then respond to. So I want to caution how we do this and ask that if this is an audit with findings, that we act responsibly in our response to that, because there's a lot of things in there. And so I just want to be clear, we have nothing to respond to other than a verbal testimony in this moment. And I want to just, what we have in front of us is an item to discuss, which is the extension of a contract, which I am in favor of. I think we should do this extension of this contract. I think the auditor controller needs this done. And if that's what we're responding to, I really think that we should confine our discussion to what's on the agenda as the Brown Act requires. That's all.
I just will say, I appreciate that. And what I would suggest, based on some of what you just said, is that if the auditor controller would like to bring an item back in the future that totally delineates everything, because normally we would ask for audits being done. So this was a self-authorized audit, which is fine, I guess. But if we could have that so we can see it ahead of time, because it's unfortunate that it came out as the verbal, it came out under a verbal comment to us today. It feels like one of those moments where a gotcha moment, trying to like surprise people. And as you can tell, it didn't fall real well as far as we can't really talk about it. So I would just say, if you want to have the further conversation on that, there's another agenda item in the future.
And
that
I
we
would
can bring forward.
ask our council to comment on what we can actually discuss relative to what's on the agenda item, because that's the part I'm having a little bit of an issue with.
Through the chair, obviously there was a lot of testimony today, and I think at this point it really does make sense to have that in some kind of written form so that there could be a response item by item. Proceeding in this manner, I mean, I don't even know if everything got written down to even comment on. And the item today is approval in a report. So if this is going to turn into a larger dialogue, it is expanding beyond what was the report. And some of it will probably expand beyond the 1920 audit as well.
And I would say that it's not fair to the public, because the public views what we have in our report. When I mean that is like what we have in the agenda item as well as us. And so I'm just gonna say, there's not anything in there that lays out that there is a report of findings relative to this. There is some comment that it's, it's actually like 2 sentences in here. This is not a report. I just think that it's not within the confines of what we're supposed to be doing in terms of public participation and public comment. That's just my concern. That's it. I am in favor of the item moving forward, and I'm willing to vote on that, but that's where I'm at.
I have a question of the CAO. Now, is this the same firm that quit 6 months ago or were stopped doing it because they couldn't get any response from the AC's office, and now they're coming back on to do it?
Clifton Larson Allen has been our external auditor for nearly a decade. They were a different firm prior to that, and then merged into Clifton Larson Allen. And yes, they disengaged with us September of last year due to non-responsiveness in providing them with a working trial balance, which was the necessary information that they needed to begin their audit. That was provided shortly thereafter, and they did begin to process that work, even though they had disengaged with us. However, the Auditor Controller's Office continued to post a significant amount of transactions through September to December of fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $126 million, not an insignificant amount of money to move around the organization. They have, at this point in time, received all of the documentation and are in proceeding forward in a productive manner and feel good about completing the audit by the March 31st deadline. So that is what this recommendation before you today. It adjusts the budget by $12,000 for that work that they did in dissecting that first working trial balance and allows them to continue proceeding through their work to complete the audit for the county. But if I could, just please, my office was just wrung through the mud like no other, as was DHHS and the sheriff. So I feel compelled to speak somewhat to that, and I agree with you, Supervisor Wilson, that this is not the time to address everything that has been brought up. I'll also say not one thing mentioned here was new to me. We have talked about this. We've been talking about these things for years. Every staff member who's sitting in this office or in this audience today has tried to communicate with the Auditor Controller's Office to rectify all of these challenges. I have never once heard staff say that they were not interested in improving processes. What I continue to hear time and time and time again from our agency and from our partner agencies and from external vendors is a lack of communication. And when we can't come to a table, when we have to come before your board to discuss these critical functions of our agency, we fall into disarray and dysfunction. And that is where you find us today. The problem is critical tasks are not being completed, and there is no accountability on behalf of the auditor controllers to take responsibility for those functions. I, as a department head, when I fail you and I don't meet deadlines, I don't throw my staff under the bus. I don't throw other departments under the bus. I take accountability for my role in not ensuring that those tasks were completed. She has mandates that are not being met. She has not met her mandates for years. This includes interest apportionment, cash reconciliations, completing the external audits, and the list goes on and on. These are vital functions that your board and my office need to effectively manage a $500 million organization, and that work is not being done, and staff are being inhibited. Also, if I could just, one last thing, sorry. I want to just define the word fraud, because it continues to come up, and there is a difference between fraud and a mistake, and staff make mistakes without a doubt. I make mistakes every single day. My staff make mistakes every single day. Departments make mistakes every single day. Fraud is the wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. That is fraud. This word continues to be thrown out in an accusatory fashion towards your staff, and it's tearing their morale down. And they are unhappy being here and working here, knowing that this is a constant accusation placed before them. We have had report after report after report completed to determine if there was in fact fraud taking place, and we have not found one single instance.
All right, thank you. I had Supervisor, either one of you guys go first. I'm not sure which, okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Paz-Dominguez, I have a question. We've been asking as a board for, well, I've been here 1 year and 2 months, and this situation of lack of communication or lack of everything has been coming forward since I've been elected. And I'm wondering why today, with this agenda item, that you chose to bring all that stuff forward and not email our board if you had those concerns, or bring those items forward prior to today. I would have, especially as being a brand new supervisor, you and I had a very nice conversation yesterday. You said nothing of the things you just told me, except for one. And I've been asking you, because I don't want to judge or prejudge, and I want to know what the heck I'm talking about when I say it. So today, this surprise report to me, I would have appreciated some heads up prior to, if all of this has been happening, as you say, for a long time. So can you just let me know why you chose right now today to do this?
Yeah, you just have to turn it on.
Maybe up on the, yeah.
Up on the deck.
Thank you for the question. I'm grateful that I got the opportunity to say this. I was prepared for whatever response was going to come. As you've heard, none of this is new to those that have been here. A lot of this communication I've already shared with several of the board members. And the reason I brought it out is because, similar to what she's describing about employee morale, that's happening in the Auditor Controller's office as well. And we don't share the perception that it is our office who is failing. We come to work every day. We do the work that is assigned to us. We think it's the responsibility of all county departments to do their part, because if we're the centralized office that's responsible for everything, we need to have the tools and resources to do these tasks. We would expect the departments to be the first ones to say, oh, I asked her to delay the posting or to delay the closing because I brought these items at the last minute. No department has done that. They have allowed the Auditor Controller staff to carry the burden of all of the, I don't even like the word failures, but all of the missed transactions, all of the mistakes. And the thing is, I am an Auditor Controller. I am the subject matter expert when it comes to this. We use the word fraud, and I use it in a way that says opportunity for fraud. You have to be critical thinkers. That does not mean that I am accusing somebody of fraud. I'm saying opportunities exist. Let's close those opportunities. I would have loved to prepare this in a PowerPoint, like I do. I love PowerPoints, but I didn't know until yesterday what was happening. Are department heads coming in person? Are we doing the Zoom? Can I have a PowerPoint? And I also couldn't wait until the last minute to prepare a PowerPoint. A lot of this is already known. I am prepared. Anyone can say that they disagree, that's fine. We have the documentation, and I will provide it to you. I understand that people are going to be very upset with me. Nothing changes, because I don't know if I can say this, but damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm either taking the hits for things that aren't happening, or I'm taking the hits for telling you why things are not happening.
I just want to say this, you were talking about putting an item with findings on the agenda for about a month and a half now. So I would have suspected that's why I was thinking it would have been in written form. Supervisor Bushnell?
So thank you for that. And I think from our conversation yesterday, you said you had a PowerPoint ready to be presented and chose this, which would be more personal. So anyways, I just wanted to, unless I misunderstood, but also you say that you depend on department heads to work with you and to get that information or take responsibility. And what you just displayed is a lot of information that you've had for a long time. Likewise, respectfully, as a supervisor, I would have appreciated the heads up, Karen, long ago, and not waited until today to throw all this on me. And I don't know how my fellow supervisors feel, but it's imperative that I know as a brand-new supervisor, you've had the information for a long time. I want that cooperation from you equally.
I understand and I appreciate that. And I do regret that I've let so much time pass and have been quiet. I do regret that.
Supervisor Bohn?
And just so we're aware, when you're a duly elected official, I was a duly elected 3-time supervisor, that does not make me an expert matter on being a supervisor. In fact, I hear daily I'm not. An election doesn't make you an expert. Your qualities and how you present and do your job makes you an expert.
My education and experience make me the expert.
So do we need a motion, or are we going to go to public
Well,
comment?
we have some staff members here, but we could get a motion to at least get on the floor what we're actually talking about. I know the unfortunate thing is this item is now kind of morphed into not what it was, intended to be, a fairly simple item, because it was used as a forum instead to share information, which is fine. Timing was kind of not so good. And then we can certainly have, I would have the staff come up and speak after if you want to do a motion now for this one item.
So I guess if I could get clarification from our council that the item that we're voting on, or would be a motion, would be to accept the contract or extend the contract?
Yes, through the chair, the staff recommendation would include the presentation which you've already received, the supplemental budget, and the contract extension.
So with that statement, though, I don't want to accept that presentation without having proof of the items that Ms. Paz Dominguez related to, which I said to you and asked for.
I do wonder, though, why this board has accepted numerous staff reports with accusations and misinformation about our office without providing us the opportunity to correct the record.
So respectfully, when we've gotten those presentations, I have asked you and given you that opportunity to defend your department. And when they've come forward at board meetings, and today, if we accept the presentation that you just gave without any backing, I don't feel that it's fair to the departments that you accused or to the department heads. So my motion will not be to accept your presentation until you can back that up. But I will, however, make the motion to extend the contract for Clifton Larson and move forward so that the audit can be done.
Wait, we got a hand up over there from the attorney.
Yes, through the chair, just to clarify, I think it would be staff recommendation minus item 1.
So I will make a motion that we do staff recommendation -1.
Is there a second? And we still have.
I just have a clarifying question for council. And I appreciate I understand where Supervisor Bushnell is coming from. The not accepting the report, from my perspective, the report's a written document. It's like, I don't know if what we just got was a report necessarily. Can we define that for the purposes of this motion?
Through the chair, item 1 was accept a presentation. Now, whether or not that was a report or not, whether or not findings are verbally reported, those are all sort of separate questions. But if I understand what the board is looking for is the other items to actually complete the audit and move that forward.
I see.
So is there a second of some sort?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. I do understand. From my perspective, I'm happy to, not happy to, but I would accept that as a report, good enough. But if we can move forward with what we've got, that's fine. I'm okay with it.
My motion does not include accepting that report until the findings come back. So if you second that, then it would. If you're going to second, my motion is to accept the extension of the contract and to move forward with the audit, right?
Yeah, well, you can't undo the report, is I think what he's saying, because it's already been
No,
out
I
in the public,
understand
so.
that, but I'm not accepting the
Not agreeing,
report
yeah.
until I can get something substantiated from that report.
That's fine, and I may make a second motion to accept the report. That's fine. I just want to make sure we get the fundamentals of the business of this body to move forward. So thank you.
Okay, and well, I was going to ask another question, but I think I'll go. Welcome. We do have some department heads or representatives of department heads.
Yes, good morning. I think it's still morning. My name is Regina Fuller. I'm the Deputy Director of Sheriff's Administration.
Yeah.
And Sheriff Hansel had a pre-planned engagement that he was not able to change, so he asked me to be his designee at this meeting today. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I agree with you that there should be a written report. I would ask, though, that we take it a step further. Today was the first that I have heard of any of the accusations against the Sheriff's Office. I'm not going to address those because I feel that, as the Auditor Controller explained earlier, with an outside audit, usually the auditor will come in and we'll have a discovery, we'll interview, we'll ask questions, and we did not get that respect at all. So the items that she brought forward today, there may be additional information that our office has that we could provide to her to clear those, or she may be correct. And if there is an error, we will own that error and we will evaluate the process and we will come forward with an action plan and how we will fix it moving forward. So I would ask that we, before a report is even given, that we're given that respect and opportunity to work through those things. I also just want to share that I feel that what CAO Hayes shared with you today is 100% how me and my staff are feeling. There is no communication, there's no collaboration. We have repeatedly offered to want to meet, to try to collaborate, communicate, improve processes, become more efficient. I can't think of times where, honestly, my leadership has been 3.5 years. I started at about the same time that our Auditor Controller did. And I inherited a department, and we are finding errors, and we are constantly trying to fix those errors. And that's all I want to do. I want to work with an Auditor Controller that's willing to communicate and collaborate with me so that we can move this county forward to be more efficient. So I just wanted to share that, and I just ask as well for the courtesy to have a chance to respond to those outside of a formal report in case we have additional information to clear them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Regina. Do we have others, department heads that wish to speak? Yeah, if you're a department head and you wish to speak, line up over here, and if you're speaking on behalf of a department head who cannot be here, and then other than that, we'll go to public comment. John, you are a department head.
Thank you. John Ford with Planning and Building. Thank you for this opportunity. As Ms. Paz Dominguez said, we do work very hard to work with Auditor Controller's Office. I want to clarify one thing that the Auditor Controller did correctly identify, is that we improperly reconveyed a loan, and that was a mistake. It was not related to anybody in the department, nobody's friend. It was no benefit. It was a stupid mistake. $19,600. Keeping in context, the loan portfolio is $22 million. That represents a 0.0001 error rate. I'll leave that at that. I did hear something new today that we've not heard before, is that there's problems with our cash, the sources of the cash. We've not heard that before. Today was the first time. We have receipts for all the cash that comes in, all the cash that we deposit. Everything is tracked. And so I too am willing to sit down, open the books, open the receipts, open everything we've got to demonstrate that there has been a clear flow and accountability of that cash. I don't understand what the situation is, the concern is that's expressed there. I'm going to leave it to that because those are the only two things brought up about planning and building today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ford. Connie, Director Beck.
Good morning. Let's see, where do I start? I think I'd like to ask if Rich Gonzalez is on the Zoom, if he could let us know if any of the 9 findings that were reported today are actually material findings that would actually end up in a report.
Do we know what his last word?
I'm just curious to that.
Okay, well.
And then I'd just like to say that a couple of the things that were noted in the presentation today, actually happened so long ago that one of them I even had forgotten about because we had found a solution when it happened, and that was around the incident report and the petty cash that was stolen, and law enforcement was called. There was an incident report done, and the incident report wasn't immediately given to the auditor, and we discussed that back 3 years ago or so, and found a solution to report when those kind of things happen. The other thing about the lawsuit and behavioral health, I'm just going to touch on a couple of things because I want staff to be able to hear what was reported today and respond to that in writing. But I did want to note the behavioral health issue. It is not a lawsuit. We are one of many counties that are going through the closeout process for behavioral health. I know that I have reported to you in the past of that lawsuit, and we have been working with county council around that. I should say, it is not a lawsuit. It is a closeout process that happens with the state. I have my finance person from behavioral health going to write up and document about that. And I also think that Emmy Botzler-Rogers is on the Zoom, if she would like to note that. Those are the two things that I thought were maybe, I don't even know that those would be material findings. I think that this presentation is a presentation that has no place in our board meeting. I believe that this is part of political gain, and there's no place for it in this meeting. I have serious concerns about our community and our community members that DHHS serves and the ability to provide services to them. So those are my concerns today. Might be off topic, but I think that a lot of this presentation today was off topic too. So thank you very much.
Can I, am I allowed to ask Connie a
Yeah,
question?
she's in here as a director, yes. This is still part, we haven't gone to public comments.
Okay, thank you. For me, because it was new, I wanted to ask you about the petty cash theft and the, as you recall, and maybe Ms. Paz Dominguez, what you worked out. Did you work that out with the auditor controller? Was it through someone else? Has it been addressed with the auditor controller in the past? That's my question to you.
Yes, we had a conversation. We also had a conversation with county council. We have a process which we, when things happen, where I'm identified, it's called an incident report, where all of the information is submitted as an incident report and filed with risk management. That's the process. In this instance, we didn't report to the auditor controller at the time that it happened. So that, and we discussed that happening, and the circumstance was mitigated.
So you discussed with Ms. Paz Dominguez that instance that she brought up today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I know, Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew, you were scooted over to that side of the room, so thanks.
Thank you, Chair Bass, fellow supervisors and staff. It's good to see you in this in the chambers again. I did not plan to speak today because the Treasurer's Tax Collector's Office was not mentioned during the findings from the Auditor Controller, but I do have some questions, and I do have one other comment. As Director Beck already mentioned, I think it's very critical to know whether or not the auditor's findings today are part of the 1920 audit. I believe a lot of that information is old, and maybe they would be brought forward as findings during the 1920 audit, but I don't think it really addresses why it is so delayed. The other reason I wanted to step up here today, actually there's a couple more. I feel like the Auditor Controller's report kind of blindsided everyone today, and then as Supervisor Wilson mentioned, it really was not on the agenda item per se, but it was her perspective on where she stands within her department. I understand Karen is under a lot of pressure, and I appreciate that, and I wish it weren't the case. In fact, I always wanted Karen to succeed. But it has become very frustrating because there's things that are taking place now coming from her that I find very hard to even understand why. And that is her poisoning the public perception of county operations and staff, I find is really below the elected official's position. In her letter to the Lost Coast, and then it was on North Coast Journal, her letter said there's confirmed fraud. And why would you say that to the public to disparage the organization for which you work? The last thing I'm going to mention is that on February 1, after the Auditor Controller gave her PowerPoint, I asked her about interest apportionment. And she said, oh, well, I thought it was done months ago. And then she changed that and said, well, let me confirm, and I will get back to you. The next day, I sent an email just asking for that confirmation. If I have my notes here, I did not have her respond from her. Actually, no response on February 2nd. On February 15th, I sent another follow-up email, and Karen did reply. Sorry, we've been knee-deep in the 1920 audit and payroll, and I haven't had the opportunity to circle back to this yet. I'll check in with the AC accountants and get back to you. She did not get back to me. I sent another follow-up on February 24th. Same thing. I just wanted to know if there's any news on the first quarter being closed from her accountants in the office, and no response. So I kind of feel like I'm in good company with the state controller. If you don't get a response, how are we supposed to act on the duties and responsibilities of our departments if we are not getting a response from you or your office? And I did copy the CTY auditor email along with you, Karen, and no response from anybody in your office, and I know they follow your direction, but it's very disheartening when I'm trying to get my job done. There's been millions of dollars of interest that have accrued over the last couple of years in the treasury pool, but we cannot apportion that interest. And I'm not getting answers. So I'll leave it at that. Again, I wish you success, Karen, but the way you're going about it just boggles my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. We do have DA Fleming coming up, and we do have Director Mattson in the queue also. Now that I figured out how to bring up Zoom.
I wanted to echo what John just said.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? What John just said, we all want the Auditor Controller to succeed. We've all worked extensively to see that she succeeds. Probably about a year ago, Sheriff Hansel, Public Works Director Tom Mattson, and I approached her. She agreed we could be some sort of committee of support for her. When there were issues with journal entries, we each contributed a person to her office to go and to work there. I freed up staff to try to help her. This is critical. And I also agree that this is not the appropriate place for this. We have tried, and it's important that communication remain open. It's important we work together, and we are all prepared to do that. But the way this is taking place is not helping our county. It's not helping us move forward. And frankly, it hurts everyone's morale. More importantly, people have to be paid. They have to be paid on time, and their benefits have to be appropriate. And when we reach out as department heads and say we have employees who's complaining, we expect a response. Recently, we had employees who went directly to the Auditor Controller's office because we weren't getting any word back. That's not fair to the staff. So we really need to find a solution. I really encourage you to support this agenda item because we need to close the fiscal year. Too much is counting on that closure. We have too many grants. We have too much at stake. So this has to move forward, and it has to move forward as soon as it can. And I continue, and my staff continues to be ready to do anything and all we can do to help the Auditor Controller and to help her office get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Fleming. Director Mattson.
Good noon, Chair Bass, members of the board. The Department of Public Works really supports you moving forward with approving this item. We really need to get this audit done. And on behalf of my other department heads, I believe I'm the senior department head at this point with the county. All of these people are dedicated to the people, to their jobs. If we make mistakes, that's because we're trying. If you don't try, you won't make a mistake. If we get called on our mistakes, we fix them. I just want to say that, all the people that you have as appointed department heads are quality people trying to do the best thing they can to help the Humboldt County community. And I hope you can help us by supporting this item and getting this audit closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Are there any other department heads or someone speaking on behalf of a department head? Okay, I'm not seeing it. I would like to go to public comment. We have a line here, but I am going to go to the phone first. So the current process under this, our new structure here is, hold on a second. We do have the queue and Nikki, sorry, I gotta find Granicus. All right, so we do have several speakers. If you are wanting to speak, press star 9 now. Once we hear from the public, we will go to, public on the phone, we will go to public in the audience and will not go back to the phone, so press star 9 now if you want to talk. We've been having a problem with the timer, my understanding is, so I've got my phone and I'll do the best. I will let people know when you have 30 seconds left. That's going to be your chime, and then there'll be some alarm that goes off at 3 minutes. So our first speaker on the phone, looks like we have 0116. I think that's you, Ash. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the auditor report, or whatever it was I just heard. That sounded more like a whistleblower or something, I don't know. All the reports of potential fraud and whatnot, but what caught my ear was just all the various things coming forward from the Department of Health and Human Services. And to me, this just sounds kind of sketchy, being that they're also the ones that have been giving the reasons to keep us in this state of emergency for COVID for the past years, which is pretty much kind of feeding itself. Seems, if they're, writing potentially fraudulent loan requests, losing or having cash destroyed or stolen, stuff like that. It's kind of just like a self-perpetuating issue. I don't know, or it could be, but it would definitely be good to see more, like many people said, more concrete documentation of everything that has, transpired from all the accusations we heard. But myself would really be interested to see anything involving, the CARES Act funding and how that might have been mismanaged, misappropriated, or anything to that line to perpetuate this ongoing COVID fraud that we're still, I think people are mentioning that, we've got to close out this year. We just got to do this, just push it forward to close out this year because we have all these grants we've got to get. So do we really have to get these grants if it's, just got to seal the deal on this last year to get all this money? But what are the consequences? What are you signing up for us for next year, or the next fake pandemic that the global elites try to push down our throats? And that's about all I have to say on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ash.
Supervisor
Chair.
I'm hungry.
I'll answer to that.
Caller 5288 dropped down, but he was actually the first before.
Okay.
the last one. I just wanted to let you know the order.
Okay, so 5288 is the one you're saying we should go to next. Yes, and I do believe we'll get there in just a moment. As soon as it comes up on the screen, 5288, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I also strongly support you spending the $12,000. It's a $100,000 budget. And I would actually recommend that you get a hold of Rich Gonzalez. His last four digits, in case you're looking for them, Virginia, are 7800 on the screen. Had a very wonderful conversation with him yesterday. He seemed to say that the liaison that's working from the Auditor Controller's office with him is working very well. They're working on a daily basis. The main thing holding him up here, and of course, people who want to know the timeline, the audit would begin on February 7th. Field work done by February 18th, and be completed then, hopefully, if everything's into him, by March 31st. And the main thing he's outstanding is the cash reconciliations. And you can verify that with him, but had a wonderful conversation. I took my time to do so. I suppose all of you reached out to him prior to this meeting. I didn't ask him if he'd go ahead and for $25,000 expedite this and have it done March 15th, but that's something you should ask. So I'm staying on point here. I guess I think the report you got was the reason why they would probably be charging more money because of the complications that she brought forward during the report. So that was totally on point as far as I could tell. I did wish to make mention, communication, seems to be a problem here. I call the Auditor Controller's office, and I get the phone answered very quickly, and every single time by the Auditor Controller staff. They do a wonderful job. They're polite. Want to do a shout out to them on that. On the other hand, you wonder why people don't want to participate and why there must be some angst for communication. When you have someone who goes down there, bangs on the door, demands to see the Auditor Controller, and then when told she's not available, proceeds to throw the F-bomb at the staff, and then also blocks them down below when they're trying to leave. When you have Sean Quincy doing this, that is why people may not want to communicate, may feel intimidated, and you folks need to clean your house up a little bit, and then you'll know why communication doesn't happen. Now, I've been off point, so now I'm going to go back on. Still strongly recommend that you folks do this, and all of us look forward to the documentation. I'm guessing it'll all be there. I'm guessing there'll be a lot of people defending themselves, and hopefully things will work out. All I was after with my communication with your outside auditor is what do we need to fix this problem? How can we get that done as quick as possible? So if whatever, and I think it's MGO who's actually doing the cash thing on this, not the Auditor Controller. So have you communicated with MGO to see what their timeline as far as getting the cash reconciliations into your outside auditor? Those are my questions, and I hopefully you will address those in the near future if you wish to have this done. We all wish to have it done, and that's where I'm coming from on this one. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker, if I'm correct, Nikki, is 0581. Okay, 0581. It's your turn, and you'll have 3 minutes. And we would like to remind speakers that, you can make all sorts of accusations on us that are those of us who are elected, but we prefer not having things thrown out about our staff that could be perceived as hostile, at the very least. All right, so 0581, are you there? Press *6. They're not saying anything? Nope, they totally went away.
No, I see them, but they're not unmuting.
All right, 0581, if you try to unmute, press *6, and we're going to move on to the next one, but we'll come back. How's that, Nikki? Okay. So 9976, if you're 9976, you should hear prompts.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you, welcome.
Hi, this is Emmy Boxler-Rogers, Behavioral Health Director. I just wanted to briefly comment related to Director Beck's comments. The reference to the DHCS litigation against county behavioral health is absolutely false. We're in a very typical cost report process with them. They had some audit findings from fiscal year 10, 11, 11, 12. We've submitted documentation and are in an appeal process with them. This is not unusual for counties to engage in this manner with DHCS. So I just wanted to clarify that point for your board.
All right, thank you for that. And we will again go to 2720. Is that, Nikki, what it looks like to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the last caller with their hand up, and then we can try 0581 again.
Okay, so 2720, if that's you, it's your opportunity. There's a time delay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, here we are again discussing the auditor. How many times are we going to have meetings discussing this? I know she's an elected official, but this gets old. It's like she runs a re-election campaign every time she's up there to speak. I have all this fraud, but yet, where is the fraud that she continues to not show? To me, it just reminds me of a politician we've already seen that said all this stuff and never once showed anything. So, Paz, either show us the fraud or shut up and do your damn job. We are tired of you not doing your job and wasting county time and resources. You're costing the county tons of money. Enough's enough. You're a narcissist. It shows. You're never wrong, but everybody else is. I'm sorry, but it seems like that you're in the wrong this time and have been for so long. Also, to the caller that always calls first, either you need to run as an elected official or shut up. You sound like you run the county, but you don't. You're not very smart when it comes to this thing. So that's the people that the auditor is going after to say that they're fraud and they're not because they believe anything because they think that the county is some evil thing. And also, Paz, stop with your bullcrap and brag. That's unprofessional. It gets old. Just stop. You have a job to do, do it. Like I said, either show the fraud or don't. We are sick and tired of this passion play you keep putting on. Thank you.
We would actually like people, if possible, to say their name when they call in, so didn't get that one.
Again, reminding people, no personal attacks. This is terrible.
Yes, I do believe that people saw personal attacks happen in somewhat they felt it perceived during the presentation, so I can understand someone from the public. We take it, it's ours. So, all right, we're going to go, we have a couple more, I think, in the queue. 0581. We're going to try this one again. And you're 0581. And if you're standing to speak, you can go ahead and sit down. We'll let you get back in line. I know who is first. And second, Jim. Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to the next one. We've got 7559. Our technology is not being as kind as it was this morning. If you're 7559, unmute yourself so you can speak. Welcome. And if you can, let us know who you are.
Hi, it's Connie Stewart from Cal Poly Humboldt. And I just want to say that, I guess I was shocked at so many things back more than 10 years ago, some of which I know have been addressed, and many of the other things that were said today, and just to back what Director Beck and Emmy said, as a person who was a former senior field rep, I know oftentimes counties have that closure issue, and then they respond, and then money doesn't often flow back to the state. Sometimes it does, but most of the time it doesn't after the response. So I was shocked by the list, and I really just wanted to call and say, we took over Workforce Development Board, Title I, WIOA, from SMART, because SMART has so many issues, and I thought, it's okay. Cal Poly Humboldt, we have a little bit more capacity to do some of this, and now we're in a cash hold, and so probably we will back up. We're still going to provide services, but I wanted to remind folks this isn't about staff to staff. This is about our ability to help people buy buy equipment for their first job, or get into college in the Redwoods for a training program. Truck driving is coming up, and we will front all of that money so we can have more truck drivers in the community. But, you know, as we have to do all sorts of things around this because we don't have the single audit. And so systems are not running smoothly, and it's very frustrating. More importantly, it's jeopardizing our relationship with the state ongoing. And there's more than $1 billion out in the state of California for workforce funding that we would be eligible for if our systems are moving successfully. And so I just wanted to put a larger context, because if a couple of $1,000s got misappropriated, that's one thing. It's really criminal if we can't go get $1 billion to help people in our community get out of poverty. So I want to throw that. And I also just want to say that staff.
You got 30 seconds left, Connie. Just go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
I just support you. That's all I wanted to say. I support you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Connie. Hopefully next time the buzzer will be working. All right. 4937, if you're 4937.
Chair Bass,
Yes.
I had 1204.
Okay, it just popped off, so I thought they dropped. Okay, so 1204. I love technology. If you're 1204, there you go. Welcome.
Yeah, Jeff Hunterlock with the operating engineers. I want to reiterate exactly what Connie said in so many ways. You know, we do support the staff. And look, without the staff, the work doesn't get done. I want to also throw out there that, you know, wow, we got a mess. This is a mess. I'm glad I have 30 seconds or 3 minutes to comment on it. But what I want to say, it doesn't matter, folks, if you're an elected official, you're an appointed person, we have a job to do. We can't be experts at it, but after a time, you're going to be an expert. So when you make a mistake, you don't do your work, then own up to it. Be that bigger person. And you know, for all the accusations thrown out today about certain, take it to where you need to take it to get it in front of somebody if they're true. In other words, just don't bring it. I'm not going to do personal attacks against Karen. Look, I just know that without the work getting done, people aren't going to get paid. And I'm talking about the grants and the business of what Connie Stewart does in the community through Cal Poly. We already lost SMART. I mean, look, we have to pay the bill, and we have to have this audit moved over. So I'm just thankful through the chair that, you know, these discussions come up, even though there wasn't a report, there was a lot thrown out. Look, let's get this
I think we lost you, Jeff.
move forward. Let's get it taken care of, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. 4937, is that correct, Nikki? Okay. All right. If you're 4937, we believe we're calling you next. 4937, if you're there, press.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Daniel, and I'm calling from McKinleyville. I think it's critical that we have an auditor controller that you know, finds problems in the system and looks for ways to improve them. But it feels like we're losing millions chasing down pennies here because the basic functions of the office aren't getting done. And it's having an enormous, you know, it's incredibly disruptive, as we can see at this meeting and many prior meetings, and dysfunctional. And it's also costing the county and hurting the citizens of our county that we can't apply for grants. We don't have a single audit. And it really felt like the letter to the news, and then the presentation today, it just seemed wildly unprofessional. And they really, it was hard not to interpret them as a distraction and a response to the letter from the state about our 1.5 year late financial transaction report. And I think we're late on a second one now. And so it is very hard. You know, our auditor controller sounds very righteous about the work she's doing. And I think it is important to find any problems that are happening in the county's financial system, but that has to be, that can't be the only thing that's happening over there is looking for problems. We need to be getting the reports done and the audit done. And, you know, the letter from the state said very clearly, you know, last June, it said you can submit the reports with the data you have now and, you know, include a list of the issues that still need to get resolved and amend it later. And that wasn't done. And it just feels like we're looking at a big shiny distraction with all these accusations without any written report about them, instead of the underlying challenge being that the fundamental work of the office is not getting completed and the buck just keeps getting passed to, it's everyone else's fault. But it's very hard for me at least to look at this and not feel like it is in fact a problem with the auditor controller. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to our final speaker on the phone, which is 0061. Are you there, 0061?
They just lowered their hand.
So do they need to press?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Hi, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Amanda Cherry, and I am an employee of the Auditor Controller's Office. And just listening to this on my lunch break here, taking an opportunity to speak and, you know, bringing forth a reminder to everyone that's attending this board meeting and those who didn't take the time out of their lunch to attend it and listen and really put in their comments about the support for all the county staff, which includes the staff who have been working diligently in the Office of the Auditor Controller, both on site and remotely, and, you know, taking the time to make sure that they are asking the questions when we've seen that there's opportunities that have been missed in the past. And not just, we like to mention 18-19 in the board for fiscal years and forward, but we're missing, you know, the years prior when we're coming to an issue where a process could have been updated and it wasn't for decades. And so we're bringing, you know, these processes forward to go, well, okay, the auditor controller is, you know, saying these are opportunities that could have been addressed sooner for prior years, and then after 1920 as well, that there's items that are subsequent to the audit that the external auditors are going to be paying attention to. But so it's an ongoing conversation to update those processes, and hearing, you know, Director from Public Works saying, yes, we're willing to do that. We're willing to step forward and improve. You know, we love hearing that. But there are realities that Karen is bringing to light here. And the claim for DHS, that County Council can speak on that as being an identified potential for a liability to the county. And I don't think that's something that really can be a question further than that. As well as the financial transactions reports. Okay, yes, the state said you can submit to us with unaudited information, but does the county want to put forth that work product or want to put forth the most accurate report as possible? The state uses the FTRs for many different points of allocation and analysis, so why don't we put our best foot forward and give them what we can when we can? And really having that opportunity to work with the SEO. They said they're still working on their findings, and so there's so many opportunities here. We appreciate the county and just want it to be remembered that the staff in the AC's office are doing the best we can here. When you say the Auditor Controller's office is behind, everything is, you know, stopping at the buck for the AC's office, you're also talking about the rest of us employees who we are answering the phones, we are answering emails, and we're working directly with the external auditors, the state, to do everything we can to support the county as well. And thank you so much again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Amanda. So I think we'll now be in the public. I do know we had a few people in line already, so if you want to speak from the public, I'd say stand in the queue at the side of the room. And there was the gentleman with the hat. Yeah. In the back row, I think you were in the back row. You with the hat. No. There's a couple hats. I was trying to figure out. Okay, because I didn't know you waited a long time. Would you like to go first? Okay, so the process here is you'll get 3 minutes. Since our timer's not necessarily working, I'll tell you when you have 30 seconds left. Okay, and you can also see it behind me on this.
I can.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Oh, okay.
You
It says
can.
30. It says 0 seconds.
Yeah, sorry. No.
No problem.
We'll start you
My
over.
name is David Paris. I'm just here to speak today. I just wanted to talk about the fact that we got a $500 million budget you guys are talking about. It's obviously a large thing. There's a lot of respect gone to Karen, and obviously it's a very difficult situation that you guys have before you. I would like to just say here that politics has gone involved with everything here, all of this. You guys have every single person that has come up here, every head, they've been stressed. They shouldn't be stressed, they're employees. All this, you guys should all talk in your own meeting. We shouldn't hear any of this. You should never have any accusations against each other at all, unless it's Mr. Hansel standing here saying, this is what Mr. Rex Bones has done. It is it's a terrible thing to say against another person in this county that they've done something wrong and not put some evidence forward. And I just wanted to say that there are 3 truths to every story. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Come forward. Yes, welcome, Scott. Sorry, and staff get the 3 minutes, so.
No, that's fine.
We know, yeah,
That's
so-
fine. I'm off the clock. My
It is
my badge is
lunchtime.
off. Hello, my name is Scott Adair. I'm speaking today as a citizen and a resident of Humboldt County. Ms. Dominguez's comments alluded to programs and initiatives which are administered by the Humboldt County's Economic Development Division. This is an office of the County Administrative Office and an agency which happens to fall under my purview as the county's Director of Economic Development. As such, in light of the good work being performed by economic development staff, at their defense and in their advocacy, I feel compelled to make a statement today. First and foremost, our agency will fully comply with any investigation or inquiry into our practices. The loan write-off to which Ms. Dominguez referred to earlier, which is actually a collaboration between our agency, the county, and REDEC, which is the Redwood Region Economic Development Commission, is a Headwaters loan. Her understanding of the write-off process for that program in which the county is a participant of that loan, not the loan administrator, is uninformed. And the position that she relayed today is unfortunately inaccurate. I feel blindsided and betrayed. Why would your Auditor Controller's Office take the time today to issue, write, and deliver a surprise report, but not process $1.89 million in cannabis equity payments to the cannabis community, which our office communicated to the Auditor Controller back in November, and in several other communications since, were due to post yesterday? And it seems we have a cannabis crisis. Your Auditor Controller has identified that there are improvements which need to be made to the processes and errors which need to be corrected. Asking for help doing that is what staff has been trying to do. I feel confident that my staff could provide dozens of paper documented examples which we could make available to the public or any inquirent of outreach and communication efforts and attempts to the Auditor Controller's Office for guidance, for direction, for help, for training, for assistance, most of which went unanswered or unresponded to. I would defy the Auditor Controller to supply the same amount of documentation in that regard that we could supply, because I am confident that she would be unable to. Any communication or request from the Auditor Controller's Office is responded to, vetted, and answered by our team. There's a recurring theme here. Not that agencies don't believe that we are immune from making mistakes, or that departments cannot make errors, or that there's not an opportunity to improve, but rather that collaboration and cooperation is not happening. Perhaps the auditor controller is not accepting her own responsibility and accountability.
Sorry, time's up. There's this red thing over my head, so. Yeah, this is not optimal not having the.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I was trying to wave my arms. Welcome, Jim. Keep an eye on what's behind me because I can't see it. But I will also start this.
Will do, will do. My name's Jim Hussey. I'm a senior accountant auditor with a 14-year history here at the county. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. I wasn't planning on speaking on this particular item, but the way things have gone, I feel compelled to say a few things, build on what my colleague Amanda Cherry mentioned earlier. These were items that were communicated to our outside auditors, so it was within the focus of this report. People want to say that, you know, this was like something outside the box, but this is information that we relayed to our outside auditors. So now speaking as a member of the public, I'm frankly shocked at the amount of people who have come up here and said they feel like they were being railroaded, and they were feeling like their staff were feeling down in the dumps, were feeling the morale was down in their department. The reason I'm shocked is I called in during the last board item that our office was a part of. You might remember it. It was an item about payroll, and we went on for felt like an hour and a half of unending comment from staff around the county, many of which had nothing to do with payroll. The only one that I could tell who even tried to stop it was Supervisor Bass.
Tried.
And so I ask you now, how do you think that makes the department that I work in feel? You talk about the morale of your departments from this, half-hour speech. You guys were railing on my department for an hour and a half, and there were things that had nothing to do with payroll, and nobody's tried to stop them. We are human beings. We are tired of being the focus of these attacks. This is what happens when toxicity in government gets out of control. We need to bring the conversation back. We need to stop bringing in our staff. We need to be able to come to work every day and not feel like we are the enemy in somebody's story. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jim. And if anyone else is interested from the public to speak, please do get to the side so I know you want to talk. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come today as a taxpayer who has serious concerns about what is occurring in our auditor's office. I also come as an ex-employee. I'm retired from the county with internal knowledge of some of what has happened and how it takes place. As a taxpayer, as I said, I'm outraged to see a public figure be so irresponsible and divisive as the auditor is being. Her job is essential to the fiscal stability of our community. When we've now experienced endless obfuscation, scapegoating, and constant deflection from her, and no reason and explanation why she's unable to do her basic duties as an auditor. Again, like I said, I've never seen anything like it in my personal professional career, someone who has provided endless excuses and taken no responsibility. Any one of us would have been fired, and I would have been in a job if I'd ever behaved as I see this person behaving. I would like to say that I agree with Connie Stewart. This auditor is costing the county more money than she's saving. She's looking for the twigs in the forest and missing the trees. It's got to stop, and she's got to be held to be responsible. She is misleading the public about county staff. I worked for the county for 13 years. I have found the county staff to be most upstanding and totally concerned about caring for the funds that they distribute in our county and ensuring they fulfill the terms of the programs and the means for which they are to be spent. I think it's misleading to the public. They need to know that when we receive funds from the state and the feds, we are monitored annually. That's what my job basically ended up being as a program manager, was going through state audits and you know, they come in and look at, are you performing your program correctly? Are you spending your money correctly? It's not just her office that is auditing us. The state is auditing all funds they distribute to our county. And so there are numerous checks and balances that are in place. I never once in my experience saw anyone do anything willfully to be, you know, illegal or any malfeasance, and I think it's irresponsible to actually suggest that is the case. The common denominator here is the auditor. Every single person you heard from is saying that. That is an issue that needs addressed. This debacle has to end. It's harming our county. It's harming our county's reputation. I think she needs to step aside and let someone come in who can do the job.
All right, thank you. Let me turn my timer off before it goes. So we're going back to the board on this. We do have one simple item, and the unfortunate thing is I think what happened with the presentation that we had received, it really opened up a lot of feelings, frustration, reason for people to want to talk. But if we can just go back, and we have a motion on the table to basically extend the contract for the company, whatever it's called, Clifton Larson. Okay, well, that's behind me. It's like, my kids always thought I had eyes in the back of my head, but, all right, so now we are going, are we at the vote process, or do we want to? Well, it should be just accept the, whatever's up there, accept the LLP regarding, and the motion I said was to not, I know you made a motion to not accept the report, or at least not agree with the report.
Could I ask something?
Sure.
So because of Ms. Paz Dominguez, the report that she did bring, would there be could we have an item that would come back to address, and for you to be able to bring, you know, whatever you substantiated items? Because I don't want to not recognize your report, however, but I don't want, it's a lot of accusations, and so I would want the opportunity to come back. And how would we do that if we so choose?
Yes.
You could amend your motion, Supervisor Bushnell, to request that the auditor return with her findings in written form.
Okay, so I will then do that. I will amend my motion to include an opportunity for, or to request that Ms. Paz Dominguez return with, in written form, her oral report.
The seconder is good with that. I mean, this can, I'm good with that. You know, this, as I mentioned, I was hoping that we would really just stay really in line with this.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's okay.
Kind of.
So I will, yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I'm happy to accept the report as is and move it along. But for me, right now, it's semantics. It's really, if I really just want to get the budget approved, right, and moving forward so that we can get the job done that needs to get done. If in the motion you're asking for completion of item 1 at a later date pending a written report, I'm fine with that.
I would like to ask Ms. Paz Dominguez, as you said you had all of that prepared, are you prepared to come back next week with that?
Sure. Is it something I have to put on the agenda, or can I just come next week?
Can I refer to the CAO? How would you like that to be agendized?
I would recommend that it be a departmental item.
So, Ms. Paz Dominguez, that would be you, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would just say, is next week a payroll week? I know that is a time crunch for the auditor's office. I would like to, see it as soon as possible.
I do appreciate that consideration. I'm not opposed to publishing the documentation on our county website, or to send it to you via email, or to do a special on a different day.
If you would like to push it out to the week after, I think that if you're going to publish it, that you should give it to the supervisors first.
Okay, yeah, it would be ideal if it's not during
That's
a
fine.
payroll week.
Wait, I think we're talking about bringing something back, not just an email to us, correct? Because all this was, it's like dirty laundry has been aired today, and we need people who want the
Yes,
opportunity.
I would like, because it's payroll next week, as you brought up, the opportunity would be the following meeting.
I would submit that time uncertain is fine with me. I mean, when the report comes out, when it's complete.
Okay.
It's complete. She's got it.
I think there's been a lot of accusations, Supervisor Wilson, and I would like to get it taken care of sooner than later, just to move on with it.
And I wanted to say, I think the auditor's staff does a wonderful job. They it's a hard job. They're getting calls from people. I think they can, yes, they're short-staffed, but I also think there's opportunities for leadership that it could be stronger as far as empowering staff, because they do an awesome job. Your staff is great. This is not their fault. It's just a series of circumstances, and I want to give them support as well. I mean, Supervisor Wilson.
And just before we close this out, I just want to respond to one thing that Scott Adair, even though he said as a citizen, when he refers to the auditor controller as your auditor controller, it's Karen Paz Dominguez is our, as a county, auditor controller, not the supervisor's auditor controller. And as such, oftentimes we get communicated to from the public as if we're personally responsible for whatever people's expectations are, good or bad or whatever they are, with the auditor controller. And I want to remind folks, it's a separately elected office. If you have communications and concerns, both positive and negative, I encourage you to express those directly with the auditor controller as an independently elected person, because we are not responsible directly for in that regard. I want to just be really clear about that, and I think it's important that the public understand that. And which leads me to a little bit of my disappointment has been expressed with relationship to how a lot of this, what we're talking about, this diaspora that we're talking about, these concerns happening in this chamber in this way, and we're seeing communications happening from departments through this chamber to the auditor controller, from the auditor controller through this chamber to departments. This is not the healthiest way that we should be having these communications, but likewise with the public as well. So I just want to encourage the public, if you have concerns and you want to direct them, and they're about auditor controller issues, please feel free to email, call the auditor controller about those concerns, and see if you can, and I'm sure you'll get responses to those things. Thanks.
I'll go to Supervisor Bohn, but I know that there's several, well, anyway, they're a little behind.
Very, very rarely do I get correspondence, phone calls, and emails saying, Rex, can you fix this? My correspondence over and above are what we heard today. I have been trying to get a hold of the auditor's controller's office for a month, 3 weeks. My W-2 wrong, my paychecks are wrong, I got shorted a paycheck. It's not from a lack of effort. And then we just heard department heads say the same thing. So if our department heads aren't getting the respect of a return phone call, Do you think Joe Smith down the street's going to get a phone call back? So what I'm saying is, I agree 100% with what you're saying. Please, your phone call should go to staff or the auditor controller. I was great to hear that they're Johnny on the spot for some people today in public comment, but it has been an issue. Hasn't been an issue with me. She responds to me very quickly for the few times I have, but most of my correspondence, and I'll start printing them out, say, I have tried over and over again with dates and everything else. I've got 2 on my thing this morning. So I think to say that they're calling us first with an auditor controller office, most of the people in Humboldt County are smart enough to go to the source first.
All right. Actually, and different supervisors might have different experiences.
Well, no, and I want to clarify, there's a difference between when we're getting staff issues related to payroll, and I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to general public outside the internal issues.
I'm talking
All right.
vendors.
Are we ready to vote? I think we, on this simple item.
So, thank you. I just wanted to, it's cut off up there, so I just want to Ms. Dominguez to know it's the 15th. Is that, Karen, is that okay with you, the 15th?
I'm so sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. So it's cut off. So the amendment was to return on the 15th. It would be a departmental item for you.
The 15th is just the Tuesday after next?
Correct.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're voting now. The vote item is up. Mm-hmm. There's a vote coming. It's just, well, then we have to do okay, good. There we go. Motion passes. That was interesting. All right. Yeah, we were going to take a lunch break. I was thinking, is there anything we could squeeze in for 10 minutes? But everyone, I think, needs a break. CAO Hayes.
Just a reminder, you have a time set for 1:30.
Yes, and 1:30 is general public comment on non-agenda items.
So we're coming back at what time, 1:30?
Yeah. Back. Well, okay, Chatty Cathy's her chatty CAO and County Council. Okay, so we are here to do public comment, which is time set for 1:30. At this moment, there are no hands up, and there is now. Okay, good. So if you're listening on Zoom or audio, please press *9 so that we know that you want to speak, and then we'll go to members of the public. Maybe. There's not a whole lot out there yet. So, all right. And again, can we try the timer to see if it actually does make the sound?
I can only do it in 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes is the
Okay. All right. So whoever the first speaker is, you should hear a sound when you have 30 seconds left. If not, I will let you know you have 30 seconds left. We've been having technical difficulties this morning on that. So I have one in the queue. It's 5288. Okay, and you're bringing in more. So 5288. Oh, almost ready. Let me know when you're ready, Nick. Okay.
Ken Sawatsky, I believe I've been unmuted. Is that correct?
Yep. There you are.
So, I found, I know all kinds of people have different ways of flipping people off. They pick their nose with their middle finger. They pick their ear with their middle finger. I've been asked only to make comments regarding supervisors, which I'm not going to stick with. I just can't do that. But when a supervisor is perceived to be flipping somebody off who is an elected coming from the dais, that person should be sanctioned and admonished. That's not appropriate to give that perception even, and I think maybe the rest of you will endeavor not to adjust your glasses with your middle finger out. So that's a comment at this time. I would also like to make comment on Rex Bohn saying, this was proved, he's not guilty, this. You know how many guilty people are out there these days running around and you just can't prove it? Well, a matter of time. Most people eventually, karma catches up with them. and they are proved of something, whether it's pushing cocaine or money laundering or tax evasion or whatever it may be. I did bring up a serious concern, and I brought this to multiple supervisors, Virginia, and I made mention of it earlier in the thing regarding an incident that happened here in Humboldt County. When you have somebody who does what I refer to as this incident, I'm happy to discuss this with you further, and I'm asking you folks to do an investigation personally as to why something of this is done. Incident reports go out. They go to Mrs. Dar, I think, is the person who's no longer working for the county for some reason here, and it gets buried. When you have somebody who's causing a terrible situation within the workforce and causing all kinds of problems, it's your obligation to investigate those. And since I brought this to your attention before, Virginia, mentioning Sean Quincy there, and you're not responding, so I'm bringing this into the public forum. If you wish to talk on this a little bit later, that's fine to do. But I'm not going to cease to bring forward staff that's involved in things that's detrimental to the public's health, safety, and welfare, and to the morale of the county. That's something that everybody has the right to do, and we will exercise that, I hope. Public comment, I appreciate being changed to time certain at 1:30. Because of that, I cut my time down on comments probably to half of what they normally would be, trying to move the meeting along. Appreciate the opportunity to have public comments. And it's like today, I jumped in there right away, didn't I? And I don't know if my placeholder hadn't happened, you'd have no more. But you do have time lags out there. And so on something like this, highly recommend you find out what your time lag is, whether it's 20 seconds or whatever, and allow that
you
amount
have
of time.
good job. I'll give you 30 seconds because the timer did not go off again. We need to have the warning button. Okay.
Virginia, I appreciate the 30 seconds, but I really don't need it. I think I've had my say on this topic for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I go to the next speaker, I'm pulling up a separate. Maybe Tracy can track that down. I would think we'd hear him. All right. Okay, could be. All right, well, like I said, there's a lot of bugs to work out of this process, and today's the first day. So our next speaker, I believe, Nikki, would that be 0116 on items not on the agenda? Okay, 0116, and welcome. All right, press star 6 to unmute, Ash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, this is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition on FC.com, speaking on non-agenda items. As COVID mandates vanished before our eyes, I'm sure many of you are eager to put this whole thing behind us. The science has not significantly changed in the last weeks, but the political climate has. While masks and the vaccine passports are being dropped around the planet, the blind adherence to these pointless edicts remain in ever-present danger for whenever the political climate leans back in the direction of tyranny. The main thing I hope all of you can take away from this is that the COVID pandemic did not occur naturally. It came out of a lab in Wuhan and was planned years in advance, along with the vaccine charade that has made Big Pharma rich. This was a statistical and psychological pandemic of obedience. Doing so to secure routine money from the state and federal sources is a dangerous practice, favoring political and corporate agendas and not the people at a local level. Just as the pandemic did not start naturally, it will not end naturally. There will still be a push for a global digital health ID system that will make it possible to punish individuals for disobedience to the same system that you've all been promoting. Going along to get along is dangerous. Allowing these slow progressions that diminish individual liberties is a careless practice that will leave future generations slave to the corporate oligarchies that run this world. Do not take me at my own word. Do your own research, and you will likely come to similar conclusions. Now, like the American life insurance companies have reported, European life insurance companies are also reporting an expected 40% increase in death following the rollout of these shots being called vaccines. The fact that our county seat still requires its employees to be not only vaccinated, but currently boosted to maintain employment is disgusting. All of you are partially to blame by not asking more questions and keeping better track on exactly how our Department of Health and Human Services has been conducting itself. Changes need to be made and mistakes need to be acknowledged. This will not just disappear. Please do your own research on this heartbreaking situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is, okay. Because it didn't make it on the other one. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker momentarily. That's my phone. Well, at least we know you can hear mine. Okay. Oh, boy. All right, so 1041, it is your turn to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes. And just press star 6.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Awesome. My name is Donnie Creekmore with Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I was calling about some non-agenda items that I'd like to address. The first would be the obvious changes in the political climate that Ash had just spoken on before me. It's really fascinating to me to hear, the state making the choice that unvaccinated and vaccinated people can now go unmasked indoors everywhere. Fascinating. This group of people that, collectively comprise the most at-risk population to COVID-19, they can go unmasked now. Fascinating. But for whatever reason, we have to wait 11 days to unmask our kids in the schools. I wonder if there's some kind of science that backs that weird, arbitrary decision. Probably not. I know that there isn't. It's actually just more evidence to show that this has all just been a big political charade from the beginning. And also further kind of castrate the Board of Supervisors, and as they have consistently throughout this entire pandemic, sit on their hands and act as if somehow they don't have the power to supervise their own county on this one specific situation. Meanwhile, are hands-on in literally every other situation comes across their desk. It's clear, it's just cowardice. I understand that there's a lot of pressure on the Board of Supervisors to not be seen as siding with the anti-vaccine alt-right crazies that Lost Coast Outpost, North Coast Journal, Redheaded Black Belt have done so great at, mischaracterizing anyone who basically stands up for their basic rights as. You guys can't side with them, even though probably in the back of your mind, that we're all doing the right thing. I mean, over 100 Humboldt patriots gathered on the lawn of the courthouse just 2 Sundays ago, and now we have the mask mandates lifted for schools. Wow, fascinating coincidence. And so it's real interesting to me. I think that it's really, really sad that, you have Rex, put a mask over your kid's face, Bohn over there, that's super proud of the Department of Health and Human Services complete failure during COVID. And you have, Steve, vaccine mandate, Madrone running for supervisor position again, thinking that everybody's just going to forget that he's, one of the proudest pushers of vaccine mandates for county positions, even though the vaccine has shown in the last Omicron surge to be absolutely useless. Didn't prevent the spread of anything. All it could potentially do is give you a little bit of waning immunity that you're going to have to boost every single year. Instead, you could just get the virus to live on. And I know, like Rex Bohn likes to point out when I say that there's 59.
All right, sorry about that. That was 3 minutes. We are struggling with our timer, so I do apologize, but that was 3 minutes, Donnie. Sorry about that. We are hoping to get this fixed soon. 1204. Sure. Sorry.
I think something and
wait, hold on, just hold on, just
no time to
hold on just a second.
Comment right now. Comment on stuff.
Okay, while we let Jeff speak, and then we have one speaker that's called in for this I know you wanted to speak, Supervisor
No,
Bohn. I'm not sure. That's all right, Jeff, you got 3 minutes. I'll tell you when you have 30.
Am I unmuted?
Oh, yeah.
I am unmuted?
Yep.
Okay. So you won't need the timer on me. Look, I just think it's a little out of order when the public's trying to speak and you got board supervisors want to comment on what people are saying. And that's what public comment is for the public to comment. I want to comment in a good, positive manner on all you supervisors. I want to commend you for finally going to a hybrid meeting, trying to keep it all on time, the best that you can. I think you're doing a great job, every single one of you. I want you to know that. I'm not going to make, I'm a vaccinated citizen, and that's my choice, and I'm proud of it. So if I have to take the vaccine from the previous caller's suggestions that we're going to have to do it, it's just hogwash. Listen, the operating engineers have lost over 20 members to COVID-19, okay? So it's real, vaccinated or unvaccinated, doesn't really matter. I'm not here to push it or not push it, but I think we're over the hump, and I'm grateful for that. And again, I think your hybrid meeting's working out. I'm actually pretty impressed through the chair, Bass, that you did a great job today. So now Rex can comment. Thanks. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Well, we do have one more in the queue, and we are not generally supposed to comment, but people were using your name in specific, Supervisor Bohn. So when we come back, I'll go to you, just so I can get through the rest of the public comment. 2122, press *6 if you have not already.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Uriah Driscoll. One thing I've noticed throughout my observation, or not just your guys' meetings, but City of Arcata and others, is kind of I know you guys have a lot to do and review, but I think there's been kind of an over-reliance on staff input. And I think that, when you run for these positions, that it's to hear from the constituents. And I feel like that could be improved a little bit more. And I want to bring up the Bay Trail South project. I found out, actually, to my surprise, just yesterday, that there was no economic impact study done for that. And as you all know, that well, not just myself, who put forward and have an active proposal in with the Rail Authority, and nearly had our contract. It was very well drafted. There's one little tiny thing left. But that is something that would bring significant revenue, jobs, and in a very environmentally friendly, family-friendly opportunity. But also, and I'm not speaking for the Timber Heritage, but the economic impact to what they have been trying to do for decades with their volunteering and their speeder, they're working towards a scenic excursion, et cetera, et cetera. They got a trolley. And this Bay Trail South plan, which has always been meant to be and promoted, funded as a rail with trail project, now suddenly has become a project that would severely compromise any rail bikes, trolley, scenic train, excursions that could happen. And I don't know how that happened, where that happened. I've been tracking this pretty close, and I don't see any official decision made to change that from a rail with trail to a trail on rail project. But the economic impacts and benefits, including environmental, coastal access, all that stuff, it's just been completely ignored. And I know it's meant to go to the Coastal Commission here maybe next month. I'm not sure. But I think there needs to be
Uriah, you have 30 seconds left, just to let you know.
Okay, well, I just need a few more, so thank you. But, yeah, I think that's just a gross oversight, you know, that is really going to be a problem because we have a significant and incredibly unique opportunity to do something with the existing rail, and the county public works staff is working very hard to prevent that from happening without real
Beep,
explanation.
beep,
Thank
beep.
you.
Is that better, Rex? Okay, instead of saying you have 30 seconds left, apparently I'm going to beep. Whatever works. All right, we are going back to the board for those who are in the public who would like to comment, who are in the chambers. Is there anyone who's sitting in the chambers with us that would like to comment on something that is not on the agenda? Yeah, all right. Well, here we go. Did you want to say something? I mean, I just wish people weren't using names.
No, think it, don't say it.
Good. All right, so our next item, yeah, here it is. We've skipped around a bit. We do have our, this is the TOT item. Okay, yay. Coming to us from the County Administrative Office regarding a potential change to property or transient occupancy tax. So CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. With you today is Deputy County Administrative Officer Sean Quincy and Economic Development Director Scott Adair, who have been working for many, many months to bring this before your board and have lots of information to share with you.
Thank you, CAO Hayes. Chair Bass, members of the board. In June of last year, your board received a report regarding a number of update and reform issues that have been identified by staff and/or stakeholders that could warrant placing proposals on the ballot for voters to decide. At that meeting, your board directed staff to engage with a firm to conduct public opinion research on the county's transient occupancy tax, abandoned vehicle abatement program, and reform regarding the county's cannabis excise tax. Your board in September approved the AVA renewal, and staff and your board continue to explore the future of the cannabis excise tax. In November, the firm FM3 conducted a survey of approximately 600 likely voters, almost evenly split into fifths between the 5 supervisorial districts. The focus of the survey was to determine community priorities, including whether there is an interest in updating and reforming the issues mentioned earlier. Results of the survey indicate that a ballot measure that updates the TOT tax or hotel taxes potentially viable, with more than 50% indicating support. Based on the results of the polling, staff recommends that your board consider placing an update of the TOT tax to a new rate of 12% and including RV parks and certain campgrounds. By way of comparison, Humboldt's TOT tax is lower than many other highly traveled jurisdictions, including Fresno, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento. Moreover, given the impact of COVID-19, many rural communities around the state are considering changes to TOT, including Siskiyou County, which passed a TOT increase in November 2020 from 8 to 12%, and Mendocino County, which expanded its TOT in 2020 to include campgrounds and RV parks. Whether or not your board chooses to place this TOT ordinance amendment measure before voters in June, some of the polling results are worth noting. Homelessness continues to be considered an urgent concern, with 90% of respondents sharing that it is either an extremely serious or very serious problem. Both the lack of affordable housing and cost of housing is considered either an important or extremely or very serious problem, with over 70% of respondents noting that way. Meanwhile, concern about crime has decreased slightly from past surveys, from 70 to 64%. And at the same time, we are seeing increased concern over the threat caused by climate change, with 62% considering it either an extremely or very serious concern. Citizens are not too concerned with the amount of money they pay in local taxes, but nearly half of them are concerned about waste and inefficiency in government. Top essential service priorities include maintaining 911 emergency response, rural ambulance and fire protection, ensuring 24-hour sheriff's patrols, providing children's mental health, emergency communication systems for natural disasters, roads, theater, and public art. Today's action would affect a number of agencies, including the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and Gateway Communities. 18% of TOT revenues go to HCVB, though 40% of those revenues are passed through to gateway communities. And I should note that the final financial impact section of the staff report had an inadvertent admission. The Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau does receive 2% of that 40% that the HCVB receives in terms of TOT revenue. In addition, the Humboldt County Visitors Film Commission receives 5% of TOT revenues, plus an additional $20,000 per year. An increase in TOT revenues would affect both of those agencies. And that concludes my staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any questions? Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, what are considered the gateway communities, and what kind of funding do they get currently?
Sure. So the gateway communities are the Garberville Chamber of Commerce, Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau, Oric Chamber of Commerce, Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce, and Arcata Chamber of Commerce.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say thanks for doing this work, and I'm in favor of moving forward with this, just straight out the gate. But I want to put out there and ask a question of a possibility, not that we would do this today, which is, I see we have some set-asides relative to some tourism, but we do have this TOT does apply, I think, or maybe correct me, to short-term rentals. Does it apply to short-term rentals?
So as I understand it, the TOT is not directly applied to Airbnbs and Vrbo and Expedia, but we do have voluntary collection agreements that are administered by the Treasurer Tax Collector. And when there is an increase, there's a notice sent out to Airbnb and those agencies notifying them of the increase, and their calculation in terms of remittance of the equivalent of TOT affects the revenue that they remit to us.
Is there a reason why this ordinance doesn't address and require that directly, or can we not? Do we not have that jurisdiction?
It's a good question that I would probably refer to the Treasurer Tax Collector if he's around.
You might be watching. Oh, we have. Well,
I can speak to it on a very low level, but a short-term rental ordinance is wholly separate. The county currently doesn't have a short-term rental ordinance in place, which is why we have established voluntary collection agreements with the Airbnbs, VRBOs, and Expedia. So should your board pursue a short-term rental ordinance, then that would solidify them as that status.
And is the budgeting and the numbers you're talking about included? Is what's collected by these agreements included in the budgeting that you're talking about? And is like the Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau getting a cut of the short-term rental voluntary TOT? Is that included in that ball of funding?
I'm not sure if the voluntary collection agreements roll into the hotel tax in the general fund.
I do not believe it does. I'm looking to see if John Bartholomew is on right now, and he's not. But no, I don't believe it does, because we don't have that short-term rental ordinance, which solidifies that we can then impose taxes on that, on those particular
Do you guys
assets.
remember the big discussion you had with HLA and the Airbnbs here 2 years ago? All of those things were addressed and answered as it doesn't fall under the purview of the TOT funds. It does not go out to the gateways. It goes into the general fund, and it's a voluntary tax. And because there is no ordinance for Airbnbs.
I appreciate your trap-like memory.
And that's when she wasn't even sitting up here.
Yeah, and so that's probably why he had a clearer mind of his one issue in the day. Yeah. So there you go. So okay, well then, as a side note, I mean, as I've mentioned before, I'm very in favor of us also getting a short-term rental ordinance up and running as quickly as possible. so that we can address the issues surrounded by not just the issues of the short-term rentals with relationship to traveling, but also this tax. And I would prefer it not to be voluntary. I would prefer it to be under our jurisdiction. And then also, in addition to that, we have impacts from those short-term rentals that we need to see addressed, visa housing and those sorts of things, and I'd like to see that addressed. I know it's a little bit on the side. I'm glad we're doing what we're doing here today, but it does have a nexus to what we're doing next, and I'm happy to, when we get to the place, to move forward with a motion for staff's recommendation. Thank you.
You can probably make that motion, but.
I'm going to make that motion for staff recommendation, if I can. I don't care. Anyone will do it.
You're making a motion?
I made it.
I'll second.
Okay, and, yes.
But I have a discussion item to ask. So I have gotten some inquiries about the campground assessment and how that monies will be utilized. And from my discussion with you this morning, Sean, I just want to confirm that the item, like if this passes through the voters, then it'll come back how we utilize that money. Is that a correct statement?
It will come back in terms of the budget.
Correct.
And your board obviously has discretion over where that funding goes in the county budget.
Okay, okay, thank you for that.
All right, are there still questions for Tax Collector Bartholomew? He's in the room now if there is. Either that or we think Supervisor Bushnell answered it for us.
No, I think it's all, I'm good. Yeah. Thanks for coming in here, John.
All right. Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, so that, I'm unclear about campgrounds. Are they part of the TOT taxing structure?
Well, it's in this. It will be.
That is part of this proposal. Yes.
They're not currently, but they would
That's correct.
be in the future. And are the rates the same no matter what?
Yes.
So one campsite is the same as one motel room?
In terms of the TOT rate.
TOT
The
rate.
percentage, that's correct. And so
Percentage
one of the advantages of applying this TOT tax to RV parks and campgrounds is to promote uniformity between these overnight stays.
Sure. The other question, Arcata is listed as gateway. I'm just curious, so Arcata is, but Eureka's not. Not that I want to see Arcata go away per se, but Trinidad's much more of a gateway in a sense than Arcata is. I mean, gateway is an interesting term, right? I mean, Oric is the gateway to Redwood National Park, right? And they're going through quite a lot of new investment happening there for transient occupancy. There, a lot of people are working on building new facilities. I'm just curious about that. Not that I'm opposed or anything, just.
So this is all administered through the Humboldt Convention and Visitors Bureau contract. And so the gateway communities that are listed in that contract would be affected by any change in the TOT rate.
I mean, in a way, Arcata is a gateway at the end of 299, and everything's coming to the coast.
Supervisor Madrone, does does Trinidad have an organized chamber of commerce?
Yes, they do.
And although
they've joined in with McKinleyville's chamber now because they're so small.
So maybe that would be a reason, I'm not sure, but most of those are nonprofit organized chambers that are getting those TOT funds.
Yeah, they have that in Trinidad, and they've joined the McKinleyville chamber. And I mean, McKinleyville's right there where 299 comes in too, and it's part of the county, not a city. But Oric's part of the county. Garberville's part of the county.
Well, I know, like
actually, Supervisor Bushnell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fortuna and like Rio Del, they're incorporated, so they get like Fortuna Chamber gets money because they're incorporated through their city. So I'm not sure the reasoning. But I was going to ask about, so the campgrounds, it's not every campground, correct, Scott? It's there's certain state campgrounds are not, it doesn't apply to them. So it's privately owned?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's privately owned. And they used to be taxed, the TOTs, like in the 80s, early 80s?
I think in the 90s,
Or
I believe is
90s?
when we changed it.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn?
And I think if we look, I think some cities charge TOT to their campgrounds. I know Ferndale does, and other cities charge their TOT. I think Eureka does, as a matter of fact. So it's just relatively speaking of how you want to approach it. So yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Well, I just said, I was curious when this came up before, and so I had asked Amy Nelson to do a little bit of investigating, and she wasn't really, they did find some records, but she wasn't really clear why we went away from it in the 90s. And so it seems like a good idea to utilize it if we can, but there was no clear reason why we kind of went away from it.
All right, any other questions from the board at this point or comments? We'll go to those on the on Zoom. We do have 2 callers. If you're interested in speaking on this item and you have not pressed *9 yet, please do so. But we do have 2, and that would be 5288 will be the first. And now we're changing, just a heads up, there will be some sound when you have 30 seconds left, Kent.
You never know what sound I'll get out of you. Can you hear me, Virginia?
I can. I'll make sure you can hear this sound.
Okay, I'll get a sound. Yeah, this is very distressing to me. You know, we're trying to find places for the homeless, and a lot of it would be RV parks or campgrounds, and it's a regressive tax that hits those people especially hard. You're expanding the whole field of tax. I hope the voters pay attention to where this money's going. There's no oversight, as far as I can tell, so are you willing to have oversight? And it probably should be done by the people who are actually collecting the tax. It would be the motel owners, I guess the campground owners, and I guess you're trying to tax Airbnb, but we found out that didn't work before. Last time you kind of set it up with John, and I think you threw him under the bus, if I remember. But basically, you know, I really would strongly support, and I'm not speaking from the Taxpayers League. I haven't taken it to any board or anything, but inflation's going up. This tax should be going up to do with inflation, which is what, 7.5% already. And so you're just trying to burden another tax to line the coffers to make up for the money that you went ahead and decided not to collect from Measure S, which I am against also. But to spend this on something and throw this into some general fund pot without having an oversight committee, without having it go to the benefit of the people collecting the tax and their oversight. And it just seems to be another one of those county grabs for money, and the greed thing is getting a little bit old out there. And so strongly suggest that you don't consider this putting to the voters. And if it does go to the voters, unless I'm convinced otherwise, I will be coming out against it as best I can. It just doesn't make any sense. So we're already taxing the ground. Our municipal costs are going through the roof, and we don't need any new taxes out there. They're just not being spent correctly as far as many people feel, as they are gathered already. So why add more to the coffer? That's my opinion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go to the next speaker, I believe is 120. Nikki, who's next?
I have no idea what just went on the screen. So I have the next speaker is 8658, and then I have
Okay.
0116 after that, but I can't.
87, okay.
Trying to get them in.
All right. So much fun. 8658, if that's you, press *6. Well, no, you actually just, you'll get a prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you?
Yes.
Can
welcome.
you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good. Okay, I was muted. Well, hey everyone. Thank you all for considering this. My name is Victor Garcia. I'm a resident of Eureka, and I understand the comments that have been made and sort of the questions around some of the details. But I think overall, though, from what I understand, I think it's really important for the city to consider, especially with all the new tourism that we're getting, and I mean more money tourism, to be honest, that we're getting, to consider something, a TOT increase like what's been proposed. I've just seen a lot of smaller groups now around the community struggle to find funding, you know, and COVID's changed everything, but I think if the money is to be used the way that it's sort of laid out, I think now more than ever, you know, folks need the sort of funding. I mean, I just think about the Kinetic Museum and how that they had a shutter, and maybe they could have gotten a grant, or, you know, I don't know exactly how the money would have been spent, but I think a lot of local groups are hurting for this funding, and clearly the county needs more funding too, especially with the declining cannabis revenue. So I think it's a reasonable measure, and I'd vote for it if it's put towards the, you know, to the public. There can always be things that can be fixed, of course, but I don't think personally that that the effect of 2%, right, would would be catastrophic. That's just my 2 cents about it. But and with all the struggles that this county is going to be facing in the near future, I think it would be important to look at all our assets, especially one that's, like tourism, that's really just shooting through the roof. And it'd be good to have, more funding for our arts and our public spaces. I think that's going to become even more important in the near future. But thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you would consider supporting this motion.
All right, thank you, Victor. Nikki, before I go to the next one, I saw 8720 had their hand up earlier, I thought, on this. And so I guess I'd just say, if you have the last four, 8720, and you had wanted to comment, press *9. And
I don't even see that number on the queue, in the queue
No,
anymore.
it dropped off completely. That's why I was trying to follow it. All right, we have 0116, and press *6 to unmute when Nikki's ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. You're welcome, Ash.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to comment a little bit on this one here. And when I was younger, living in Humboldt County, I definitely dealt with the housing issue myself. So I feel for, all the people struggling with it out of the homelessness out on the street. It's not an easy task to get a roof over your head or even a campground, really. So I'm passing, while I can see that the funds could be used by the county, I'm sure, passing this extra tax onto the campground, it's just going to come back to people renting the camp spaces. So really, it's just going to make it more difficult for, homeless people to find a place to stay when, not that they can even afford campsites for the most part. Just end up sleeping in the brush and waking up with a weed eater. But I think it draws attention to, the larger issue of homelessness in this county. And is there, anything that can be done to create affordable public campgrounds? I mean, you look at a KOA, I don't even know how much they are a night. Is it $20, $30, $50? Like what homeless person can afford that? So I don't know if there is any fix, anything the county can do for that, but that's what my suggestion would be, is just, is there any kind of solution to create a county campground that, specifically caters to our homeless population, offering an affordable, $5, $10, some kind of space for, they can have shower access, bathroom, something like that. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ash. We'll now go to those who are in the chamber to make comment. There's no more on the Zoom or phone. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to comment on this item? All right, we'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Madrone had your hand up, and Supervisor Bohn. And then CAO, did you have your hand up too? No? Okay. No, don't move.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in the introduction and the background, it does talk a lot about the polls, results, and that people identified homelessness as the top item and lack of housing. I agree that charging on campgrounds, campgrounds, when you're traveling, right, the campground's your least expensive option. And, campgrounds now are like $50 a night or something. It used to be $10, $20. BLM's still $10 for many of their campgrounds, but they don't have too many facilities there other than a little bit of water and maybe a pit toilet. At any rate, I'm not sure I really want to see increased taxes on campgrounds, frankly, because I think it works against the things that we saw there, because a lot of people are barely getting off the streets and into housing through campgrounds, right? So it seems almost counterproductive to be taxing them and adding more cost to campgrounds. Budgets are a concern for everybody, even if you're staying in a motel, but if you can afford to do that, it's probably more doable to add some tax to that kind of lodging. I also support what Supervisor Wilson said about short-term rentals. I really think that's a huge impact happening in our communities, and it would be really good to bring that ordinance forward sooner than later. And I know Director Ford and his staff have been working diligently on a massive workload of so many things, and there's an intention to get this done, but I think sooner than later is important. At one time, we talked about a tax on vacancy, on vacant properties per se, because they're not available into the market, and often they're pulled off the market for short-term rentals, which maybe only are rented half the year, and the other half they're vacant and not housing anybody, So that was another one that we identified when we had the big talk about all the various different taxes and things that we might consider. I too think that it would be nice to make sure that this money goes to what the poll said it should go to, rather than just into the general fund and we decide where it should go. But I mean, why wouldn't we link it to housing and homelessness programs directly? Because that's what the poll told us. I realize that'll happen in the budget process.
Yeah, well, and I would just say there's also a different threshold for passage if we put it specifically.
Specific, that's
Yeah,
true.
that's the
That's true, and we dealt with that with Measure Z, Measure O, where we had the little clause at the very end. We said it's going to go to all these things, or it could go to the general fund, and that's how we get to the 50% plus one vote. I would like to see the same kind of language here, that we identify where it's going to go, and then if we have a clause about that to make the easier threshold, that's fine, but I really think we need to dedicate these funds to what we're hearing from the poll, frankly. So anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Well, I don't care for taxes either, but then the good thing about a TOT tax is that's a tax that's distributed into people that are visiting our county, using our resources, using our trail that's going to be very expensive between Eureka, Arcata, our other trails, our McKay Trail, because some people go over trails, some people follow railroads, some people follow the ocean and beaches. But what I'm saying, that allows those people that come into our area, use our resources and our campgrounds. Now, most campgrounds that we're talking about today, they're not resident stays, they're campgrounds. So most campgrounds have a specificity rule on the age of the trailer, on what they can expect, and they are not friendly to what you see out on Samoa Boulevard now. So, and as this moves forward, this is a good way for our services to be met wherever it goes. We can put it wherever we want, but the thing is that we do that up here. We do that up here. We should be, if that's what you want, we have funding. We should be directing DHHS that we need to do more of that, because there's $500 million or $2 billion for homeless money available from the state right now, huge money. So I don't think our 12% or 10% is going to make a difference on that. It will help. But what I'm saying, it is a good way to get monies, because not everybody spends money when they get here, or a lot of money. So the sales tax is not going to cover the wear and tear of our rest areas that we maintain, our roads, our beautiful coastline that they just feel that they have to travel, and that we welcome them so we can make those road patches. So that's a good way for us to get money, and it doesn't burden it on to the person running the campground. It is over and above. I mean, I just saw a room the other day where the room was $162 and TOT and fees was $54. I don't know what all the fees were, but I think that was in Sacramento or something. Yeah. So, I mean, it can get out of rate quite in a hurry, and they're holding that since a lot of government. But what I'm saying, it's a good way for us to receive funds from people that are visiting from outside the area, using our resources, and then leaving. But they also create wear and tear. We appreciate that, but we want to offset it, I would think.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Scott, so the campgrounds, once again, are private campgrounds, and so the state campgrounds wouldn't have the TOT fund on them, so that's an opportunity for anybody to stay in those campgrounds without that TOT 12%. Additionally, when we had this discussion, when Amy was here, those funds could be utilized for housing, to deal with some of the homelessness issues in our communities. Is that a true statement?
That's correct.
So it could come back to us as a budgetary item for dealing with the lack of housing in the not unincorporated areas, is my understanding. True or not?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
And may I add a couple things? So that's correct, Supervisor Bushnell, regards to the state campgrounds. This wouldn't apply to public campgrounds. For county parks either, it wouldn't apply there as well. These are solely for private campgrounds and RV parks. And in regards to allocations, we're far away from allocations. This agenda item is actually more than a year in the making. The Convention and Visitors Bureau came to your board back in February of last year because of their declining revenues. There have also been other stakeholder groups, public arts and culture groups in particular have talked about how COVID-19 has impacted them and their effect on tourism in the county. And so I know that there's been a lot of demand for funding for those groups as well. But again, we are far away from allocating funds for this purpose.
All right, thank you. So we have, Supervisor Madrone.
How many private campgrounds are there in Humboldt County? Any idea?
That is a good question.
Probably,
Get back to us on that?
probably 20.
Yes, you think?
Oh, but probably starting at the county state line, there's 2 right there.
There's a lot of, in the unincorporated areas, too, like in southern Humboldt, like the KOAs.
Yeah.
Those are privately owned.
That's true.
And also in Garberville and Redway, there's 2 that allow people to do day use. Those are privately owned. So there's more than you would think.
Like Dean Creek would be a
Well,
private.
Dean Creek, there's one in Garberville, there's
Right.
one in Redway itself, Redway proper.
Does Widow White provide overnighters too, right?
Anybody that would provide an overnighter, a single
Yeah, I'm
day
not sure,
service
right.
is a private campground.
I'm sure we could get that information for you.
Well, I'm glad to
specified.
hear that county parks like A-Way and Swimmer's Delight aren't going to go up because they're already pretty high. But yeah, we have to have the money to maintain these things. I agree with Supervisor Bohn on that. Anyway, good discussion. I appreciate your work on trying to bring this forward. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote. Oh, Supervisor Wilson.
Just a technical issue, I got kicked out of the thing, so I vote yes if anyone wants to know.
I vote yes, I'm kicked out too.
So, Mike.
I'm not kicked out.
Chair Bass?
Yes, ma'am.
Never mind, I will let whoever can vote, and then I'll call
Okay,
for another.
I was waiting for the vote thingy to show up, and I will. Yay.
Thank you, Sean, for all your work on this too, and answering all my questions this morning.
Okay,
And Scott, too.
Supervisor Wilson? You, what is your vote? Yes. Supervisor Bohn is the yay.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion passes, although technical glitches will be worked out. So yes, thank you for being here. Next, we'll move on to another item from the County Administrative Office regarding the operational.
Thanks, John.
Operational, don't go too far, John, you never know. Operational realignment of payroll operations and professional services agreement with Clifton Larson Allen.
You brought him back.
So at this time, I'll go to the CIO's office. I don't know, Tax Collector Bartholomew needs to stay or not. Rex, if you, we'll just call you if we need you. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Thanks, John.
All right, CIO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I am going to be the test subject on our first presentation through PowerPoint, so bear with me for just one moment while we prepare for that.
Yeah.
All right,
It looks
fabulous.
like it works. I see it.
Problem is, this isn't moving it forward. This is not working.
As we were saying, nothing's going to be perfect today. We're trying.
None of them are
Yeah.
working.
Overall, I think so.
Can I just signal to you?
Do you need us to take a quick technology break?
Is there a battery in it, Nikki? Okay. I'll just ask you to move the slide forward if that's okay. It's not horribly long. Today I come before your board to discuss an operational realignment of payroll and agreement with Clifton Larson Allen. On October 24th, 2021, your board approved the transition of the county's payroll function. Sorry, you're fine. Keep it there. You're good. Your board approved the transition of the county's payroll function from human resources to the auditor controller's office. Over the last several years, your board has received many reports on outstanding financial transactions impacting the county and placing the county at significant loss of funding. During this payroll transition, staff expressed concern about the impacts that moving payroll would have on those transactions and other core functions of the Auditor Controller's Office. On October 24th, 2021, your board requested monthly updates regarding the payroll transition and the status of financial transactions that must be finalized by the auditor, including metrics and measurable data that would allow your board to evaluate operations. Obtaining this information has been difficult. On February 1st, your board directed departments to submit to the County Administrative Office their outstanding transactions and errors related to payroll. At that meeting, your board also directed the County Administrative Office to return with options to consider the realignment of payroll operations. This report contains the outcome of that information gathering process as well as options for the future of payroll. Next slide, please. Staff have compiled the data submitted by departments indicating that there are still 204 journals and 1 supplemental budget that remains outstanding for fiscal year 2021. In addition, 197 journals and 13 supplemental budgets remain unposted for fiscal year 21-22. Typically, a fiscal year is closed 3 months after the fiscal year ends, meaning most transactions can no longer be posted to the county's general ledger, which is the official record of the county's financial transactions. For Humboldt County, the fiscal year ending June 30 typically closes at the end of September, except for a last call round of transactions in the fall that is meant to balance the county's books, apportion interest, and roll forward the existing balances in various funds from the prior year so that those funds can be accessed in the next year. This process was not completed as staff expected for fiscal year 1920 and still has not been completed for fiscal year 2021. The large majority of these outstanding transactions were reported by Health and Human Services, which equals approximately half of the annual budget, primarily comprised of state and federal funds. Next slide, please. In addition, there are a number of other transactions that remain outstanding, including accounts payable, where there are 29 outstanding invoices that are more than 2 weeks past due, totaling $3.6 million, and deposited funds totaling $9.5 million that have not yet been posted. This is, I'll note, the first time that staff has been able to gather quantifiable information regarding the status of transactions and payroll errors around the county. It's difficult to gauge whether the transition of payroll to the auditor controller has had a positive or negative impact. Since the transition of payroll to the AC, the County Administrative Office has received an increased number of reports from employees and departments expressing concerns related to pay inaccuracies, missed or late payroll, payment difficulties, late payroll payments, difficulties contacting the auditor controller staff to rectify errors, and the resulting hardship experienced due to these inaccuracies and missed pay dates. Your board has also been contacted by staff expressing concerns about the payroll process. Attached to today's report are details to provide insight into the challenges departments and employees are experiencing. It appears that some of these issues are growing. To summarize, there was reported 58 occurrences of employees being overpaid, 67 occurrences of employees being underpaid, 143 occurrences of employees not being paid or being paid late, 21 errors in workers' comp integrations, 5 errors in payroll deductions, 485 timesheet corrections, 5 W-2 corrections, and 49 occurrences of other challenges that fall outside of those specific scope. Next slide, please. Continued communication and cooperation challenges with the auditor controller have continued to impact the payroll transition and integration processes, and have contributed to a challenging payroll environment. The auditor controller has refused or inadequately utilized several offers of assistance from various county departments as staff seek to demonstrate their commitment to teamwork. To summarize, some of the key obstacles include a lack of communication, a lack of cooperation, service delivery inconsistent with the county's value system, lack of responsiveness from the auditor controller, concentrated payroll knowledge, and limited knowledge sharing. Next slide, please. Accordingly, staff recommends that your board contract with Clifton Larson Allen to conduct a thorough audit and review of payroll to help the county identify and rectify errors. Functional areas to be analyzed and reviewed, include payroll controls, application administration, segregation of duties, and vendor management. Staff also recommends that your board consider options regarding the operational realignment of payroll. 4 options are presented for consideration today. Next slide, please. Option number 1 suggests that you maintain payroll functions in the Office of the Auditor Controller and continue to work to enhance service delivery. Maintaining the payroll function in the Office of the Auditor Controller is the least disruptive to the current payroll process. For this option to be successful, it would be required that a commitment from the Auditor Controller be agreed upon to work collectively to enhance efficiency and service delivery. The advantages to maintaining payroll in the Auditor Controller's office includes minimal disruption to current payroll processes. It's an ideal solution due to the significant overlap of financial responsibilities. Significant resource allocation has been made to support the transition of the payroll function from HR to the auditor, and collective work can continue to be done to enhance service delivery. I'll also note that of the 58 counties polled, the vast majority houses payroll in their auditor controller's office. Some of the perceived disadvantages would be that the auditor controller has experienced challenges recruiting and retaining staff. The auditor has rebuffed offers of assistance as a matter of internal control. Knowledge would continue to be centralized. Additional resource investments would likely be required. Transition progress could continue to be difficult to monitor, and communication challenges are also likely to continue. Next slide, please. The next option presented to your board is to develop an independent standalone payroll department. Investing in the development of an independent standalone payroll department would reduce the workload in the Office of the Auditor Controller and allow for a specialized independent department focused on payroll accuracy and meeting service delivery standards. The advantages would be establishing a department dedicated to efficient payroll processing and customer service, and it would allow for more department collaboration and engagement in the payroll process. Disadvantages are that there would be limited staffing initially due to the payroll positions that currently remain vacant, potential risks to continuity of operations due to the small size of the department, knowledge sharing challenges due to, again, the small staffing model, increased costs associated with the allocation of a department head, and there is no precedence among the 58 California counties indicating a standalone department of payroll. Next slide, please. Third option would be to return the payroll functions to the Office of Human Resources. Returning the payroll function to the Office of the Human Resources as it was 3 years ago does allow for significant experience and know-how to be utilized. This knowledge base, coupled with the commitment to customer service, would prove impactful to current organizational needs. Some of the advantages are enhanced collaboration between HR and payroll, more appropriate division of responsibilities, enhanced information sharing, better collaboration with departments, and some of the disadvantages include staffing challenges, capacity limitations in the human resources environment, challenges related to the segregation of duties, challenges related to recruiting talent. It may require additional resource allocations, and currently HR does not have a permanent department head. Next slide, please. Thank you. The fourth and final option would be to temporarily place payroll functions in the Office of the County Administrative Office. The advantages to, let me start with my narrative about it. Relocating the payroll function to the County Administrative Office may provide an opportunity to stabilize current payroll operations through increased stakeholder engagement, interdepartmental collaboration, enhanced communication and responsiveness, service delivery that's consistent with the county's core value system and the desired workplace culture. Relocating payroll operations to the CAO would serve as only a temporary measure designed to stabilize operations and develop clearly defined processes that will serve as a foundation for payroll activities moving forward. The advantages would be there is significant leadership experience in the county administrative office, with the leadership team having more than 50 years of county and leadership experience, stability of the team, availability and access to needed resources and support, change management experience, an ability to leverage strong relationship with county leaders and departments to solve problems, and a long-term strategic orientation. Disadvantages would be that this is only intended to be a temporary solution to a structural problem. The county administrative office has very broad responsibilities, and this is also, there's no precedent in all of the 58 counties where a county administrative office holds this function. With that, I conclude the presentation and will gladly answer any of your board's questions.
All right, are there any questions off the top? Because I know we'll have other department heads that probably would like to speak, and other departments, I should say. Supervisor Bohn?
Where, I saw where the payroll manager's was empty, the spot was empty. But I saw the payroll manager for the last, well, not for the last 3, but for the last 15 years previous to that, walking the halls, like she's working somewhere, and now she's, and I just seems to be there's so much institutional knowledge there that's being wasted. Is she still here? Was she?
Yes, Supervisor Bohn. That employee, when payroll was transferred from Human Resources to the Auditor Controller, was on leave. That specific position was retained in Human Resources, but a similar position was allocated in the Office of the Auditor Controller. So that employee has now returned and is housed and working in Human Resources.
And then there were 3 other people in payroll previous to 4 years ago that ran, 4 people ran payroll, and all 3 of the other people in payroll have left the county employed to other locations, right?
That is correct, yeah. 4 positions, 4 payroll positions were transferred to the Auditor Controller when the prior transition took place, and then 1 additional accounting systems administrative position was allocated. So there's a total of 5 positions tied to payroll in the Auditor Controller's office. They have retained 1 supervising payroll manager who is on staff now, but I do believe that the other 3 positions are currently vacant. They did have 1 position that was being populated by an employee who was on long-term leave, who is now transitioned to another department, and another employee who was working with them but has also transitioned to another department, leaving 3 vacant positions.
Wow. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, through the chair. I have a couple questions. I mean, obviously, it appears that the AC's office is all around. Typically, this is where payroll goes. So I was just looking at option, I think it's 4, which is what you were calling the temporary move to the CAO's office. My assumption is that there's an eventual return to the AC's office. This is like offering a relief valve, considering sort of the overload that's occurring in that space, and saying, okay, we can help do this job for a while until, some systems are better running or more smoothly running, and then get that back into that space again. Is that assumption correct?
That assumption is exactly correct. Yes, okay. It's an opportunity to build up staff, to utilize experienced leadership, to develop processes and procedures that are consistent with the county's value system, create a strong program that is sustainable, and then return that program back to the auditors.
Okay, that was just my. Thank you, appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Who are you now?
Thank you, through the chair. So currently, the HR department and the AC department process and do payroll with the input from the departments with their by submitting time. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah,
Okay.
there's 2 processes. About half of the staff approximately are on executive time. our data time and attendance entry system, and then another half are on a manual process, which they upload into batches to process their payroll.
So how would the CAO's office accommodate the extra, I would imagine, need extra staffing? Would you be pulling staffing from the AC office, the current, I believe she has a few payroll people?
Yes, the 4 FTEs that are currently tied to the payroll process would follow along with wherever payroll were to be housed.
Okay.
So those staff would, if you were to move it out of the auditor controller's office into another department, those 4 staff would temporarily move with the payroll function. And then when payroll was returned to the auditor controller's office, those 4 staff would follow along with it. So they would continue to be trained and developed in those processes and carry that knowledge with them as they stabilize the program.
Okay, so when if the option 4 were to happen and those staff came over and you, through the CAO's office, processed payroll, then the AC still prints our checks, correct?
This is correct.
So once payroll is uploaded and received, then the AC's office would get notification to print those checks? How would that work?
Yes. There would be inevitably a communication line that would need to maintain between payroll, human resources, and the auditor controller's office. Frankly, they should be very interconnected and sort of work as a pseudo working group. So we would need to coordinate with the auditor controller on that.
Okay, and then also, so what time frame would we anticipate to that payroll would remain in the CAO's office to give the AC some time to breathe?
I would say approximately a year should be sufficient to stabilize the program and move it back.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, it just seems like 4 people isn't enough, but if 75% of our payroll comes, I think, from DHHS and the sheriffs, and they both have payroll people on board that actually check the time cards, do everything else, and bundle, and then send it over. So quite a bit of the work is done. I'm always amazed about how it goes through and the double checking of the system and everything else. But isn't the payroll, we don't just send in a bunch of time cards in a bag and say, here, you go, pay this. I think everything's documented, and I believe, I guess I'm looking at.
I can respond to that. They are, yes, they are conducting paper timesheets. They're importing that into an Excel worksheet, which then gets uploaded as batches.
Okay.
Supervisor Bushnell. And then I do want to give IC the auditor controller in the audience, so after we have some questions, we'll have her come up.
Yeah, I did actually want to ask her also, but I do want to ask, I guess, from Zach and from Ms. Paz-Dominguez and from the CAO. So payroll's been in the AC office for 5 months? Is that?
It went over to the auditor's office in August, I believe.
Okay, so yeah, about 5 months. So do we see improvements, and are the problems that are, we were told there would be some working out to happen. So are we seeing improvements? Is it getting less of deficiencies? And I would like to ask Zach specifically how, and Ms. Paz-Dominguez, how they feel it's going, and how it would maybe, I'm sorry, but I can't imagine that just going to the CAO's office is not going to cause a little bit of some problems too, again.
Yes, absolutely. There will certainly be some growing pains, also associated to just the limited staffing, which has impacted the auditor controller's ability to manage the program as well. I have been communicating with the large departments, Health and Human Services, the Sheriff, Public Works, and Probation, who contain the vast majority of the staffing. They have agreed to allocate resources in the form of FTEs who can temporarily come over and help to build the program up. So there will be a very large infusion of resources into payroll to help stabilize the current operations. Those staff have already been working with human resources to help human resources get caught up and to begin documenting human resources processes. I think one of the biggest challenges in the current structure is communication. As we continue to hear, staff aren't being responded to in terms of their questions, and I am getting, and your board is getting, many communications expressing frustrations around that. But also there seems to be a challenge in HR and payroll communicating together and deciphering who does what functions, what responsibilities fall where, and then committing to that process and documenting that. But Zach is definitely, he's more boots on the ground in terms of those interactions, and Zach and Karen can both speak to what they're experiencing in terms of communications associated to errors. We have seen the timeline of payroll get better. It has completed the past 2 payrolls earlier in the day on a Thursday. Just being frank, processing payroll on a Thursday for me causes a bit of anxiety because it doesn't leave us a lot of room to troubleshoot should system challenges, staffing challenges, whatever it may be, arise. In the past, we have historically processed payroll on a Wednesday, which left a whole 24-hour window if there was a hiccup experienced.
Okay, thank you for that. And my last question would be, along with the AC's office and human resource, IT has a responsibility as well for payroll. And from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there has been some systematic problems with IT also. And can you speak to those and how those would or could function better or do you think that it would function better coming from your office?
Yeah, again, a big challenge being communication, and from IT's perspective, some of the challenges arise from when processes are being completed and those processes are impacting other processes that fall in line down the road of the payroll process. IT is also fairly adamant that the hotfix that took place on November 6th was not an impact to the payroll system. Other entities who are on our same system have not been experiencing those challenges. So, with all systems, there are breaks that happen, changes to data that impact processes down the line that have to be worked out. But unless we can all come to the table and flesh those ideas and that data out, it's very difficult to problem solve where the real impacts are occurring.
Thank you.
All right. Well, did we want to invite Auditor Controller Paula Dominguez? And I don't know, Zach, if you want to come up here as well. I mean, we've got a couple seats there. We got someone can stand. You can socially distance, do whatever's comfortable for you. Yeah. I don't, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I'm wearing a mask now because I have company, but I was telling him that now he can't see me smiling at him. Smiling. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here and present, because I'm kind of using this opportunity to give you the payroll update that would have been scheduled for today. I prepared some thoughts, but it sounds like the conversation is going somewhere a little different than what I anticipated. So if you want to ask me something very specific that I haven't answered, please let me know. I won't even read this actually. Our office, the Auditor Controller's office, has enjoyed the working relationship with the Human Resources Department, specifically Zach and Michael and all of the techs and analysts. We've learned together. What we've both kind of admitted to each other is that the payroll function was damaged. There were no instructions. There was no contingency for what happens if something goes wrong in payroll. But it is because you put payroll in the Office of the Auditor Controller that we were able to issue payroll timely when the system broke in November of 2021. We already had the interface and the knowledge with the system to be able to issue payroll out of accounts payable and later fully reconcile it back to make sure that payroll records were accurate. Not only does our office do payroll, and not only are we experts in the finance software, but we are also tax experts. So we do the payroll taxes, we do the payroll quarterlies. What we've learned since getting payroll are things like how to integrate workers' comp, how to integrate the disability. We're learning more about the MOUs and the leaves and the incentives. That's all stuff that we didn't do before. And we, Zach and his team have been very helpful in explaining things to us and making determinations when there is an issue about should this employee be entitled to this type of pay on this day, if and when, those kind of situations. One of the things I do want to read from what I've written is that we understand that people are not getting responses as timely as they want or as often as they want. And we're not here to dispute that. I think I've been very clear with your board since 2017 that we do not have enough staffing to accommodate all of the service needs of the county. The issue is not can we do payroll, it's do we have the timing and the capacity to answer the hundreds of emails that come in a day. So if the CAO's office was interested in helping our office, perhaps they could help us by providing just email responses. Because we are the experts on actually doing payroll, but maybe if they're the experts on communication, maybe they can assist and answer emails. That way we are relieved to do the actual payroll work. It's an idea. Zach, do you want to add anything?
Okay. And then we do have some questions, it appears.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach, though, I would like to.
Good afternoon. So to answer your question, I'm going to take this off. How is it going? I do think it's still a little rocky. I mean, let's just be honest. The communication is definitely tough. We know that staffing levels in the Auditor Controller's office they're low and they're working very hard. But I know that is a big issue with staff in particular. I'm not hearing anything, and we will communicate as much as we can with them to try to take that burden off the Auditor Controller's office. And I think that mainly is due to staffing levels, as Karen mentioned. I mean, there's just only so much time in the day. As far as how else it's going, there still is a little bit of uncertainty with the transition. I know there was a transition plan in place. Most of the folks in the office, I'm not sure how many were part of the transition team, weren't included in a lot of those discussions. Myself included, I kind of jumped in after and sort of picked up the pieces. We've had some of those difficult discussions together, and we're gonna, we can work on those things together, but that also takes time and staff. And I think working through some of those uncertainties it's a goal, but right now I think we're in a mode where just getting through the main payroll is like the main focus. And so we don't have a great deal of time to work on a transition plan in the moment. And so as far as how it's going for HR, first thing I'll say is we don't do payroll. I can say that very clearly. I'm even having to very clearly make that language clear with staff. Like we're not payroll. Payroll's in the Auditor Controller's office. I think as far as some of the stuff that was kept in human resources, we're actually doing fairly well as far as processing and making sure things are getting processed. It's when some of the errors come up that fall on that sort of gray area line of who does what and still working through those pieces. Those I think are the things that are probably the biggest pain points, and I think it is for both of our offices. What I can say is that it's getting better, and it has impacted other human resources functions. But as we're bringing on more staff, we have more technical staff that we're getting trained up just this week. And so I think for the tasks that at least we have and we know and aren't uncertain, we're actually feeling pretty good about it. It's really those additional things of, payroll calculations and how that's done in the system and where those should really fall. Those are the discussions that the difficult discussions I think we've had that we just haven't been able to resolve yet. And as far as when those can be resolved, that's, kind of falls along the same lines of when can a employee get an email saying when their issue is going to be resolved, because a lot of these things are pretty complex, and it can't just be, okay, you just do it. It's going to really take us sitting down and mapping out. One of the things about the finance enterprise system that we're using is that 4 folks were doing all that work, and there's a lot of overlap in the system of what may be a payroll function and what is an HR function, and those are part of the pieces that we need to work out, and that involves IT, that involves making sure that it's following the MOUs, our salary resolution. So there's a lot to it that needs to be worked out from that perspective, and we're just not really in a spot, I think, staffing level wise, at least, I can't speak 100% for Karen, but to work on those more in-depth things, because the focus has to be so much on just getting that main payroll done. Does that answer your question?
It does. I think Supervisor Bohn had a question, though. And then I'll ask mine.
No, 2 things. I know that the HDSO is having quite a problem, because they were in my office the other day and saying that they are spending quite a bit of money on grievances and payroll. So I know that's obviously an issue with them. But the other thing is, and I misunderstood you, you said it would be more efficient if the CAO's office answered the auditor controller's emails, so they would answer them, and then they would get a hold of you for an answer, and then they would send the answer back?
What I said was that if the CAO wanted to help our office, that's one area where we could use help, is just answering emails.
And I'm
And
asking,
it sounds like she says she's getting them, so
we are all getting them.
you can help us too then. I'm doing payroll. Our team is doing payroll. We do answer emails. I understand that there's a narrative that we don't, but the reality is that we do. We answer hundreds of emails a day. What I'm trying to make very clear is that capacity-wise, our priority is to actually process the transactions.
And I'm just at a loss why you would have another department answer your emails, and understand how that would take. Are you expecting them to get the emails and them not answer them?
Well, no, I've asked you actually to please encourage people to email our office. I don't understand why people keep emailing you. I just keep encouraging them to email me or my office or our
As
shared
stated, they
inbox.
don't email me first, I guarantee you. I'm not the first time. I'm sorry. It's just we throw things out there, and it's not making any sense. I'm sorry.
That's all right. CAO Hayes looked like she had something she wanted to add to that.
I think regardless of where payroll lives, the structure of it needs to be reevaluated some. HR and payroll, while we need a segregation of duties, they need to be in very close communication with each other and have that connection. I think you also could really use a customer service team in your payroll department, and that is what I would hope to use the resources that departments are giving to this process to be on that customer service team. So these don't have to be people that are coming from Health and Human Services or the Sheriff's Office or other departments that have payroll experience. They need to be emerging leaders and people who have good customer service skills, and they can be this team that is fielding these inquiries, beginning to log and track what is being seen, identifying patterns of what the errors are, so that then we can start to develop solutions to repairing them. For a very long time, payroll and HR both have been very reactionary to the challenges facing the county, and the county very much needs to move more into a strategic viewpoint where we are planning ahead and developing good processes and improving on processes so that we're using our human capital, which is our most valuable resources, as effectively as possible.
I was gonna, I guess I'm not, maybe this is for you. Because Zach mentioned the complex issues, and I know that a lot of times, yes, we'll get emails when maybe something is late or whatever, but what I'm finding more lately that's really challenging for me as somebody, when they do reach out to us, it's been after 2 months of a very technical, methodical record keeping by people who have been calling and trying to resolve something. And so I understand the complex piece being like a challenge, but at the same time, it just, by the time we hear from it, it's usually where they're really frustrated. And I have one in specific that I won't go into the detail of their issue, but it's been going on for a couple months. They don't use email, so they have to fax, actually. I mean, I haven't received a fax, and I don't know how long, but I did yesterday, because I know that that's how that person prefers to communicate. Kind of forgot faxes existed. So it does raise, I like the idea of the customer service, team kind of goes into what Auditor Controller Dominguez said about someone getting the emails. It's just a process seems to be missing, maybe, of those complex ones are harder to get back to, but they don't go away. So, and I don't know what the answer is, but I do recognize that there are some issues that are extremely complex. I do know that.
Chair Bass?
Yes, and I do want to also get, I did, since you mentioned the sheriff's office, I do see, okay, well, sure, go ahead. Then I'll deal with other department heads, sorry.
The payroll function has been in our office for 5 months. I just heard the CAO say that it would take them a year. And I wonder if you'd be willing to give us adequate time and space to actually continue to improve the payroll function. Because in the 5 months that we have had it, there have been tremendous improvements. The reason why we can respond to system issues is because we are experts in the financial software. The reason why we can hold one-on-one meetings regarding W-2s is because not only do we understand pay history and pay records, but also the taxation and reporting components to the IRS. Customer service is an area where our office acknowledges that we need to improve upon, because besides just capacity, if you get to us on a Friday at 4:30 when we've worked a 60-hour week, we're a little less chipper and more, we don't have as many smiley emojis than we did on Monday morning. But we are also trying to help ourselves in our professional development. We have coaches who are helping us in our communication, or also trying to find ways to improve the emails with the phone calls and the logging. We're in conversations about having a dashboard created, similar to the one that public health had for COVID cases, where employees could go, or departments could go and see what is the progress of the corrections that we've received. It takes a while to create something like that, but it is something we're developing. One of the other things, staffing. So we've been doing recruitments this whole time. Now that the person who was on leave is finally off leave and we have our position, we're filling it. The person starts on Monday. We have applications now for the payroll manager position, for the accounting systems analyst position. That's a position that we were not allowed to fill because a qualified applicant, for some reason, couldn't be hired. I understand that there's personnel and confidentiality issues, and I'm not allowed to know, but the reality is that denying us that applicant meant we couldn't fill the position. But now we are in a much better place because we have applicants, and more than one for each position, and now we're offering the job. The other thing that I learned from Human Resources that is tremendously beneficial, you might remember that last month when I presented the payroll report, I said one of the ways we could use help is if all of the staff in the Auditor Controller's office are made management and confidential. Human Resources educated me on that because they don't have to be management and confidential. Your employer-employee relations policy says that the confidential designation is not actually related to whether an employee has access to confidential information, but rather, are they privy to labor negotiations? And so I got HR's confirmation that regular line staff in the Auditor Controller's office are able to cross-train on payroll and are able to see that documentation and can train and provide assistance to employees. So that is something that we are going to explore. We're going to be cross-training the other staff that is not management and confidential payroll specialists. When I had I've been having one-on-one meetings with employees to go over their W-2s. So far, I've met with 70 employees, one-on-one, and only 3 required W-2 corrections. So I'm not going to take time today to try to respond to that confusing outstanding transactions report that was attached to this item, because I cannot confirm the existence of those transactions, as none of them have any identifying information that I can use to track. and also because they don't line up with anything that we're seeing on our end. But I can tell you that the W-2s were issued accurately in the majority, that the corrections are more system-related due to end dates that were entered for these separated employees that had the issues with their W-2s. And the other good news that I'm very happy to share with you today is that we are on schedule, finally. We are caught up with all of the separated employees. The most recent batch that we have received from Human Resources is the one that we are processing in this week's supplemental pay cycle. I also would like for you to consider that when you transferred payroll to the Auditor Controller's Office, it was in September, right before you had a lot of mandated activity that happens once a year through the MOUs. So immediately, we had to learn how to do the vacation buyouts for the management and confidential employees, the overtime payouts for the sheriff employees. We had to learn how to do all the holidays and leave updates during the holidays. And that was challenging as well. So please consider that when you gave it to us, it wasn't the same payroll function that was taken from the office. It was a broken one. And it also came to us during a very difficult and turbulent time during the calendar year. And we've still made the improvements that we have. And it's only been 5 months. So I would encourage you to not move it because it would be very disruptive to operations. And because the reality is adding it or moving it to another department only creates an additional layer in what we already have as a bottleneck. And I don't see how this would be successful without significant resources from the Auditor Controller's Office because we are the experts in the system. So I ask that you please not cause that disruption right now.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And then I do see that Regina from, if there's department heads here that wished to comment, let me know. I know that we've got one. Go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So my questions first, I guess I'll ask Ms. Paz-Dominguez first. So when you say that the payroll functions previously were broken when they came to you in September, so previous to that, with a broken payroll department, we didn't seem to have quite as many errors to employees as we currently are having. And so that just, makes a question in my mind. One. Secondly, I wanted to ask, I understand at 4:30 on a Friday that your smiley emojis aren't there anymore, but if it's 4:30 on a Friday and someone didn't get their paycheck and they have no money for the weekend this is why people are upset, because they live paycheck to paycheck as often people do. And how do you, is there a way for you if we retain payroll in your department that, Karen, you have to recognize that people need their money. And I understand that it's really, you say it has to go through a process, but if they've been shorted funds or didn't get them, there's got to be a way to recognize that that email is top priority for someone that didn't get their pay on a Friday when they've showed up to work for their 60 hours or 80 hours. So that would be another question. Secondly, I guess then, so can I just do this all in once so you guys can answer? For each of you, I would like, Zach, what is your biggest challenge with payroll as it pertains to your department? And Ms. Paz-Dominguez also, the same question. What is your biggest challenge with payroll being in your department?
Respectfully, I will disagree with the perception that I don't understand that an employee would need to be paid. I understand that wholeheartedly.
I'm not saying that you don't understand. I want to say this. I'm not saying that you don't understand that, but you communicate to us. What you just said is that it doesn't get to your department as being prioritized. That's what I heard. And
oh, I'm sorry. I did
okay,
not.
well, that's just the communication problem. So this is why I'm asking. So that's what I heard and interpreted, and the emails that I receive from county staff are that they have put those emails to you, and that, so that's why I'm asking you now.
Thank you for that clarification. There were significant issues with payroll errors before it came to the Auditor Controller's Office. It's become more popular now, right? It gets a lot more attention, and employees are now under the impression that to get attention, they need to go directly to the Board of Supervisors. This is something that they have communicated to me and to our office. We have it in emails. I have documentation. So as you know, even if you take payroll out of our office, we're still the ones that issue the checks. So even while the majority of payroll was happening in human resources, we were seeing a lot of errors on the auditor controller side because we are the ones that employees usually go to. It was in 2019, I think, that I started communicating with human resources, and county council was involved because I was alerting them to overpayments, that there were overpayments, and I wasn't sure how to address them. It was in 2019 that county council helped us develop a draft overpayment policy that was going to be routed to all departments for review. There was also the CalPERS audit that was going on because time wasn't being reported to CalPERS accurately, because retired annuitants weren't being paid accurately. There have always been issues with payroll. So I wanted to make that clarification also. When it comes to paying an employee who somehow got missed, there's different situations that could result in an employee not getting paid, some of which I do have direct control over, and we have directed our team to issue a replacement check. Or like when payroll broke and we had to do it out of accounts payable, we found a way to migrate 2,100 people into the accounts payable module because we knew how important it was that everyone got paid. And when we do it out of accounts payable and an employee is not able to wait for the check to be mailed or to come to the office to pick it up, we enroll them in EFT, which is a separate direct deposit function that we have through accounts payable. We are always actively looking for ways to assist employees. And sometimes I've stayed after hours because sheriff employees have different schedules and they've been wanting to show up to pick up their paychecks, but they don't get off work till late. So I'll let them know, well, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay and you can come get your check. There are other situations, though, that are outside of my control. And that could be because an employee doesn't quite yet exist in the system, or a PPAF was not submitted timely to Human Resources, or their time card wasn't submitted. And by the time we do hear about it, it is 4:30 on Friday. So then I have a difficult decision to make because I also represent the county as an employer. The county is not, we're not supposed to issue payroll same day. That's why we incur IRS penalties when we do. And so I have to take into account, if I issue this paycheck now, who's going to pay the 2% penalty for the late taxes? And so I try to communicate with the employee, is this something that can wait till Monday? And I talk with Human Resources. It's not usually Zach, it's, well, I'm not sure because they didn't sign their name. But I'll ask, is this something you can put in the system right away so we can get them paid? And HR is usually very responsive, and they'll say, okay, I'm doing it now. They're creating the profile, and then we enter the time, and then we rush to get them paid. But we are actively looking for ways to address those situations when they do come up.
And what is the most difficult function in your office right now?
The lack of control over the financial software and its dependability.
Okay, thank you.
Zach? Actually, Zach is still answering that question, then we'll go to Supervisor Madrone when Supervisor Bushnell answers the last question.
So to answer your question, the biggest challenge, I think the biggest challenge for HR right now is, and it kind of goes back to what I mentioned before in a way, but not being able to bring resolution on a lot of items to employees. And this is, again, no knock on Karen or any of the payroll staff. They're working long, long hours. But we have a lot of staff who reach out to us and we talk to them, and it eventually ends up with, well, that falls out of the HR realm. And so we can only take it so far. And so they're challenging discussions, one, and they take time. So that's time away from doing other tasks. And again, I think it comes back to just capacity for the payroll division or department.
So thank you, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. So is the communication difficult with the AC department? Because that's what I hear, so I'm sorry, we have to ask
No,
questions.
that's a great question. I think probably amongst all the departments, we have the best communication. Could it be better? Absolutely. I think that, we have a standing meeting with the payroll department. That's been canceled a few times because of various reasons, and we have a laundry list of things to go over. And we're bombarding their inbox with questions and employee inquiries constantly as well. It even came to a point recently where if you've sent it to us, don't send it again because we have it. So I would say there's definitely a room for improvement there with more capacity in their office. I wouldn't say that it's perfect though.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. You know, it's 2022, and what, 2/3, 3/4 of our employees are still doing paper time cards. And then those get uploaded to Excel spreadsheets, and those get uploaded in batches. I mean, it seems to me there's a lot of opportunity for errors to occur in the system with that, and it can't be a good thing. I mean, here we are, 2022. It's like, so what's it going to take for us to be able to get all our departments to the place where everybody's doing it electronically like other departments are? It would seem to me that that would be a massive improvement in our systems, and it would reduce the errors and other problems. So I would like to see, you know, a plan for how we make that transition, because to me, that seems like a big part. And I know back in November, that was a big piece of what happened back in November. Many people don't know the whole story there, but paper time cards, 2022.
Okay.
Maybe it's more of a statement than a question. The question is, when can we make that transition happen? And how do we do that?
So I can share with you that the IT team, specifically the applications analyst, who is also an expert on finance enterprise, he's been engaging in trainings with ExecuTime. ExecuTime is the county's current electronic timekeeping software. And he's been assisting a lot of departments with updating their access to it, the ways that they use the time, and we are exploring ways to add cost centers in ExecuTime. The challenge still exists with employees who work remotely, who don't have access to computers, or who maybe don't have desk jobs, and so they do still have paper time cards. 2 years ago, when we were doing the demos, I was more impressed by a different timekeeping software than ADP, which would allow a phone app to be used for employees to clock in and clock out from their phone. Unfortunately, that wasn't the choice that was made by the county, but I think it would be beneficial for the county to explore timekeeping softwares like that, that would provide remote workers the ability to clock in and clock out from the forest or the trees or wherever they're working. I think it would also be beneficial for departments like the sheriff, who have employees working in several different locations on several different projects, who need the ability to track their time that way. And until we have something like that, we are kind of limited to ExecuTime and Finance Enterprise. And to prevent the errors, so one of the reasons why we do wait until, not even wait, but why we're running the real payroll on Thursday is because we are running a lot of trials up until then. Because we want to make sure that there are no employees that get missed, that there are no employees that generate what's called negative net pay, which apparently is a thing. You can pay someone a negative amount. But that takes a lot of testing and trial. And so we take the time and we do it right. We make sure that it's correct before we hit the pay button.
Yes, please.
So you mentioned remote employees, and I know, sheriff's deputies, DHH.
Oh, you're not, his mic's not on? Oh, sorry. I can't
You
tell.
mentioned, sheriff's deputies, DHHS staff, they can be out in extremely remote places, and I know for Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell and myself, there are a lot of places where there's no cell signal in our districts. But I'm assuming that when they clock out, they've gotten back to a cell signal, in the sense that you don't clock out when you're in the middle of a drive out Highway 96, for instance, for a deputy. You're going to clock out when you get back to the Willow Creek substation or the McKinleyville substation or something like that, I would assume. So anyway, I'd love to see us explore and have a plan to be able to move that forward somehow, because anywhere we can find ways to correct where we're having problems, I mean, that's, I think, what we're all trying to figure out here is how do we continue to improve? And I appreciate both of your input on those areas, so thank you.
So I have a CIO Hayes, your hand up, and then Regina's been so patiently standing there, so, and we'll go through you, and then we'll see if we can get the input from departments.
Thank you, Chair Bass. First of all, I do believe that ExecuTime does have an app, although I don't think that we've implemented that anywhere. ExecuTime also has the capability to do time clock check-ins or to set your schedule. That's what, for staff like me who works a fairly consistent schedule, it just plugs in the time and then I go change it if I work till 7 o'clock one night. So ExecuTime does have some capabilities that we could expand upon that we haven't explored yet. Really, and Supervisor Madrone, you're exactly correct. We need to get DHHS and the Sheriff's Department over into ExecuTime. And so it's going to take us coming to the table together and talking about what are the limitations, how does this impact you, and what tools can we put in place to remedy the department's needs while also meeting the payroll's needs. Also, we just historically have really cumbersome MOUs that need cleanup. So we already have a group of folks who will be going down to Bimbo later in April. Jack Hughes is going to come up, and we're going to sit there for 2 days in a room together and really comb through the MOUs to see where we can make some more consistent language so that is something that is better implementable with softwares like ADP or Kronos is the one that Karen is referring to. Because doing just that work alone, I think, would really expand the county's ability to utilize technology.
All right, thank you. Regina, would you like to share the sheriff's perspective?
Good afternoon, and for those, for the benefit of those that are in the public that weren't here this morning, my name is Regina Fuller. I'm the Deputy Director of Sheriff's Administration. Sheriff Hansel had an engagement today. He wasn't able to change it, so he asked me to be here in his place today. I have lots of thoughts and things that I would like to share. I don't want to take a lot of time, so I'm going to try to hit on just a couple, and then I welcome you to ask me a lot of questions if you would like. I think that I'm going to share a perspective not just of the Sheriff's Department, but all of my colleagues that are at the Deputy Director and Manager levels. If you recall, we came before you in August with a letter expressing our concerns about moving payroll to the Auditor Controller's office. Our main concerns were due to staffing and the short staffing that was happening in their office and how delinquent transactions were, and that we couldn't communicate with the Auditor Controller. Our only means of communication is email, and we sometimes get a response and we sometimes don't. Despite our concerns, we understood that you made a decision to move it there. So my colleagues and I, we are professionals, and we were in full support of your direction, and our job was to carry out your direction. We had suggested in that letter that there be, departments be part of this transition. I very clearly recall the Auditor Controller saying that nobody processes payroll but Human Resources and the Auditor Controller's office, and therefore they didn't want our input or want us involved. We have been sitting here suffering silently for almost 6 months, wanting to be at the table. We have, I've only been here for 3.5 years, but there are some incredible colleagues of mine that have been here a very long time and have a lot of knowledge. And we do process payroll up to the point that we were turning it over to the Auditor Controller to do the, workers' comp and all of the benefits. I mean, we don't do that part, but we do, our office, we have staff in the Sheriff's Office and DHHS and other offices who are taking very generic time cards, and they are applying MOU rules, and they are calculating how many hours somebody's due for overtime, how many hours they're due for on-call, so many different things. And so there is definitely a part that our departments are doing, and there's historical knowledge, and here's how we've always done it. It doesn't mean that we should do it this way moving forward, but here's what we've been doing. And immediately in this transition, we were met with problems. And we would reach out and we'd say, okay, this person didn't get paid, or this workers' comp thing didn't happen, or this error occurred, or that error occurred. We would really like to communicate with you and collaborate and figure out how you want us to do it differently. And it wasn't just a lack of communication, it's a flat out wall. I'm just gonna be brave right now and tell you this. So the prior payroll department that was in Human Resources, they could not talk to the auditor controller's office. And so departments were in between them. So if we had somebody, oh, sorry.
We had an accidental phone discharge.
I think he was streaming the meeting by accident.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
So prior, when payroll was under Human Resources and there was 4 people in that department, if me as a department, sheriff's office, we had an employee have errors occurred, absolutely. I'm not saying that since it's gone to the auditor controller's office, all of a sudden there's errors. We had errors before. So if we had a situation, I can recall several, where an employee didn't get paid correctly or didn't get their payment. And so we would reach out, because that's urgent to me. That is one of the highest priorities. If our employee didn't get a paycheck, I am all over it. And so we would reach out and we would talk to the payroll division, who was like, yes, we will fix that for you. We will get that supplemental in, but we can't issue that check. That requires the auditor controller's office to issue it. And the only way that the payroll department was able to communicate with the auditor controller was through an email. And there's no guarantee they're going to see an urgent email. So I would have to pick up the phone and talk to the auditor controller's office and then call back to the payroll and then call back to the auditor controllers, because the payroll department wasn't allowed to talk to the auditor controller. The relationship was so broken, there was a wall, and departments were in the middle of that. So my colleagues and I were brave in August, and I have had a great relationship with Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez. I worked very hard at that. I've liked a lot of the things that she's done. I've implemented things that she's done. I'm grateful to her for 10-digit org keys. We have had a great relationship. I started to see that things weren't going, she was falling further and further behind. We weren't able to communicate. So when this payroll thing came up in August, I was shocked by it. I couldn't even imagine why her office would want to take this on when they were so far behind. And so my colleagues and I were brave, and we came forward and we talked to you and we told you our concerns. And I can tell you that since I did that, that wall has now happened to me. She will not speak to me. I can't get anything accomplished, and it makes me, I'm being brave right now because I'm afraid what this is going to mean to my department and my staff for speaking up right now. So it is not just a communication problem, it is an absolute wall, and it's a refusal. I mean, Maggie Fleming stood up here before you and told you that we have offered our own staff to come help, and we have sent them up there, and she has either not wanted to use them or has found a reason not to let them do all of the work that we have offered to have them do. I don't understand it. I really don't. My sentiments are the same as John Bartholomew. I don't understand what is going on here. There are so many great employees in this county that want to do right, but we cannot, it's just not happening. It's got to stop.
I think Supervisor Bohn has a question for you.
And Regina, just for transparency, because that's the new word, everything else. When you guys offered to help Maggie, the Public Works and everything else, you worked on different departments. You didn't work on your own project for the sake of the keeping the.
Absolutely. Public Works did journals for the sheriff's office. DA's office did, I think, for DHHS. And my office, or maybe my office did some of DHHS, so absolutely. There was definitely those controls. She used our staff for, I want to say, maybe 3 or 4 days. And even though there's still 200 and something journals that aren't done, we were told we weren't needed anymore. So I'm being completely honest with you right now, despite what it could mean, because I am dealing with it again today. I have an employee, brand new deputy sheriff recruit. All right, he's just come to the county. You know how hard it is for us to get deputies. And he didn't get his paycheck. He gets his paycheck mailed to him. Normally it comes every Saturday. It used to be that when I first got here, that departments could pick up the checks. We were able to pick up the checks, and then we had a log where we would sign those checks out to employees that could come in on Friday and pick up their paycheck. They didn't have to worry that U.S. Postal Service was going to lose it, right? They could come in and pick it up. And that was taken away from departments. And we were told that we were not allowed to pick checks up anymore, that for control reasons, those were going to get mailed to employees. And I have, at least on at least more than 5 times where employees, because errors do occur, employees had the wrong address, so their checks mailed to Los Angeles where they just moved from, and the address didn't get put in the system on time, or an error was happened in data entry and it gets mailed to the wrong place. So we have employees, we have it again, this one normally gets it every Saturday, but because of the U.S. Postal Service, who knows, we've reached out, what can we do? I mean, we're talking about giving personal loans to our employees so that they can pay their bills. And he has not gotten a response back from the auditor controller yet. And I am at a loss because they're reaching out and looking at me. And I said, I don't know, you can try calling, you might get a voicemail or you might get a real person. You might try knocking on their door. Sometimes they'll answer, sometimes they won't. Yes, I know you've already tried emailing. I can't guarantee you when that's going to turn around. So to your point, Supervisor Bushnell, to me, somebody not getting a paycheck is highest priority, and there needs to be a way for departments and staff to communicate when it's a high priority item so it doesn't get lost in the 1,000 emails that they get a day. You know, and also, you know, I just can't, I'm so sorry, I'm nervous right now. We had an employee who was overpaid 300 hours. Again, errors happen. Our employee was not upset at the error, but he is incredibly upset over how he's been treated. He reached out, never got a response, reached out, never got a response. Went up there, the auditor controller herself met with him. She says, wow, I didn't know this. Have you been trying to get a hold of my office? And he said, yes, I have. She goes, okay, let me try to fix this for you. With 1 week left in the fiscal year, or I'm sorry, the calendar year. This was at the end of December, and if this didn't get fixed in the calendar year, it now has repercussions to his tax return, his W-2. She said, I will try to get this fixed by the end of the year. It did not happen. He has been trying to get a hold of her. He has not heard back. He is looking at me and I'm at a complete loss. And the only thing I can tell him is file a county claim or get an attorney. I don't know what else to tell you. That is one story of hundreds. Okay. So I think I've said enough.
So I don't know if there's any questions right now, or Director Bartholomew. I didn't know who else may want to speak and give Regina a chance to kind of get a little air there. Yeah.
John Bartholomew, Treasurer Tax Collector. Chair Bass, thank you for noticing me. There's a reason that all the other counties in the state have the payroll department in the Auditor Controller's office, and because that's where the expertise lies. And so I would urge you not to shift it again. I was not in favor of it being transferred to the HR department originally, because there is obviously difficulties in it leaving the Auditor Controller's office, who does control the paychecks and does work in the general ledger every single day, and that's their job, and they know payroll now. And so to transition to the CAO's office, or to have put CLA into the mix somehow, I think would be, it'd cause more pain to transition between another department or adding another agency in there. I think that payroll has smoothed out, and I appreciate the diligence that HR and the Auditor Controller's Office has put into it, because I know it's not easy. And my only question to them is the interface between your two departments with the segregation of duties working well? And it sounds like you're meeting regularly, so that's fantastic. And so I am supportive of it remaining in the Auditor Controller's Office, but obviously there's some communication issues that need to be addressed, and I would urge maybe a liaison assigned to only work with employees reaching to the Auditor Controller's Office for answers to get back to them, because payroll, obviously, we don't all come to work because we love it so much. We come to work so we get paid, and so it's critical. And anyway, I just want to throw that out. I would hate to see payroll be pulled or pushed to some other department or add another agency. We've been messing around with this for 2 years, right? It's very unfortunate that ADP did not work out. I'm sorry that everyone experienced that, but I think there are some strong lessons learned by trying to do that, and that it really does belong in the Auditor Controller's Office. But things need to be propped up and supported so all employees can feel comfortable and get answers when they need it at all times. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I did want to ask our CAO, when we talk about Clifton Larson and the payroll audit, I mean, that would happen no matter what we plan to do, right? Would that?
I would certainly recommend that. Yeah, the Clifton Larson plan is to go employee by employee, payroll by payroll, look for discrepancies, start to document who has been paid inaccurately, whether overpaid, underpaid, mispaid. And then, develop a log. That will also help us to take a global picture of what errors we're seeing and start to see what is systemic and a consistent problem so that we can begin to develop corrections and modified processes to address those very large and systemic challenges.
All right, thank you. Are there other department heads that wanted to say anything? And I see a couple of supervisors' hands. Well, just a moment, Karen. I will definitely go back. We'll go round robin. I think we're running out of department heads unless there's some online. Somebody let me know.
Hi.
No, I know, Connie.
Whatever happens today, whatever decisions are made, I would just ask that departments continue to be involved in the process. We've been meeting regularly. Our staff have been meeting regularly with CAO staff and HR staff around trying to mitigate some of the issues. One of the problems that we see is the auditor controller refuses to come to those meetings to be collaborative and communicate with us. So it would be wonderful to have that process. What I see recently is our staff in departments are getting less and less access to the system, so we can't check for errors. So we're not going to see less errors. We're going to see more because our staff are not able to see whether the corrections that they input were made. We just had a batch recently, an entire batch of corrections for a payroll that was deleted by that office and was not communicated with us. So I appreciate Regina and her honesty and her ability to get up here and speak about very, very difficult situations that we are dealing with, but we are talking about hundreds of people that we are dealing with this payroll issue. We have to make some kind of process. Policy and procedure does not exist for accounts payable or payroll right now because of where it sits. I'm not saying it needs to leave there forever, but we as a county need processes and systems to make this work.
Connie, can I ask you a question?
And I do know, I wanted to say, I do know Chief Brenneman is on also so we'll go to him next after you.
So the payroll corrections that you sent over, do you know if they were implemented and then deleted, or do you have no?
We have no idea because we don't have access to the system anymore. So changes have been made to processes with departments without communication to the departments in advance. We are no longer able to check for corrections. So we're probably submitting errors because we have no way to check them. And we used to be able to do that before this transition.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We do have, I did ask other department heads. Chief Brenneman, you there?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I guess, one of my frustrations and my worries is that payroll's not a pilot program. It's something that's been existed for a long period of time. And contrary to the audit controller's opinion, we have seen a market increase in errors. And maybe that's because in the past, as errors came up, we were able to work between human resources and the audit controller's office to get those issues resolved in a timely manner so it didn't affect people at their paycheck. But I've had grievances filed with our department. I've had people really elevate those issues and haven't been able to resolve them. My concern is, and what we've seen is that it's a combination of some of the issues that occur inside of human resources where things are done incorrectly, and then those issues translate over to the audit controller's office. However, The HR part of the process is much better at responding to us, and we're having difficulty getting clear answers out of the HR portion of it about getting people paid on time. So I guess my point is that there was an existing process, and before changing the existing process, it seems like we should be really thoughtful about what we're changing and how we're changing it so we don't disrupt the system, which is what has occurred. And I would just, as we talk about, well, we're learning all these new things, we're doing all these different, I think we are abandoning an old process, which, while not perfect, certainly was not showing the same degree of issues. And we have some experience within HR right now that might be able to stabilize some of that stuff. So I don't have an opinion necessarily on what path the county should take. But I just really would, first, I would say that the issues have increased since we've made this change. And I think the status quo of how it's working is not really an optimal outcome here. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other department heads? Director. Giving everybody new titles today, Auditor Paz Dominguez.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot about communication today, and what I heard here from Regina and from Connie is that there is miscommunication there as well, because we do get phone calls from the sheriff's business office that we do answer, and we do have that electronic phone log that I talked to you about last month that we were developing, and I'm prepared to email that to you so that you can see just how often we respond specifically to the sheriff business office phone calls. There's also, she's got outdated information because I'm constantly looking for opportunities to keep providing responses. Just today, between the last item and this item, I went back to my office and I kept working on payroll. And that employee that she says has never gotten a response, I got that phone call. I provided the information. I confirmed that a paycheck was issued, and I asked them to confirm that they didn't receive it today so that we could void it and reissue it. All of this happens in real time. So while someone over here is thinking that they're not getting responses, the reality is that we are actively always working on providing those responses. When it comes to Connie saying that their team doesn't know anything that's going on, I actually had a Zoom meeting with a supervisor within her department specifically who works on employee services. We coordinated on an issue related to an employee who didn't receive military leave sick time accrual for almost a year. These meetings are happening, these conversations are happening, and just because I'm not at a meeting specifically where Connie is or where she wants me to be, doesn't mean that I'm not actively coordinating and communicating with her department. And I also want to share with you that those joint meetings that are happening with the CAO's office and DHHS, that was a coordinated effort between the Auditor Controller's office and the CAO. It was Sean Quincy who asked, how can he help? And I said, that would be a great help if you could serve as the liaison, because I am not available to attend. And he was more than happy to assist in being that liaison because he has that good rapport with DHHS. And when they do have meetings, he's texting, asking questions about the conversations they're having. And if I'm available, I provide responses in real time. This is still happening. I'm still helping and communicating and collaborating, even though I can't physically or in Zoom be there during a whole hour of a meeting. And it's usually because I'm working on payroll. Also, I forwarded an email to you in the, that you will see. It's the most recent communication that I have with that employee who didn't receive that paycheck. This is what I mean. I'm actively working on payroll.
Uh-oh, we've got a slightly, Nikki, do you need us to take a break? I got a message saying the computer broke or something.
Brooke's in there calling IT, so before we take any kind of motion, if you need a break, great. I don't have any resolution from IT yet, but my computer is shut down.
I was actually, someone had asked for a quick break. It seems like a good time. Do you guys mind taking a 5-minute break? Yeah, we'll come back. It's just like we have, she doesn't have anything on her screen.
I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, well, after, yes, we'll be going to public comment next. Yeah, that would be the plan, but you know how plans go sometimes.
How long of a break?
We were just about, I think, to go to public comment. Does that sound about, okay. So, if there's, we had a hand up, I thought, in the, well, we do have one. If you're interested in talking on this item and you're on the video, we're going to go to you first. So press *9 to raise your hand. And this, hold on, I got to get, Nikki.
Virginia, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, and hold on, Ken. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds.
Virginia?
Yes. Can you hear me? I hear you.
Is something wrong with the transmission here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Uh-oh. Yeah. Help.
No, I can't hear you through the phone at all.
Can you hear anybody?
If it's okay, I'll just go ahead and make my comments then. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you can, are you watching? Yes, please do. I'm sorry. Technology's lovely. All right, yes, please.
I can hear you through the TV downstairs, but nothing through the phone. Should I just go make my comments, Virginia, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, I will go ahead and start my comments now. This is Kent Sawatsky, and, I just wanted to let you know that I think Brian Pye's last three numbers on his phone number is 3139, and he's the person who this contract goes through. So if you saw that one in there and wanted to have him make comment. We seem to be a little bit off of what we might consider to be the agendized item. I think it's for the contract for $259,000, if I recall. I'm trying to pull that back up. I lost my computer space in the meantime. I strongly support you consider spending that money. It's the same firm that you're dealing with on the thing, and I think I can help kind of give you an executive summary of what they'll tell you. Number one, they're probably going to tell you everybody needs to go to ExecuTime and not use paper time cards. Now I can hear you on the phone. Okay, so get rid of the paper time cards. I talked to Sheriff Billy, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he said, if I recall right, and I could be corrected by, I think it's Regina there, if she's aware, that there are other programs out there that are more detailed and more suited for the Sheriff's Department. So you might check into that. I did want to, mention to you, I spent quite a bit of time on this topic, and I wanted to thank Karen Paz. My understanding is originally when you had problems with W-2s and things, which were kind of put out there, you're going to have problems. She said she met with 70 people. She budgeted 15 minutes for each of those personal time to come in, and I think only 2 of them are actually wrong. So spreading these rumors out there really is kind of costly to the county. I did wish to make a mention to Regina and Connie. Let me use a thing of my own. If I came in and see what I do to Rex, and I saw this kind of happen, in my opinion, between you and the auditor controller in past meetings, I don't think Rex would be warm and fuzzy to me. I think he would not be receptive to communicating. So I think it's called trying to win friends and influence people. I think we all need to kind of step back and treat each other civilly. If nobody says negative things about people, then I think we can get along a lot better. Of course, I'm the first one to say negative things, so maybe I should listen to myself. But on the other hand, we need to fix this, spend the money. Personally, I would just love to see it go straight to the CAO's office and have her take it over and start Monday and just go ahead and take over payroll. But I don't think that would be in the county's best interest. Sometimes it's best to walk in other people's shoes before we get all kind of pushback and things. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on this topic.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other? I have one more speaker in the queue, looks like, at this moment. If you're interested in speaking on this specific item, press *9 so we know you're there. And 0260, you have 3 minutes to speak. And your timer will start when we start hearing your voice.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, Thomas, we can.
So I've welcomed you. Wonderful service in Humboldt County. I've caught bits and pieces of today's meeting and this agenda item. From my take on this agenda item, I would support anything, including this, that you have the ability to move out of the AC office from the communicational breakdown issues that continue to be brought to light. I think it would be in the county's best interest, and it sounds like about a year is what they need, and the precursor to that is hopefully we'll have a new AC then. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And we will go to those in person now, correct, Nikki? All right. And so I know we have James here, and if anyone else that from the public or that works for the county that wanted to comment, this would be the time to come forward. Welcome, Jim. And this will be the 30-second button. We have gone back high tech with old school, you know, go figure. The 30-second.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Hussey. I'm a senior accountant auditor here at the county, and I've been here for 14 years. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Let me take this off. First, let me say I support option number 1. That would be to keep the payroll function in the auditor controller's office. I want to mention one of the disadvantages that was listed on the item. It said that the auditor controller has experienced challenges recruiting and retaining staff. This was a problem that kind of went across all of the departments after we discussed it a bit more, but this was the only one that actually called out the department head of the auditor controller specifically. This September, I will be celebrating my 10-year anniversary in the AC's office. And I want to kind of refute the contention that our current staffing difficulties are directly related to the leadership of Karen Paz Dominguez. It was about 5 years ago when she came on as the assistant auditor controller. I was already 1 foot out the door. And taken all of my years of institutional knowledge with me. The toxicity of the workplace, the lack of advancement opportunities that led me to believe that I had nowhere to go left in the county, and I had to start looking somewhere else. Karen Paz Dominguez had just started and said to me, please give me a chance, and I reluctantly did so. In that time, she has proved to me to be a person of integrity and high ideals. She works tirelessly to improve this county, and regardless of the personal cost to herself. If you want to know the real reason why we have such difficulty retaining staff, we have to look no farther than the actual county leadership. We've been fighting ever since she came on as the assistant auditor controller. The very first time she came up here, fight started. What we need to do is we need to get rid of the aggressive agenda items. We need to get rid of the restructuring, and we need to start working together. Recently, I was offered a generous position at a different organization, and I have turned it down today because I believe in Karen Paz Dominguez, and I believe in the team that she has put together. Thank you. And my part in it. My suggestions would be to give the staff we need to not only clean up the stuff that is currently wrong, but the things that were wrong in the past. And also, most importantly, publicly support the auditor controller and the work that we do and the hardworking staff in our office. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Jim. And yeah, Nikki, if we're going to have to use this, maybe we can get it to the timer up there too. Thankfully, Supervisor Bohn told me what was behind my head, that 30 seconds was left. So anyone else in the public care to comment on this item? All right. None? I didn't see it. Anyway, any supervisors care to comment now that we're back to them? Supervisor Bohn?
No. I hear about all these meetings, but then I hear that we can't go to the meetings. I'm going to vote the same way I did 6 months ago because I don't see anything that's changed, and I know I'm getting a lot more calls, and I've called department heads from when these people call, and I can't believe a department head is telling you call your supervisor before they call the AC or anything else. As a last resort, I could see that, but I don't know. This isn't working. We just heard it. We just heard it again from department heads, our two biggest department heads. It's not working. And I mean, and 6 months later, it's not working. And that's who I hear, and I'm not going to throw Zach under the bus, but I don't think Zach can 100% say it's working. So maybe it never works, but I know it used to work. I know it used to work because I used to never hear this stuff.
Supervisor Madrone, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a recommendation on this agenda item for hiring the outside firm to help identify issues, problems, et cetera. I know that the two of you have both spoke about some of those things in the work you're doing or have identified, but I suspect that with staffing, it's been hard to really put a lot of time into all that. So would this be useful to HR and to the auditor controller and CAO in our county to have this effort by the outside firm to help really, institutionalize what they find in terms of the problems and recommendations and the rest of it? Is that going to be a useful thing? Because I think with understaffing, how do we get to that place? I think we all want to get to that place of making corrections. So would this be a useful thing to have us support? I'm just curious on your opinions on that, the two of you.
It depends. So is it a payroll audit or a program review? Because those would be two different things. A payroll audit would mean they just look at the historical records and they ask for substantiating backup and they tell you whether or not the numbers are accurate. If it's a program review, then they would be looking at how does HR manage transactions, how does the auditor controller, how do departments, and then they would identify weaknesses and opportunities to improve. Those are two different things.
Okay.
I have always recommended to the board that there be a payroll audit because I've known that there were inconsistencies in payroll for years. In terms of a program review, I believe the board has already hired several consultants to do that. There was CPSHR, there was MRG, there was, you hired a project manager specifically to look at the payroll transition last time. MGO was also hired to do a payroll review. So I think if you were to choose to do it again this time, maybe have some kind of idea of what is going to make this one different. I have a good relationship with CLA. I wouldn't be opposed to them coming to do a program review or an audit. So would it help us? Us as a county, likely, if you are looking for an audit. If you're looking for a program review, this might not be the time to do it because everything is so in transition. We're hiring new staff. So similar to when you had the classification and compensation study, it was obsolete the day it was issued because now the situation is we have COVID. Everyone works differently. The jobs have changed. So you run that risk also with a program review at this point.
I think that, whoa, that's loud. I think that there's probably something that we could get out of it. My only concern would be what level of interaction with both offices would it take? I know in working with outside, accountants and consultants, that can very frequently take a lot of time away from the work that's being done. Without knowing exactly what that would look like, it's hard to say, but I think reviewing some of the practices and records of people, that would probably be a really good way to identify some of these consistent errors that we're seeing, and maybe even help with like an MOU revamp sort of project that we're looking at. But that would be my one fear, is that will it entail pulling staff away when we are in such a I hate to use the word crisis, but in such a critical state where really every sort of second needs to be spent doing like the payroll process, pretty much. especially for Karen's, and I don't want to speak 100% for Karen, but especially for her office. I know Karen specifically works on payroll herself, and so each moment she's taken away to do something like this could potentially have an impact on a paycheck or a overpayment or something like that.
Well, thank you both for your response to that, and if I may continue through the chair. I think you're right. I mean, we have spent a lot of money doing a bunch of these pieces. I'm not sure that any report on the findings of that has ever come back to our board. You know, it seems maybe this is a little premature. I mean, I realize we have a lot of work to do and we need to do it quickly and move forward. I think we all agree to that. But it'd be really nice to kind of gather that together and be able to say, this is what we found before, and this is what we're still missing, and figure out a way how we can do that without putting additional stress on either of the departments, because frankly, all three departments, I mean, all the departments are understaffed. There's no department in the county that's not. Now, I'm very hopeful that our recent MOUs that we signed are actually starting to turn that corner on staffing. In fact, Sheriff Hansel, within a couple of weeks of agreeing to the new increased wages, benefits, equity adjustments, made a comment on the news that it's already having an impact, a positive impact on his department in regards to retention, recruitment, and morale. And I think over time, we're going to see that kind of start affecting positively all of our departments. At least I think that's what our hope was as a board, was that not only were these employees deserved these raises and wage increases, but it's with the whole idea that we can increase staffing and provide better services to our community. So I think maybe that's a good way to approach that, is build on, find out what we learned already and what we don't know, and then put something together to try and put those pieces together. Because I'm hearing you say it would be good if it doesn't take away from staff, if it doesn't take away from what you're already struggling to get done, you know, with limited staff. So that makes some sense to me. I also really agree strongly with John Bartholomew that, I mean, even the CAO's office said, give us a year to do it. Well, we've given you 5 months. So I would be supportive of trying to figure out how to continue to make improvements, whatever those are. And if that is taking the offers from the other departments that have offered to try and help, figuring out how to make that work as we're staffing up. And I know there's some complexities to that, and I'm not asking to get into that. But I just think any way we can try and make progress moving forward is a good thing. And just shifting one way and another, ADP, this, that, moving it around, I just think we need to give you time, the two of you, both departments, to really have that year to really just continue to work on improving this, because there were problems before and maybe they've gotten worse with all the shuffling back and forth, but I know you're both diligently and all of your coworkers working to improve those. So I just think, I'd like to see us continue to put resources towards trying to make sure that's moving forward and improving things. And then if after a year of time it's not happening, I suspect that you'll both be coming to us saying, no, please have somebody else do it. And I think Regina said she was amazed that you took it back on. I was too, because my goodness, this is just simply not an easy thing to take on and do. But those are just my comments at this time. So thank you both.
All right, and thank you. I have Supervisors Bohn, Bushnell, and then Bass getting in the queue.
I'm still against it, because all I heard today was there's no communication. This does not work without communication. It does not work without communication. We heard the Director of Business Administration from the Sheriff's Office, because last August she's been cut off. We have other department heads that didn't come talk today because they don't want to get cut off. I can't support this. Let's give it another 6 months. I don't know. I don't know if we can give it another 6 months. I'm only hearing one person say hey, there's no problems. But I've got people, department heads saying we had Sean Brenneman said there are more issues now than ever. Sean, he never speaks out. We are having more issues now than ever. We are having our sheriff's department saying there are more issues now than ever. So are we going to, it's going this way. Are we thinking it's going to plateau and go like this? As Sean said, this isn't a pilot program. I thought that was a great line. This isn't something new. This is something we've been doing for employees since 1854 when we were incorporated. I don't know if we hired an employee that day, but we've paid employees. And I'm talking to longtime employees that have never seen anything like this. I know deep down that if we, and I don't want to do this to the CAO, because I'm surprised she even offered, but I know the CAO will accept everybody with open arms, and I think they will go talk to her. And I think between them and their payrolls, I mean, there's just little things that we could see wrong. Why don't we why did we take away the department's checking for errors? Why did DHHS can't check for errors? They can't get into the system to check for errors. Why would you take a tool out of the tool belt like that when they're specific to their department? Same thing with the sheriff's department. Why can't they check for errors? This isn't, I mean, the thing is, I'm not, and as far as the payroll audit goes, I don't know which way it goes, but I sat here on a Saturday in November and handed out paychecks to people. And there were guys walking out that got $238 when they were supposed to get $2,380. And I heard them talking, saying, hey, did they take that $238 out of your next check? And he says, no. I says, are you going to say anything? They'll find it. I don't know who to say anything to. And they walked out. So I don't know if that audit will find this. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. But there's issues. And again, I don't think it's all the auditor controller's fault. I think communication would be great. My biggest fear is today, I have not heard one person come up and say, I've never had a problem with communication. I've got great communications with the auditor controller's office. She always gets right back to me. And I understand she's busy. I mean, I average around 55 emails a day, 55 to 65. I don't have staff to answer mine. I just get to do it, and I've got to answer it. So I will not be, and I don't want to send it to the CAO because I think we're just whittling away at our CAO's office and what we're trying to get with our new CFO and all the people we've had to add in all the departments and financial departments. I mean, I don't know how many, and I'm sorry, my heart hurts for the lost employees we have. I hurt for Lisa Dugan. I hurt for Amy Nielsen. I hurt for people down the line through the sheriff's office and everything else that is left because they can't deal with this. I've got to look at those people in the eye when I walk out of here.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. Is Coa Hills is still involved in helping? And I don't care who answers, somebody.
Yes.
Man, a few words.
So do they do the HR, are they helping with payroll and HR performance, or what? What is their position? What is their job?
So Coa Hills mainly helps with HR functions, but currently they are helping out with a number of, payroll related things, usually in conjunction with the auditor controller's office. That kind of goes back to some of the discussions about how the separation of duties, there's some of those gray areas, and they're kind of, in a sense, on both sides of the fence, mainly in the HR realm, though.
Okay, thank you. And so if this board decides today to move payroll to the CAO's office, what does that look like?
It would involve a change management process that is communicated out to departments heavily. I think one of the biggest negatives in the first transition was that departments weren't collaborated with. They didn't get to come to the table and have input on the low-hanging fruit that we can capitalize on to make little changes that have big rewards. They didn't get to come to the table to talk about strategic changes. They are really the boots on the ground when it comes to payroll, and what they are seeing from their end, they have a lot of knowledge that they can offer. So I think coordinating with all of the departments and creating a regularly occurring working group will be step number one. Next, it's dividing teams. I think you need an HR team and a payroll team that are distinctly separate, but very close at the same time. They need to communicate, they need to cross-collaborate, and they need to have an ability to run across the hall and go say, hey, I've got this challenge. How do we solve this? Sit down, solve it, and move on to the next thing. They've got to be able to put some bows on what they're working on so that they're not constantly putting out fires. And they desperately, desperately, desperately need a customer service team. Staff, for me, that's the crux of this. Staff deserve to know if they are getting paid, and staff deserve answers when their pay is incorrect. Waiting 2 or 3 months, in my opinion, is just absolutely and utterly unacceptable. So we need a team who is responding to them and getting answers to the staff, not just how it's going to be fixed, but when will it be fixed? When will you get your pay? I had a staff member yesterday or on Friday not get paid. We emailed yesterday. I don't have a response. Granted, it's only been 24 hours, but as Ms. Fuller said, no pay is number one. How do we mark those as critical so that a check gets cut that very day? We checked all of our processes. We input the time. We made sure that everything was accurate, but he hasn't got paid. And we don't know why. So now we don't know how do we correct that in the next pay cycle.
So how would, thank you for that. And then at what time frame would it be moved from the AC office to your office, least disruptive for staff? What does that time frame look like?
Part of the change management process would include monthly report outs to your board, similar to what you've asked of Ms. Paz Dominguez. But my point is that I would be coming back to you every month and communicating with you on progress. And so that would be a collaborative decision, I think, with your board on, okay, we feel like our office is good, HR is good, payroll is good. Now is the time to start that transition back. Okay. I can't say exactly. We're going to have to see how, maybe it's 6 months. Maybe it's 8 months.
That's not what I'm asking at all. What I'm asking is what the transition from AC currently to your office, what does that time frame look like if this board so chooses?
I think that we could make the transfer in the next 30 days.
Okay. And then also, so as far as the payroll audit, Ms. Paz Dominguez, so there's obviously, and I'm not blaming, there's just been problems with payroll, it sounds like, for a long time. And also with the staffing problems and, trying to get everything worked out. There's obviously probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, things that have gotten missed over a certain amount of time. So at what point would those inaccuracies come forward if we don't do a payroll audit? Because that's where I would be looking and wanting to see from a payroll audit to make sure that we're not, there's obviously some stuff going on. How do we find that out? When do we know that? Do we go months and years down the road and then, oh shoot, we've messed up? So that's what I wanted to ask about the payroll audit for a while now, just to make sure. So can you help me out with that question?
Yes. When payroll was in the Human Resources Department, we would find out quarterly because I performed the payroll tax quarterlies for the county. And this was, I think it was prior to you being on the board. I notified the board of discrepancies I found within payroll in the first quarter that payroll resided in HR. I notified the CAO's office as well, and I can forward those items to you since you didn't have them. That's how the auditor controller functions. We find out about the mistakes because we do routine auditing. In this case, it was quarterly, and that was because we did not have payroll. In this case, I do a review of payroll every week because I do payroll. I also hear from employees. I think it's a little unreasonable to expect a response from me within 24 hours when I've been sitting here all day. And even during my break, I still managed to provide responses to the one employee who said he didn't get paid. We find things out immediately because we hear from the employees that they didn't get paid. We hear from the accountants who are auditing funds and reconciling funds that there's funny transactions maybe where there shouldn't be, or the dollar amount doesn't match the report that we sent. The treasurer's office also provides checks and balances to our office because when we issue taxes or payments related to payroll, they have to see it on their side at the bank. And if the bank clears a transaction that they don't have a report for, they come and ask us immediately. Or if a report differs from what they are seeing in the bank, they tell us immediately. So within a week, we would know that there's an issue. Similar with HR, they also are checks and balances because they report to Empower. So it's come up before where they see a report for Empower that doesn't match the amount that was wired. And so we get together on that, and it was a AC staff person who was able to reconcile the transactions. So we're finding these and resolving them in real time as the county employer.
So I appreciate that. However, my question I'm going to kind of defer to is, what about the things that you're not hearing, you're not seeing, and you're not finding? And I can tell you that there are 2 people on this panel right now that have had things happen this year that weren't noticed right away. And so over a long period of time, things accumulated. And so and those things are not your fault or my fault, her fault, whoever's fault, but those are the things I want to know. How do you find those when you're not aware of them?
There are different mechanisms. So the ones I described already, the checks and balances with Empower and with the bank. There's also CalPERS because hours and time has to be reported there. And usually we find out the most, or what is it? The most, I'm losing the word. The fastest because an employee self-reports. So what I heard a few minutes ago is that Supervisor Bohn heard an employee say there was something wrong with their paycheck. I hope that Supervisor Bohn encouraged them to pay back any amount that was overpaid to them, though I do trust that we reconciled the amounts. Actually, we did spend considerable amount of time reconciling paychecks when we had to do it out of accounts payable. So I can't tell you how we would know what we don't know, but I can tell you that the way the controller function of the auditor controller function is designed is to set internal controls in place so that we can have an opportunity to find these discrepancies.
Okay. Well, I know there are things that aren't being found, so that would be why you would do an audit. My question would be to Alicia. Thank you, Karen. I really appreciate that. If we so choose to do this audit, what would be the time frame that we go back?
Sorry to jump ahead on your last question. That would be an evaluation with your board through monthly reporting and determining when we feel like the program has been stabilized, documented, and am I still?
Yeah, no, that's not the question. The question is, if we do a payroll audit, how many months prior do we do one for 1 year? Do we do?
Back to when the transfer occurred.
To when the transfer occurred.
To August.
Or if this board so chooses, we could say 1 year.
We could go much further, although the process of going payroll by payroll, person by person that's why this is a very expensive contract, because that's a very lengthy amount of work for their team because we have such a large workforce.
Okay. And Ms. Paz-Dominguez, you said that previous to the transfer, you were doing it quarterly, like an audit?
We still do the payroll quarterlies.
No, that you said previous to payroll coming to your office, you were doing like an audit of payroll functions.
Yes.
And you still do that?
Yes, on a quarterly basis, and it's part of the reporting to the IRS and the Employment Development Department.
So during that, for that reporting, you would find discrepancies even if an employee didn't bring them to you?
Yes.
So my paycheck was wrong for a year and you didn't find that. So how would that be, like, how would you find that? Because I didn't realize it.
So I would love actually to use you as a test case because it would depend on why it was wrong, or was it wrong, or how type
No, it
of wrong.
was. 100%.
Was it wrong because your time was entered incorrectly?
No.
Was it wrong because your profile was set up incorrectly? Was it wrong because your pay rate wasn't set up right? Was it wrong because your deductions were set up wrong? There's a lot of reasons why it would be wrong when you're talking.
It was an item missed by both. And there's also another person on the board that's the same thing's happening. But, it doesn't really matter why, but I want to know how that would get caught if I didn't say something.
Well, the reason why I asked you what kind of wrong is because my answer depends on what kind of wrong. So if it had anything to do with benefits enrollments, the Human Resources Department has a division called Risk Management that oversees benefits. So they would be doing the reconciliation of how many people are enrolled in certain programs and then compare it to the statements they get from those programs. In our case, we would be looking at just the amount of pay. We issued this much pay, and then we look at the bank, and then we look at the general ledger.
Yeah, it was a benefits issue, and so that's why I'm asking the question, because I think an audit might show those types of things, and I didn't notice it for a long time, and nobody else did either. And so, and it was to a detriment of the county, and so that's why I'm asking about this, because I want to know how those things are caught.
Then a
If-
payroll audit is not what you're looking for, because a payroll audit would not include within its scope a review of benefits enrollment. That would be a different type of
Okay,
audit.
that's what I'm asking. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Let's see here. It's been a while since I've written these notes down. I want to say that we did this transfer out of HR under some, what we were being told is that HR was under duress at the time, that there was a trajectory that was not good. So, there's kind of a couple paths there, and I don't want us to forget that we could have chosen a different path, but we don't know what the result of that path would have been, and it may not have been better than the situation we're in right now. It could have been much worse. And as in many of the decisions we make here, we always forget about what our choice was back when, and it really did seem like it was headed for collapse as far as I could tell, and from the information I was given. So I like to hope to think that whatever the situation we're in right now, as problematic as it is, hopefully it's better than the catastrophe that we were trying to avoid. I'm just going to go on faith with that a bit. So that being what it is, we do know that that we really do want to be in a place where these services payroll is in the AC's office, whether we choose to temporarily pull it out, because I really think that's kind of the two things we're talking about today. I mean, I haven't heard anyone talk about any of the other options, so I'm just going to lay it out as those are the two we're kind of talking about, or maybe there's a hybridized version between those, but those are the two things we're talking about. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I was trying to figure out which one of those is going to be better, which one's and which direction is going to be, what's going to work. I also want to comment that the customer service end of this is really being talked about, and again, that's all about communication. We're going back to that, and whether it's customer service related to our staff and employees, or whether it's customer service related to department heads trying to, advocate for their staff and advocate for their department in these systems, there is definitely a breakdown of communication. And I want to, I hear the narrative of like, oh, we're responding on time. I will say that I'm getting, email strings from employees that they're feeling not responded to over long periods of time, and it doesn't maybe necessarily help the narrative that when I forward them, because I do forward them to Karen, I'm just like, all right, this is like, I'm not the customer service agent in this regard, although I'm a customer service agent in about a third of my job. We all are. I mean, we get calls, we're just like, we're customer service agents, and that's good. And I found that there's mostly resolution is moving along when it's handed over, and in my experience, the staff is feeling like, oh, I got some service from that. My point is, though, it shouldn't have gotten to me to begin with, in terms of really that should have been taken care of at the customer service department of the AC's office. Knowing that the AC's office is like really hurting for staff, just like every other agent, every other department is, and knowing that there hasn't been, and I have to say, we've been doing this for a long time now, because communication, we're talking about this right now because we're having communication breakdowns. We should not be in this room talking about this. I have to tell you, on a side note, like, we're spending a lot of time on this issue. I want to talk about climate change and housing, and I want to talk about, I want to talk about a lot of things that we need to deal with, health and human services and a lot of stuff. And this is consuming so much oxygen that it's really getting, I just keep more and more, it's just more of a communication issue. And I have to say, like, if I'm begging, and really the AC's office to really communicate with department staff. And if there are set up meetings and it's imperative that if there's someone's got to be there. Someone has to be there, and there's just no way around that. I'm there. We need that desperately, and I hear what you said. I'm speaking to Karen Paz-Dominguez here. I hear what you say when you say, like, well, maybe the CAO's office could help with this customer service end of things. And I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe that's possible, and that is probably a hybridized version of what we're talking about, these two things. Maybe there is a task for which is like a project management task where the CAO's office takes in when things are elevated to a complaint level, or where they're at a level that there's communication needed, that they're managing that space because there isn't capacity within the AC's office to do it. That's what I'm hearing, is that there's just not capacity to manage communications, and maybe communications is managed for the CAO. I get real nervous about that because we do know, hold on one second, I do get real nervous about that because we keep hearing about a stress between those two offices in the ability to communicate in the current context and in the context of over some years now. This is a breakdown. We need to have the AC's office be able to show up and be present when the CAO and other departments are having these issues. It's really, really important. I truly believe that the Auditor Controller's Office wants to do the job they say they want to do, and they want to do it and they want to provide all these services. There is just some breakdown in this space that needs to get taken care of. And if it requires the CAO's office to take on some programmatic effort to do that, I'm willing to engage in that. That being said, there's this whole other part of our agenda here, which is to pay a consultant to do work. And I just heard the AC reference whether it's a programmatic review or an audit, and I haven't heard an answer to that question. So I apologize for that diatribe, and then a question, and then I acknowledging the AC and asking the chair to recognize the AC. Thank you.
Yes, fine. Did you want something from the CAO first and then the AC?
I can speak to Mike's just specific question that this is more of an audit. Yes, some recommendations of how we might be able to improve systems to address the consistent items and errors that they find through the audit will come from that. But the primary purpose is to audit for errors and develop processes to rectify those errors.
I appreciate that, and I'm still on the fence as to whether or not we're going to get to that place today, but I'm happy to hear it from the AC now.
Okay, so Auditor Paz-Dominguez, and then we'll go to Supervisor Bohn, and I'll get back in line. I'm still waiting.
Thank you. So I have tried the liaison model with the CAO's office, and apparently nobody knew, and so that was not successful. I have actually reached out, it was a few weeks ago, I reached out to representatives from some departments to ask them if they would be interested in joining something that I called a payroll think tank, and I got positive responses. Only reason it didn't happen is because we got pulled in all kinds of directions lately. I can commit to putting that together. It's representatives that perform payroll tasks in specific departments that were willing and eager to attend. And one of them did include I think it was the Deputy Director of Employee Services of DHHS, who was invited and agreed to attend. So I'd be happy to commit to that. The reality here is that, yes, Supervisor Wilson is right. I didn't actually ask for payroll back. It was brought to me by the previous HR director and a consultant that you hired and paid a lot of money to do good work, because payroll was in a crisis point and they needed somebody who could do it. So they asked me to take it, and I said yes. Now that we have it, I recognize how important it is that it live in the Auditor Controller's office, and how important those interfaces are. And the reality is also that regardless of where you put it, you still need the Auditor Controller. So at this point, moving it to an office who lacks the expertise in payroll and in the financial software just means you need more Auditor Controller support. So it would just be pulling me from my own department to go help another department do the work that my department is already trying to do. So it doesn't sound to me like it would be efficient or prudent or a good use of my time. I think it would be best to leave it in our office. I hear the concern is about collaboration. I've shared with you about that think tank, and I will make sure to start it right away. And in terms of customer service, I've also shared with you that we have a new person is starting in our department on Monday. And the intention is to train her, and I can work with the payroll services supervisor to make sure that we carve out an hour or 2 hours every day to make sure that we're providing follow-up responses to people who email. Additionally, we've just consolidated the inbox that we inherited, the county payroll inbox. That was something that already existed. We did not need another inbox, but it did contribute to why we couldn't respond to all the emails, because now we have another inbox. But through consolidating it with IT's help, now all of the email inquiries are being funneled through one shared inbox where all of the Auditor Controller staff are able to provide timely responses. So a lot of the complaints and the feedback you're hearing is based upon things that we are actively changing in the present. Maybe give me till the next month's presentation so I can give you an update on how that consolidation of that inbox worked, how that think tank went, how that meeting went, and who attended, and what we were able to resolve. The more I hear about what the payroll audit is going to be, the less I think it is what you're looking for, because a payroll audit, a financial audit, is not going to be looking for individual employees' pay and making sure that individual employees' pay is accurate. It's also not going to provide you the confirmation that benefits are being administered appropriately. So I think maybe you might want to examine the scope of that engagement a little closer to make sure that it aligns with what you're actually trying to do.
May I?
Sure, and then Supervisor Bohn, and then me, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
So just as a follow-up, I mean, I appreciate that the think tank a couple weeks ago, I mean, we've been on this for years. I mean, I'm just saying, like, a couple weeks ago is about 2 years. I know with payroll it's only 5 months, but we've needed collaboration at a department level, consistent department level for years, and that's been missing. And it's great that you've reached out in 2 weeks ago to start that up, and I hope it extends beyond payroll and actually is, you know, that collaborative institution that you're talking about extends to some of these other issues that we've dealt with earlier in the day, because that is really fundamentally where I feel like we're missing that space and that leadership really in how we bring people together. So I will ask that after maybe some of the other supervisors speak to whatever they're going to speak to, that our CAO talk to, or, you know, offer to us about, or talk to us about the contract that's being proposed, and maybe if there's ways we might want to modify that so some of us feel more comfortable with it, maybe bring it back. I'm just in terms of scope of work. So that's kind of where I'm at for now. And I don't know, frankly, this day has been very long, and I'm not so clear I'm really ready to make a $270,000 decision at this moment. So.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I still can't keep payroll there. I just heard a board member beg another elected official to do her job. And it's so easy to talk to people and respond. And this is, I think, I know Joe Mellett or whatever, Jaconi, Neil Prince, they didn't go anywhere near payroll, but you're running payroll. And you say because you're the expert, but you didn't have payroll when you got, I don't know which payroll you're on. You've had payroll for 5.5 months. I don't know what other payroll you ran on a level of 2,200 employees. But I just see 3/4 of our staff, people we work with, work for, I just saw their people say it is not going to work, and they haven't changed a bit. And then they added people like the probation department that says it's not working. We see other things that's not working. I get emails back that says you're getting all these emails and phone calls because department heads are telling them to call you. But I've got a string of emails that go back 6 weeks, just like you're getting, that aren't getting responded to. I just got one today. They didn't get fixed today. So she might be fixing it on her phone now. So I'm just saying, I'm not going to send payroll back there, or I'm not going to vote for it. I can't do it. And then look, I have too much respect for Regina and Connie Beck and her team, that to see them get stripped away, get more things, I feel like they got more things stripped away and less access because they spoke 6 months ago. This is not a retaliatory job. This is supposed to be collaboration and working together, and I don't see it. Nobody sees it.
Well, I just, and there's several options here, so I think you made that pretty clear.
Can I speak on this really quick? Still part of the presentation?
Well,
Only because I think it's important that you know that the Sheriff's Department was not invited to any think tank. And I think there's a difference between action and words.
All right, thank
So,
you, yeah.
thank
I
you.
was, actually, I have a question myself that was going to ask in that direction, so thank you, Supervisor Bohn. You know, part of, this is obviously, I did support sending it back to the, Auditor Controller's Office. And I think that we do, there's I feel like intensive care right now. We're trying to decide what do you do that best treats the patient and still returns them to some sense of, wholeness. It's not just about payroll either. This is payroll at the expense of other things not getting done, unfortunately, well, as the way as I see it. I have some questions. We heard about staff that went to help, offered some time for the Auditor Controller's Office. And we also heard from, I think, maybe not today, but perhaps there might have been 4 different department heads that said they felt that their staff wasn't utilized to the extent that it could have. Can you explain why you didn't include them in more of the chores that needed to be done?
Well, there were 3 departments who offered us staff. It was Public Works, District Attorney, and the Sheriff. The specific tasks that they were coming to help with was journals. So we prepared workstations for them. I came to the courthouse. Back then, I was still hybrid, working from home. And I prepared a training for them. I briefed them on how we do the journals, what the process is. We did a flow chart, and it was great. It was a successful assistance from the District Attorney and the Public Works Department. In the middle of the first week, we got a communication from the Sheriff's Department that the employee wanted to work from their office, not our office, but was still happy to help. Well, the challenge is we designed that help to be in person at the courthouse so that we could collaborate and communicate in real time. So it wasn't actually helpful to have to do that with a person who wasn't physically there. So I said, okay, that's okay. And I did actually ask the Sheriff's Department if a different person could be available. And he said no, that it had to be that one. So for that reason, I said, no, thank you. When the Public Works and the District Attorney Department staff were there, they were very helpful. But at the second week, they also said their work was starting to fall behind. And then they started coming, kind of modified schedules. And then they just said, send me any work that you have. I'm going to go back to work in my department. which I don't fault them for at all, because they do have their own tasks that they still need to complete. And so taking from one department who has work to do to give it to another department who has work to do doesn't actually solve the problem that there aren't enough people to do the work.
So these had to be done in person is what your preference was?
It's not necessarily the preference, it's because they were new to the process of journal entries. In our office, we're mostly there physically already. And with journals, it's a process of one accountant has to review the work, somebody else has to prepare it into an import template because of the software that we have. And then that gets imported, tested, proved, and then posted. Can that process be changed? Absolutely. And I've actually made requests to IT to kind of open up or redo the security to allow for departments to import their own journals and do trial postings. We're not there yet with the financial software. I do understand that IT would need to spend considerable amount of time to rebuild that kind of security. But an effort was made, and I was happy to accept the help, and they were gracious to offer it. It is not a long-term solution. It was 2 weeks, and a lot of journals were processed in those 2 weeks. Would I have used them for other tasks? Sure, if that had been the agreement that I made with the department heads. The agreement that we all made was that it was going to be journals and that they would be processing each other's journals to avoid them processing their own.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go, Supervisor Wilson had mentioned quite a bit of communication, which I do think much of this swirls around in many ways. And it's interesting because I'm hearing, comments here. I've had other conversations with you where I know you were angry that I responded to someone who sent me an email regarding a missed check. And I felt if they reached out to me, I had a duty to actually try to help them. So I'll tell you, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way as far as I understand you were stressed probably and busy, but I'm only doing my job as a supervisor, not so much that they're an employee, but because they're a constituent, because they live in the county. And so I know sometimes we probably are, like a sliver that, sometimes you'd like to get out and we stick under your skin occasionally, but there are reasons that we do this because we feel we want to help mediate a situation. I appreciate that you pulled a team together. I'm not sure how you decided who to pull together. It sounds like there were potentially some missing components.
There was what? I'm sorry.
Oh, the team, for the team that you pulled together, and we just heard from Regina that apparently no one from the sheriff's office was there, or maybe they were and they just weren't able to show up. The think tank?
Sorry, the fan turned on and my hearing aid is picking it up. Think tank. So I can't invite 20 people to a meeting because there's 20 departments. So what I was envisioning when I came up with the think tank, it wasn't because the board wanted me to. It was more just what group of people do I already know that we already work with on several different levels that specifically work in payroll or have something special about their process. And so I reached out to Public Works, the district attorney. And because I knew DHHS is half of the county in terms of employees, we reached out to the Deputy Director of Employee Services, who was happy to participate and asked if more people from their team could join. So these kinds of think tanks where we're just starting fresh, ideally would not include everybody who ever wanted to attend, because then you don't accomplish much other than everyone got to express an opinion. But we need to move. When it comes to this kind of change, when this complexity, we need to be able to say, here's the problem, here's a proposal, here's why it won't work, or everyone gets to say, and then we move on. Could it grow to a bigger group? Yeah, of course. It was just an idea I had, so it wasn't a formal, official thing. Now that I'm hearing your board, you want me to focus on communication, we are already making efforts. We have a lot to improve upon. And we're going to start that think tank. Maybe it can be whoever is interested can send the request. I don't know. It would help if you guided me on how to limit such engagement.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned commitment to communication. Again, I apologize for saying this. I've been to 2 other public meetings. I remember very clearly at board meetings where we had that same commitment to communication. So I would like to find the way that we can actually make that commitment stick, and however we can help you do that. because we can say it all we want, but if we can't start moving forward on it, and I think that's when I look at option 4, whether that's right or not, I think there's some big steps that have been missed. I think, you know, the commitment to communication is actually a little more, needs to be fleshed out. You know, the increased stakeholder engagement. I'm glad you have that group pulled together. But I think what we're hearing is there's a feeling of people being left out for a very long time. And so I don't know what the answer is. I think, you know, I'm interested in looking more at this option 4, but I don't know what that would really look like, whether it's a hybridized or a changed version. Excuse me? Like Supervisor Wilson suggested, but I think
Chair
we need to
Bass, can I
prevent a
ask-
space where you know, AC's office can get caught up and feel like you're in a really good place and also take care of work. Anyway, Supervisor Wilson Bohn, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
May I respond to you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry.
So
They're fighting over who gets to talk.
It was at the last meeting where I said I'm interested in improving communication, and I do believe that I have. I've made an effort to, you know, reach out with more intention to Supervisor Bushnell. Is it perfect? Is it perfect? No. Am I going to continue trying? Of course. Our office has retained coaching services. We're working on understanding communication styles, learning styles, behavior patterns, because we want to be able to communicate with people. Supervisor Bohn sat here and said, I don't have a problem. I email her, she responds. In his own way, that's also confirmation that I am improving at communication and providing him timely responses. Earlier today, I forwarded you an email from an employee who called our office. I answered the phone immediately, and I provided him a response, and his response to me was appreciative of the timely response. So I do understand that you're hearing from a lot of people that I'm not responding enough, but it is also the case that there's also a lot of other people who are getting satisfactory responses, who are expressing messages of gratitude, who maybe aren't here because honestly it's a little bit nerve-wracking to ever express anything positive about me without, you know, getting some input or getting some kind of commentary. So I want you to consider that there's different perspectives of communication and what good communication looks like. There's also different perspectives of whether the CAO's office is the leader in good communication. There's a lot of things regarding communication that go beyond just, did she answer my email timely?
No, and I do appreciate that. I've had, you know, you and I used to have really good communication, and then it kind of went sideways for whatever reason. So, but yeah, I do believe it sounds like you're committed to the coaching, and I do appreciate that. Super. Which one of you? Okay.
Yeah, that was not an affirmation that the communications were great. I don't email you very often because I'm more worried about what the repercussions will be. I'm gonna say that I'm still in favor of taking the payroll to the CAO. I can't believe this far into it, we're still talking about communications from an individually elected official trying to tell them that it needs to be communication. I've heard you're an expert on payroll, you're an expert on IT, you're an expert, but communications is number one, and my whole idea is I still am gonna stand by, the biggest departments we have say there is no communication or very little or very strained communications. So I will still be, I know that the CAO will communicate. I also know the CAO, and I'm going to ask this, we have a payroll manager of 15 years somewhere doing something in HR other than payroll, who could fix W-2s, who could do everything else and did it with a staff of 4. Does she play into your position if we put it in your office? Does she come in and assemble a team to do the payroll?
Absolutely, yeah. She definitely has a ton of institutional knowledge about our system and historical knowledge.
And I don't always agree with her, but I do know that she is an expert.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Ms. Paz-Dominguez, you referred several times that no matter what happens, that payroll still has to come through you for a check, correct?
For the issuance of checks and payroll taxes and reconciliation.
And that's a true statement previously, though, also, right? That when it was at HR, it still had to have that motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know why you keep referring to that, because whatever direction we go, that's always been, no matter what, you're the person that writes the checks and signs them. So that's not any different whether it stays there or it goes away from your office, correct?
I bring it up because it's an indication of adding layers where there don't need to be. So the problem with payroll being in HR is that we didn't know what was happening with payroll. All we could do is issue paychecks. So when someone came and asked for a correction or for us to do anything, we can't. It's all in HR. By having that segregation of duties so that payroll, the function, is in the auditor controller's office, now we're able to process payroll, calculate payroll, and do the checks. By adding yet another department into the system, you've got the HR layer and then another department layer who's going to depend on us to train them, and then we're still the final layer.
So I understand that, but if it was to go to the CAO's office and there was a problem with someone's paycheck, they would dictate, or, they would say, this is the problem, and they would send it your way, and that would be your, your indication of what you needed to do as far as pay somebody or not, correct or no?
No, well, it depends. So if they were the ones to determine there was an error and they have payroll, they would also be the ones to correct all the errors.
Correct, that's what I was asking. When does the MGO contract run out?
The MGO contract is likely going to run out this month. I just got an invoice yesterday. I think there's about $50,000 left on it.
And Karen, how much, or Alicia, how much time are they spending performing duties in your office or for your office?
For payroll, they attend.
Not for
our
payroll,
AC
in general.
In our office?
Well, I mean, they're your extra.
No,
like
they're
extra-
not. That contract is not with my office, nor is it only for services in my office.
Okay.
They're contracted by the CAO, and they perform services for all departments.
Okay, how much do they do for you?
Right now, they're just doing the cash reconciliations for the county, for the audit.
Okay, which isn't a big deal?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, time-wise, how much, when that contract runs out, you're gonna be responsible for that function, correct?
Ideally, yes. So what they were doing is not just doing it, but creating a process that we would then inherit. What is it? Inherit? Yeah. Inherit.
So that's gonna be more duties coming your way, though, is what I'm getting at.
It is a task that we want to take on, because if we had that task, it would make it easier for us to process cash receipts. So right now, cash receipts is taking a while because it's going through the treasurer's office and then to us, and we are struggling to confirm whether things are being deposited. With a cash reconciliation process, we would be able to do that in real time to confirm postings and audit and have a bank reconciliation.
Okay. My other question just slipped my mind. I guess let Mike go and I'll.
I got two other.
I just remembered, I'm sorry. So you referenced to having a liaison through the CAO's office, and that didn't work out so well. And I wanted to ask the CAO why that didn't work out so well.
Having a liaison, we have a liaison with you. I don't know. That's been our method of communicating for as long as I've been here, so I'm not really sure what
she was
Ms.
referencing
Paz-Dominguez
to.
was referencing.
May I clarify?
Sure.
So when the payroll system broke in November and we had to respond, it took a lot of departments coming together to get the job done. Through that work, we were able to work collaboratively with the deputy CAO, Sean Quincy, and he and I were working very well together. Emails were going to the CAO's office, to us, that people were just confused, and it continued for weeks. Through that process, we also, Sean Quincy also identified that departments wanted to have a say, wanted to be able to have somewhere to go and express themselves. And he asked if I could do a stand-in meeting in addition to the stand-in meeting we have with HR, where I would meet with departments. because of the time constraints and my preference to do work and not so much meetings, he asked, how can I help? And I said, could you be the liaison? I believe this happened in my office. He came with the CFO. That was the first time that I met her in person. And I said, it would be great if you could be our liaison between our office and the departments. And so they set up meetings, I believe they're Fridays, where departments are invited, and Sean Quincy's there, and they talk about payroll processes. I believe HR is there too. And as they have conversations, if questions come up that only the AC office can answer, he does use the opportunity to text me the question. If I'm not already busy, I'm providing real-time responses so that he's effective in those meetings. But it sounds like CAO didn't know that was the arrangement. But
I don't really, to me, a liaison, like I've been talking with the auditor in public meetings about, I think that a liaison system to her department and how they communicate out, dedicate staff who are the point of contact for each department, then that staff becomes an expert in that department's processes. It makes the evaluation process easier. It makes the communication process easier. You develop relationships where you have sometimes friendships with staff members and are able to more effectively communicate. In my mind, when I talk about a liaison system, that's what I'm talking about. This sounds a little bit more like a working group.
So along that line then, if there was a liaison system set up, would it be appropriate to say that the department head of that department, whether it be Director Ford or Alicia, would assign that person, and then you would work with that person?
I believe they've already assigned people.
I'm just hypothetically saying, because there's not one in every department, but what I'm asking is, I guess I'll just ask you, I have heard at times that you have said, no, I don't want that person, and I don't want to work with that person. Has that occurred where you didn't feel comfortable working with someone that the department head wanted you to work with?
I don't remember having a conversation like that with a department head.
So if a liaison system was set up for communication, because that's obviously what this whole thing's about, obviously, then you would work with whoever that liaison would be in departments.
Well, here's what I want to make sure that I'm very clear about this. My office is always consistently working with staff in other departments through all of the functions of our office. We already coordinate with fiscal teams in all the departments. Like, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, Karen, we just had people testify or say that
And
they
I
don't
also-
get the communication. So I'm just asking, I understand that you're going to defend, you seem to want to defend everything. I'm just asking that there seems to be a breakdown somewhere. And so I'm saying, if Director Ford says you're going to talk to so-and-so, and that's your point of contact, then that's what you would, because you just said you would take direction from this board to improve communication, then and that would be considered a liaison system, then that's where you would go? If that's, like, you're open to that?
I believe that we've been doing that already.
Okay, so then Regina saying that it's hard to have discussions with you is not a true statement?
No, it is not, and I can
Okay.
provide you communications where I have provided responses to Regina. What I heard here is that she would like a different kind of relationship with me besides just emailing and
Okay.
phone calls, and I can have that conversation with her separately, but it is not true that I haven't been providing responses to
Okay,
her.
all right, well, thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you. I won't say what I was going to say. Supervisor Wilson, and then Madrone, and then Bohn.
I'm going to say we probably need to shut this down. It's pretty soon in terms of this conversation, because we're just noodling out at this point. And one thing is that I want to say that I do understand, and we all understand what it's like to where the focus is on the negative communications and the negative things, and that that's like, as most of the communication we receive isn't attaboys or attagals or attawhatevers. It's, I have a issue, I have a complaint. It's like that's the bread and butter of what we're dealing with and what our department head's dealing with. And so I don't think it's people are fearful of saying positive things. It's just when they like things, they just move on with their day, and like it's like when they don't like things is when they don't do it. So and what I'm trying to say is like there has been, and what there is, we have to acknowledge there have been positive communications, there have been positive outcomes, there have been positive things. They do exist, and in much greater volume than we give credit to in these processes. Nonetheless, that's what we're still trying to always arc towards the, to perfection that we never get to. This is just because we're human beings. I feel like that we're in a place right now where, in terms of like our liaison for this board is the CAO in this situation, and I would like to give the CAO that ability to, whether it's in your department directly or whether it's again working, as our representative to the AC's office to really improve communications on a system-wide basis. And what I mean is that's where I'm at. I mean, that's where I feel like we need to be, so that we can have a more effective institution to deliver services to our staff, deliver services to our citizens, and deliver services, interdepartmentally. So however we want to do that,
That was the intention of the chief financial officer. It was actually why Sean was bringing her over to meet me. I would love to be able to work with her and have her be the liaison to my department.
And nonetheless, I got to give that to the CAO's office to be able to make that determination, because I believe that the CFO is under the CAO, so that's how we ought to do that. So that's where I'm at. I feel like I cannot make a decision on this contract today. I feel like we need to postpone that or whatever, continue that. I almost feel like I'd like to get it back with this communication and have a whole new staff report and start over with, we really are honing in on two options of where we go, or maybe there's a third hybridized version. If we can work it out between the CAO's office and the AC's office of what this opportunity might be, that would be great, one way or another, or not. But that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I can't. So.
We have more question here. But Supervisor Madrone was first, next in line, and CAO Hayes, looks like she had a response on her, no? Okay. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Let's see, we've been at this for 8 hours. I don't think any human being really makes a great decision after 8 hours and a couple hours of discussion. And these are really important matters. In terms of being fiscally conservative, I mean, we're talking about $250,000 here. We're talking about shifting potentially operations. These are really big decisions. And I guess what I would like to do is make a motion to continue this item and ask that the CAO and HR and the auditor controller get together and talk about what did we learn from those other $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 worth of reports and studies we did, because I've never gotten that information. It'd be really nice to delve into that and go, this is what we learned, this is what we still need to learn. And I want that to come from the three of you, working collaboratively together to tell us as a board what we need to do. Is it $250,000? Is it $100,000? What is it? But I want to know what it is we're trying to achieve by that. What is the goal of spending that kind of money? And what kind of information is it going to provide to us, right? So that's one piece of it. And I think that would really help us a lot try and figure out how to move forward. So I would make the motion that we continue this item and direct staff, the three heads of the departments right now, to get together and come back to us with a more detailed recommendation on how to proceed with gathering more details. So that would be my motion, is continue it, have the three get together, give us the details, and come back to us at a future date.
Okay, is there a second for the moment? So I'd like to ask our CAO Hayes for thoughts on it.
I'll second that, but I will entertain amendments for sure.
So my question is to CAO A. Hayes, how is communication with the Auditor Controller's Office?
Challenging. So I have concerns about putting together a working group with all of us. That being said, I'm more than happy to participate in that, and I think that's something that I've been asking for and prior leadership has been asking for some time. The auditor and I should be connected at the hip. Our functions overlap in multiple different ways. We should probably be meeting hourly or weekly for an hour a week. It should be a very robust meeting schedule that the two of us have to work through these challenges. And we don't do that, which is why we end up here before your board to have these discussions.
Do you have departmental head meetings with her?
No.
Ever?
No.
How come? Karen, how come you don't meet with our CAO?
There have been, I believe we've missed each other. I would also describe my communications with the CAO's office as challenging. There have been times where she's asked for meetings, there have been times where I've asked for meetings, and we don't actually seem to line up. And the benefit that the CAO's office has is that when I ask for a meeting, she can delegate to one of her deputies because she's not available. However, on my end, I don't have deputies that I can delegate to. So that's been the case. We can hash this out again, or we can move forward, and I'll say I agree with the recommendation, and I would love to have human resources there so we can discuss this.
I just wanted to, but when we talk about liaison, I get liaison, there's a purpose for liaison, but quite frankly, I would like the auditor controller to talk specifically to the CAO. I want to see that. And so however we leave here, that's going to have to happen. And I don't know what that looks like. But right now, we don't have a lot of options. And liaisons are wonderful. You've got some great people in your office too that you could send to things. But right now, there's relationship issues. We need to get people in the room together that just haven't really been able to do it. And I would really highly recommend that you two can set something up to actually meet without having to go through staff. I feel very strongly about that.
Can I ask on the motion, what would be your recommendation for it coming back? Because I don't want to hang out forever on this issue.
I can appreciate that. I would hope it would come back within a few weeks, because as Chair Bass has said, we need you guys to get together and talk. We need you to figure out what we know, what we don't know, and come back to us with a plan to fill in those holes. And I really implore all three of you to do everything you can to come together and figure that out. Set aside the past. We need to be moving forward and working together. So I would agree with that. And so sooner the better.
I'm willing, however, I want to hear Karen say that she's going to sit down with our AC and speak with our auditor, or our CAO, and have that conversation. If you want to talk in the room, I guess, but are you willing?
Can we be clear? It's not just me that has to be willing. When I reach out to the CAO and ask for her time, I would like her time. I would not like to be sent to a deputy or be told that a deputy will reach out to me. So can we acknowledge that we're both needing to do this?
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I was looking at both
So
faces.
I was going to get the commitment from you, and then I was going to go to her. And since she works for us, she doesn't really have a choice. You're an elected. I want to hear from you.
Supervisor Bushnell, I have already said that I think it's a great idea that the three of us meet. I said I was willing to. I offered the idea that you purposefully hired a chief financial officer to be the point of contact.
No, I want the point of contact right now to be her.
I understand.
Okay.
I said that's why I brought it up. It's because that was the purpose of it. But I'm happy to meet with the CAO as well.
Okay.
Excellent. That's a yes.
Yes, okay, good. Supervisor Bohn?
We have spent 15 minutes discussing if you two can meet. Your offices are 40 yards apart. I think you use the same bathroom.
yes.
No, I'm sorry. They're 40 yards apart. Now, I meet with her every Monday morning. I know you say you meet with people. Are you telling me that between the two of you, you guys can't come up with a time to meet for an hour every week? considering, I mean, walk 15 yards and go into the conference room here. So neither of you have to put a lot of miles in to do it. But I can't believe we're sitting here talking about, you have to promise to meet with her, you have to promise to meet with her, and we're grown-ups. This is what needs to be done for this county and the people of this county. And I am just tired of this bullshit.
Excuse me,
Bohn, it only
actually, excuse
continues
me, hey,
because
hey, hey,
you
hey.
Continue it.
Let's not have that up here. You want to, Supervisor Bohn?
I'm just tired of this.
No, I'm asking you to please just let others talk now.
I think there's a motion and a second. I think
There
we're
is a
ready to
motion and a
go.
second, I think. Did you want to make an amendment?
I don't think there was any amendment that needed to be made.
Okay, well, you said you were withholding the ability to make one.
No, I would entertain
I-
an amendment just to keep the conversation open, but
I would like to put a time frame on it, please. That's what I would like to do
And if
for
I
with
could
the amendment.
I'd like to recommend a month, because we're gonna, in 2 weeks, we're gonna be doing this other thing on the 15th, so I would recommend probably the Tuesday, the April 5th, when we would come back to doing this.
Is that, will that work for both of you? That works for the, and that, does that work? Does that,
Oh, that absolutely works for me.
okay.
Can I just clarify, so we're evaluating the studies that we've done in the past, which have made recommendations, and we're digesting those recommendations and providing some condensed data for the board. And are we also returning with two options now? One to keep it in the ACs, and what do we need to do to make that work? And one to move it to the CAOs, and what do we need to do to make that work?
Yes, I would like that a lot.
Hold on. If you come up with a third version, I don't want you to like leave that out of your conversation, so.
That's all acceptable to the motion maker.
And
Nikki, did you get that?
she needs you to reiterate
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll restate the motion for clarity. The motion is to continue this item until April the 5th, and to have the 3 department heads get together, evaluate the previous investments and reports that we've done, identify what information that provided for us to move forward, identify what holes are still out there that we need to, figure out, and to look at 3 options, option 1, option 4, with more detail, and the potential of a hybrid option. Is that clear? Thank you.
When you're ready to vote, Nikki, let us know. Came up on mine. So much for the system, huh? Isn't yours?
No.
Yours isn't plugged in directly?
Do we
All
have a meeting
right,
at
motion passes. I think we should take a bit of a break. Okay, we'll stay forever, Supervisor Bohn. I mean, at some point in time, people may want to take a break, but yeah, Director Ford has been here. It's just people are getting a little bit cranky and tight. Welcome, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass, members of the board. Good evening. John Ford. Joining me remotely is Karen Manell to present a request asking for $400,000 to be used for the traditional code enforcement team. This money is used for abatement purposes where a property owner is either unable or unwilling to resolve a violation, and so the county takes on authority to abate the site. We can give you a more detailed presentation. I believe Karen is ready to do that, but at this hour, we could also just simply answer questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I have read this report. I agree with this report. I think it's necessary and actually a really good thing for us to do. I'm ready to move for approval of staff recommendations unless people have questions or whatever.
No,
But
you just made a motion from what I heard.
yeah, I've made a motion. And that's not to stymie.
No, we can still have conversation
Okay.
for sure.
Just in case everyone's ready to go, we can.
Okay, so is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment? Just to be sure to press *9. Supervisor Bohn?
John, as we move forward on this, is there, and this is completely somewhat related to this, when we run, there's 2 properties on here where there are no heirs, there's nobody responsible for the property. Can we as a board find a way to fast track that? Because we can go in there and clean that property, and if we're gonna let it sit for 2 more years of not, whatever the case may be, I think you and I had a discussion and you got pictures of what a property looks like 4 months after we clean it up. We're back cleaning it up. So is there a way we can immediately sell the property by ordinance, by whatever the case may be, when there are no resources, there is nobody claiming it? There's been, let's say, 3 years, because we've got properties that nobody will claim. I've got one on my street. Nobody will claim, and it's had 4 derelict cars for 10 years. And that's on the gateway to my street. And nobody will touch it with a 10-foot pole for whatever reason. They think there's other liens, so what I'm saying is if we go in there and do a piece of property, like there's 2 on here, the one out on Walnut, can we immediately sell them? Because I was sitting at the house that you and I had pictures on Saturday. I had 3 different contractors ask, when is it coming up for sale? Because they want an opportunity, because the biggest thing is they can take it down to the frame, they can, and then they can remodel it all the way back up without having to go through a whole different process. So we need to find a way to take these properties, because these people aren't just looking for us to clean it up and then they're going to come in and build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath and be great neighbors. They're going to go back into doing exactly what it was before, and we're going to be back. I mean, we've seen the cycle how many times? Everybody up here's seen it. So if there's a way in the future, this isn't a time to discuss it, and I know in all your spare time, but there has to be an ordinance that says if we go in there, and you can go in and have it appraised, and when the liens exceed the value of the property, it almost seems like we could sell it, because and then send out all the certified letters you can, says this is going to be sale unless we get a response and a payment.
So just real briefly, there are laws on the books that address that, and it assigns responsibility for that to the public administrator, which is in the sheriff's office. We have been meeting with the sheriff. The sheriff has at least 4 properties right now they're looking at that we are working with them on. And so we are working on refining the process for the sheriff. This is a brand new process for them. They're getting their feet under them, but we expect that this will be more efficient as we go forward.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, let's put some teeth in it and get these properties turned over before they turn right back into what they were.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors with questions?
Here, here.
Wait, Supervisor Madrone? Did you say? Oh, and then Bushnell. I'm sorry, I thought you were pointing to Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bushnell.
Did you want to go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Chair Bass. First of all, I just want to thank staff, Karen Manel and all the code enforcement staff. Incredible efforts on their part, and John as their supervisor, Director Ford, thank you. None of this is easy. This stuff is really difficult stuff, but like Supervisor Bohn said, it just gets so bad over time, you know. I will point out that number 1 says the property owner is still negotiating an alternative path forward. And I also want to thank you for your efforts to try and figure out, is the property owner willing to come to the level that we need them to come to be able to reduce the health and safety, you know, violations. And so again, you guys go above and beyond trying to work with people. Anybody that thinks you're coming in and just, well, it's not the case. And this one's been going on a long time. And so I wanted to thank you and staff for your diligence on both trying to get these places cleaned up, but also work with property owners when they're willing to try and make the effort. The other ones, there's nothing listed there. There's nobody working on any of these others. that I'm aware of. It's certainly not listed here. So I'm in full support of the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Director Ford, the $400,000 is above monies that you currently have for the department?
Correct.
And have you exceeded already those funds? Is that why we're asking for this additional?
We have not spent money beyond what we have in our budget. The $400,000 would allow us to go over our existing budget for the year.
Okay, so I guess with that being said, you know, there's a lot of properties out there that need to be addressed, and how will you prioritize? And yeah, I'm trying to be kind here, John.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. It has a lot to do with the impact that a property has on the community. And so those are the highest priority, where there are definite health, safety, and nuisance risks that really expose people to danger or hazards. And so we put the highest priority on those. Unfortunately, they don't go from the complaint awareness of the issue to abatement. There's a process that we go through, as Supervisor Madrone just mentioned, where we're talking to the property owner, even though it's a very sometimes laborious process. We try to help them understand the nature of the violation, the nature of the problem, what they need to do to resolve it. Sometimes we find that property owners do things that actually create nuisances on other properties or in other locations. And so we're kind of playing a game of whack-a-mole, where they move things from one place to another, and then we're there dealing with that. And there are those situations that are not on this list yet. But they are things that we expect to be rising into the area where we would be budgeting for it in the 22-23 timeframe.
So with that statement, I want to ask you frustrations with constituents when they see, more monies coming forward and issues in certain communities that have been going on for years. You can use your imagination when I'm talking. What's the time frame? Is it years, 2 years, 5 years?
So to get to a place where the county is actually abating, it's probably a year, realistically. And excuse me. And unfortunately, some of them that we're working on have been problems and reoccurring problems, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, for far longer than that. But from the time that we engage with the property owner to work through trying to give them an opportunity to respond, to finding that, okay, they're unwilling, then there's a process of preparing a warrant sometimes just to inspect, and then an abatement warrant. And there's a long and very detailed legal process that we go through to get to a place where action is actually being taken.
Okay. I can tell you that in my district, my constituents are very supportive of this. However, they say the process is too slow, and repeatedly with property owners, as Supervisor Bohn said. So I am looking for that clarity. Thank you.
So if I could just say this, thank you for that. We are bringing forward the annual report in mid-March. And one of the things that we're going to present is that in the last year, 400 new cases have come in. But we have been able to close 600. So the abatements get all of the attention, but there's still a huge workload there that people are actively working every single day.
Thank you for that. And I just want to throw out there, just for the public, this is traditional abatement.
Correct.
Because that will hit my email tomorrow. So, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
And I can tell you, they get elongated. They try to trace. The one on Eel River Drive has been 6.5, 7 years since our predates John. The one that we had this weekend that I talked to John with is 9.5 years. And we're still going to go out there and clean it again for the 4th time, I believe now. We're going to clean this property to the tune of $30,000, $40,000. So there is a thing, and I know these things end up on main thoroughfares, and it's a nightmare. And nobody's happy when another site gets cleaned up because they want to know about their site. But I understand that. I've got some in fields. We did have one in Fields Landing that actually got abated, torn down, and an empty lot within a year. So, well within a year, so, because it was a fire hazard for the rest of the neighborhood. So I do believe that, but the biggest problem we have with these is not just the visual. It is the amount of criminal element that comes out of them at night. I've had people pull guns on. I mean, it's been terrible for a few of these neighbors.
All right, thank you. Any other supervisors? Oh, well, I thought we'll go to open public comment. On the phone, we do have one hand raised. There's two numbers. If anyone else is interested, press *9 to raise your hand. 5288. Welcome.
This is Ken Swatsky here. This is obviously a case where something needs to happen at the state level, and you need to come up with Wood and McGuire to help sponsor some kind of new legislation that would enable us to move on an expedited or expedited manner on these things. Obviously, your normal tax sales are not working because I think normally 5 years if something's on tax sale and then I have a shot at buying it or these other contractors would. If it's upside down, I think you guys basically may need to forgive your liens on the thing that you would have to enable this to get fixed up and put back into the housing market. So anyway, I also wanted to shout out and thank John Ford and especially Steve Madrone, whom my understanding is brokering a deal or attempting to broker a deal that would keep up quite a few people from being displaced and maybe come up with a new vision as far as how to deal with some of these projects and not put a whole bunch of people, like John says, play whack-a-mole with them. And those kind of efforts are greatly appreciated by the public. There's a new normal out there as far as housing, and we have to have new approaches, and we need some help from the state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this one. And I didn't flip anybody off or didn't say that any negative terms here. Thank you for the opportunity not to.
All right, thank you. And no other hands are up in the public, so we'll go into the audience in the chambers. No? Okay. You have a private audience. All right, so apparently there's no further comment from the public, so we do have a motion that's been seconded. Any further discussion, or can we
I just
vote?
want to say thank you to Karen and to John, too. I know it's difficult, and it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of repetitive work. And it's also often the same people, and it's very hard to deal with at times. So thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Oh, it's on the screen.
Yes.
There's a plug-in thing that's supposed to keep your items alive. Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, so thank you, Director Ford. And then we will now go to closed session. That's it? No, we're going to conference room A or so, the bigger one.
I mean, we could stay in here. Yeah, there's somebody in here.
He's in here.
I don't like the idea of all the electronics.
Well, we have to first, yes, as County Council.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Can we take?
Well, we're just doing the announcement of them. Yeah.
Continue on, Council. All right.
And then, yes, we'll take it.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 4 items. The first 2 are pursuant to Government Code 54957 to consider public employee appointment for the position of Director of Human Resources Risk Manager and Agricultural Commissioner. The third is anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E2. In one case, inquiry by the California State Bar number 22000776. And the last is pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E3 to discuss exposure to litigation in one matter, receipt of a letter from the California Attorney General regarding failure to submit financial transaction reports.
All right, thank you. And we do have one hand up in the public, and we have, on the Zoom, and we have no one left in the audience. Right. So 5288, it's your turn. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
It it looks like it should be pretty quick for you. Number 4 is moot now, that I think that one was kind of been dealt with already earlier in the day. You have something going before the state bar, and I'm not sure exactly what that is. Somebody in your staff losing their license or something? Don't understand that one. Significant exposure to litigation. Anyway, you have a position of agriculture commissioner. I'm hoping, knowing Jeff Dault, that he brought somebody up to speed, and you can just roll over and use somebody who has institutional knowledge to fill that within house. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have number 1. You're for the position of Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. The position has been unfilled for such a long time, and keeps going back and forth and back and forth. The last person there was a disaster, in my opinion. And whatever happened to Kelly Barnes? I mean, everybody kind of, I think that's her name, risk manager. She was in there. I think she wanted a position. My indication is maybe she wasn't willing to play the games that Rex and those people play. But anyway, a person like that, we seem to lose those people for some reason, and it's hard to figure out exactly why. And it's really sad to see that happen within our county, and it seems to be an ongoing thing. I call it the Rex effect. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak on your closed session. Good luck. It's 5:39, and how long until you're going to report out?
It's hard to actually say when. With this, you know how it goes. It looks like it should be simple, but it's not. I apologize. So we're going to go into closed session. I need at least a 5-minute break.
We're up.
All right. May we have a report out of a closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On item M1, the board voted unanimously to appoint Zach O'Hannon as Interim Director of Human Resources Risk Manager, effective March 2nd, 2022. On items M2, 3, and 4, there's no reportable action.
All right, thank you. And with that, we're adjourned. Well, and thank you for everyone for their patience. Well, mostly, I hope they had patience. So we're adjourned.